Chapter 24 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Noble Democracies and Small Nations. Belgium was the most vulnerable spot in Germany's moral armor, and the enemies of Germany were quick to take full advantage of it. In Belgium, the British government found the casus belli that it was bound to find somewhere, and around Belgium was built its entire scheme of war propaganda. The scrap of paper incident involved not only the principle of the sacredness of treaties, but the more fundamental principle of the equal and absolute sovereignty of all nations. So England, in entering the arena professedly in defense of the sacredness of treaties, also proclaimed itself the world's heavyweight champion of weak nations. The psychological step to the issue of democracy versus autocracy was short. Soon, every government associated in the war against Germany, with the possible exception of that of the Tsar, even Romania, the most feudal country in Europe, even Japan, was informing the world in thunderous tones that it had unsheathed the sword in defense of world democracy and the rights of weak nations. In due course, our own government, as soon as it had succeeded in bringing us to the certainty of war on the submarine issue, raised the cry quite as loudly as any of its allies. In the war message, the President announced that we would fight, quote, for the privilege of men everywhere to choose their own way of life and obedience, for democracy, for the rights and liberties of small nations, end quote. And thereafter, a large share of our own propaganda was devoted to inculcating the notion that the only way to do this was to destroy the existing government of Germany, that we had thrown in our lot with England, France, Italy, and Japan because they, like ourselves, were protectors of small nations, that our League of Honor actually represented, quote, the privilege of men everywhere to choose their own way of life and obedience, end quote, while Germany represented aggression, conquest, and exploitation in the world's affairs. Quote, by their works ye shall know them, end quote. In works, our League of Honor was a distinctly greater offender against the principles which it professed to champion than was the government that it destroyed, even during the war itself, as has been pointed out, while before the war, the preponderance of its offenses against world democracy is overwhelming. The supremacy of our most powerful ally in the world's affairs is based upon supremacy in sea power. That supremacy was attained only after a long series of aggressive wars extending over a century and a half, in which the Spanish, Dutch, and French navies were swept from the seas. To these, in 1807, the Danish navy was added in a single stroke. On a mere suspicion that Denmark intended to join with France and Russia against England and Sweden, the British fleet was sent into the Baltic Sea, under specific assurance that it was not intended as a menace to Denmark. Once there, the British government suddenly demanded the surrender of the entire Danish fleet. On receipt of a refusal, a British force was landed, Copenhagen was bombarded and burned, and the Danish fleet became, by conquest, the property of Great Britain. The boast that the sun never sets on the British flag is as true as the other boast that Britannia rules the waves. The British Empire, even before its latest vast acquisitions, embraced nearly 1/4 of the land surface of the earth, fully 1/4 of its productive surface, the best harbors overseas, and the most commanding positions, commercially and strategically. Nearly all of this vast empire was acquired by war, either upon England's European neighbors, or upon the native peoples, or upon both. The Portuguese and the Dutch were the first Europeans in India. England acquired India by war, first upon the Dutch, second upon the French, third upon the native peoples. The Dutch were first in South Africa. England took Cape Colony in war from Holland, abolished by force the Republic of Natal, and completed the conquest in the 20th century by cutting down those two small nations, the republics of the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. France colonized Canada. Holland colonized New York. Both fell to England as spoils of war. Later, France sold its Louisiana Territory to the young Republic of the United States to prevent it from being taken in war by Britain. The large island of Malta was taken from the French. Gibraltar, Spain, was taken and kept simply because the British liked its commanding position. Jamaica was wrested from Spain. Other British possessions in the Western Hemisphere were either taken by conquest from Spain or held in defiance of the claims of the American republics. The foundations of British world empire were laid in other centuries upon aggression, but in the enlightened 20th century, democratic England has been quite as ready to increase her dominion by war as in what we are wont to pretend was a more immoral age. In building up the myth that England represents the principle of democracy, great emphasis was laid upon the degree of self-government existing in certain British colonies, such as Canada and Australia. But this sort of self-government is enjoyed by less than 5% of the people living under the British flag outside of the British Isles. The other 95% are governed by an official bureaucracy that imposes its will everywhere by force. More than 300 million British subjects enjoy no self-government worthy of the name, and are kept under the British flag only by the constant exercise of military power. The British ruling class has as little regard for democracy, self-determination, the rights of small nations, the sovereignty of weak peoples without the British Empire as within. Where England has appeared to champion a small nation against a larger, a selfish British purpose has almost invariably been evident, usually the purpose to save the victim for ultimate British consumption or to be parceled out among other consumers of small nations at some later date for favors rendered. This is exemplified in England's dealings with Turkey and Russia. The British imagination created the German peril. The British have always had a bugaboo. When the French bugaboo was laid, early in the 19th century, Russia became the British bugaboo. As the main feature of British foreign policy in the 20th century was to isolate Germany, so the main feature of British foreign policy throughout most of the 19th century was to curb Russia. Any enlargement of Russian power was an affront to England. Any Russian ambition for expansion was an ambition of autocracy to conquer the world. British opposition to Russian expansion was unselfish championship of world democracy and the rights of small nations. It was Britain's duty, as the world's trustee of liberty, to thwart the Russian desire for a warm seaport, even to resist Russian expansion in the direction of such a seaport. If war resulted, very well. The Tsar would be the aggressor. England would be fighting in self-defense. So, immaculate England became the protector of the Turk. In relation to Russia, Turkey was a small nation. England was championing a small nation. But in relation to Turkey, Bulgaria, Armenia, and the other Christian peoples struggling for independence from Muslim rule were small nations. In championing Turkey, England effectively stood between these subject peoples and independence. Democratic England became a co-oppressor with the Turk of the most oppressed peoples in Europe, a responsible party to the periodical massacres in Turkey's Christian provinces. At the Congress of Berlin, it was the British government that insisted that 2/3 of bleeding Bulgaria be handed back to Muslim oppression. As the price of protecting the Turk, England took the island of Cyprus. Had racial demands been considered, Cyprus would have gone to Greece. England was now ready to begin the acquisition of Egypt also. In the 30s, Egypt had won its independence from the Sultan and established sovereignty over Syria besides. But in accordance with its policy of protecting the Turk, England had driven the Egyptian forces out of Syria and compelled Egypt to acknowledge the suzerainty of the Sultan and pay the latter an annual tribute. In 1875, by a species of treachery, we find England nosing France out of control of the Suez Canal. After this, England shouldered France out of the way and into Egypt. British control over both entrances to the Mediterranean being doubly secured by the occupation of Egypt, democracy no longer so pressingly required either that the Turk be protected or that the Tsar be curbed. England's ally in the East, Japan, beat Russia in a quarrel over Manchuria, and the Tsar turned about to face a revolution at home. It was a promising day for democracy. The world's greatest autocracy was tottering. The Russian world peril, so far as it was a reality, was about to be laid in the only way that perils of the sort can be permanently laid, by fundamental reforms brought about from within. But unfortunately, England had meanwhile forgotten the Russian peril and discovered the German peril. So, over the frantic appeals of the revolutionary leaders, England and France loaned the Tsar the cash which alone enabled him to stamp out the revolution. Thus was the Russian autocracy kept alive long enough to assist England and France in the Great War that was even then preparing. The war, quote, for the privilege of men everywhere to choose their own way of life and obedience, end quote. While protecting the Turk, England had also stood forth as protector of the small nation Persia. But suddenly, in 1907, world democracy of the British flavor no longer required that Persia have rights or even existence. The time had arrived for another good British bargain. So Persia went upon the block, and with Persia another small nation which England had been protecting against Russia, Afghanistan. Foreign Secretary Grey divided Persia with his good friend, the Tsar, giving the Tsar the larger portion, while the latter acknowledged England's right to, quote, choose the way of life and obedience, end quote, of the inhabitants of Afghanistan. When the Tsar was trying to work his way south in the 70s, England and Austria had stood together against him. England and Austria were comrades in the good cause of democracy. Even as late as October 8, 1912, in spite of waning friendship for the Turk and warming friendship for the Tsar, the integrity of the Turkish Empire was of more importance to England than self-determination of Turkey's subject peoples. On that date, a note signed by all the powers, but emanating from the British Foreign Office, was delivered to the various members of the Balkan Alliance, warning them against a war with Turkey, declaring that, quote, if, in spite of this note, war does break out between the Balkan states and the Ottoman Empire, the powers will not admit, at the end of the conflict, any modification of the territorial status quo in European Turkey, end quote. But by 1914, the rights of the small nation, Serbia, had suddenly become of vast importance to democracy. British treachery had driven Turkey into the arms of Germany. Wherefore, democracy not only no longer required the protection of the Turk, but was ready to look on complacently while the Tsar proceeded on his way to Constantinople. So it happened that, while virtuous England found her casus belli in the scrapping of the Treaty of 1839, she agreed to the final pulverization of the Treaty of 1878. Constantinople was promised the Russian autocracy as its share of the spoils in the great world struggle for the rights of weak nations and the sacredness of treaties. Africa, the second largest continent, has been divided up like a great English plum pudding, most of it since the beginning of the 20th century. The division was accomplished by the tearing up of treaties, by the profanation of official pledges, by deliberate deception of home electorates, by mass murder, and by assassination of small nations upon their own doorsteps. By the year 1914, but two small nations had survived the cannibal invasion from Europe. Insignificant Liberia, greatly shrunken, not really independent, but an acknowledged protectorate of the United States. Abyssinia, which had successfully resisted Italy, and whose continued existence was due to mutual jealousies among her would-be butcherers. Between them, Liberia and Abyssinia held less than 3.5% of the area and but 2.5% of the population of the great continent of Africa. England, France, Italy, Spain, and to a lesser degree Germany, had all engaged in wars of conquest, sometimes very bloody and prolonged, upon the weak nations of Africa. Among these European aggressors there had been disputes innumerable. Italy had fought another European power, Turkey. There had been bad blood all around. At least once, England and France were on the verge of war with one another. At least twice, a crisis between England and France on one side and Germany on the other brought all Europe to the verge of war. In the division of the African plum pudding, England received 1/3, France 1/4. England got the best and juiciest plums, France the second best. Italy was blessed with the third best portion. Spain got a plum or two. Germany was served some underdone portions, with the plums carefully removed. In the spilling of human blood, democratic France divided honors with England. Italy was third, Spain fourth. The Hun killed least of all. Over a longer period, a similar division to that of Africa has been going on in the largest continent, Asia, although it is not yet as nearly completed. Here, as in Africa, England acquired the choicest plums. Not far behind England are Russia and Japan, though democratic France is not without her Asiatic tidbits. The partition of Asia has been going on more rapidly in the 20th century than ever before. At China, the great powers have been picking like vultures. The year 1914 found England dominant in Asia, as in Africa, supreme in the Middle East, joining control with Japan in the Far East, partner with the Tsar in the Near East, disputing German entrance into affairs in that quarter. The garroting of small nations by large ones has proceeded more rapidly during the past quarter of a century than at any previous period in the world's history. Within a single generation, England, France, Russia, Italy, Germany, and Japan acquired new territory, aggregating more than both the North and South American continents. According to Rear Admiral French E. Chadwick, USN, retired, speech before Lawyers Club of New York, February 1917. In that period, Great Britain expanded to the extent of 6,750,000 miles, France 3,500,000, Russia 2 million, Germany 1 million. Every mile of this 13,250,000 was acquired by some form of aggression. In the 44 years previous to 1914, throughout the entire period of the activity and influence of the men who, we were told, plotted world conquest by war, Germany engaged in war less than any of the other countries named, including our own. Do, then, the German aggressions reveal a more depraved purpose than the aggressions of her enemies? What is the purpose of aggression in modern times? End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. What really started it? In 1840 to 41, England fought what has since become known as the Opium War to break down the barriers of China against the importation of opium from British India. China, defeated, was compelled not only to open 5 harbors to the British trade, but to pay $22,500,000 to cover the cost of the war, $6,250,000 for opium seized and burned on Chinese soil, and to hand over Hong Kong to England for good measure. England's Opium War is a classic in its clear simplicity as a war for business. But every war fought by England within the present generation, as well as by every other great power, although not always as plainly so on the surface, was also a war for business. Most modern wars for business, however, unlike the Opium War, are not motivated upon a desire to crowd trade down the throat of an unwilling people. The mere exchange of goods is a secondary consideration. Nor is conquest in the present day carried on for so legitimate a purpose as that of providing homes for surplus populations. European powers make no serious effort to colonize their African and Asiatic possessions as a rule. France, the world's second greatest grabber of new territory, has a stationary population. What is sought is access to the natural resources of the weak nation in question, opportunity to exploit these resources with cheap labor and without any adequate return for the privilege, and favorable concessions for railroads with which to get away with the loot. The usual process is to get a stake in the country, concessions for mines, lumber, or oil, often through bribery, and then to begin coercion, leading usually to armed intervention on behalf of the particular interest involved. This process has been termed the New Imperialism. It was first enunciated as a policy in the year 1850 by the British government, and the first example of its practice on a large scale is furnished by Egypt. Intervention on behalf of investments is a denial of the equality of nations and the grossest possible violation of international law. Nevertheless, France, Germany, Russia, Italy, and Japan followed the example of England, and intervention on behalf of investments became the most serviceable maneuver in the partition of Africa and Asia. It is not always necessary to resort to actual war to accomplish the end sought, or even to hoist the flag over the coveted spoils. Threats, more or less veiled, often accomplish the desired result. China furnishes one example. Spheres of influence fly the flag of the exploited, not the exploiter, though control by the latter is no less effective for his purpose. Where the business motive of a given war is not evident at the beginning, it invariably appears later in the conditions imposed upon the beaten nation. Having persuaded the Boers by cannon shot to yield to British mine owners what they wanted, England conceded to South Africa a measure of self-government approaching that of Canada and Australia. Because the spirit of the Boers could not be completely broken, it happened to be good business to do so. But nowhere else in the British Dominion in Africa or Asia is home rule in operation. Throughout these vast dominions, government is by and for British bondholders, British concessionaires, and British office holders. A result of British imperialism is that the inhabitants of the richest spots of the earth live and die in the most abject poverty. The famines of India have been shown to be due not so much to overpopulation or failures of crops as to appropriation of crops by British gentlemen. The voracious demands of British bondholders and concessionaires, made good by British bayonets, are responsible for wholesale starvation of Egyptians in past decades and for the present misery of the Egyptian population. Such is the result, on the one hand, of British imperialism. The result, on the other, is that England has a leisure class larger in proportion to population than any other country, and at the bottom of the social scale, a most pronounced destitution. By virtue of her glorious empire, England lives more largely upon forced tribute from weak nations than any other power. By virtue of aggression, treaty-breaking, atrocity, and conquest, London became the financial center of the world, England the world's banker. No fact is more significant than that the British nation does not share in any degree in British imperial prosperity. The standard of living of the masses in England is no higher than that in neighboring countries that possess no empire. The wage of the British trade unionist depends not one iota upon the bursting banks of London, the expanse of the empire, or the supremacy of the fleet, but solely upon the strength of his union. The British common laborer is no better paid than the Dutch, the Belgian, the Norwegian, or the Dane. The British slums are the most notorious in the world. This could not be true were democratic England a real democracy. It is true because the empire, and all it means, is for the upper classes. More space is devoted here to British imperialism than to French, German, Italian, Russian, or Japanese imperialism, only because Britain led the way, set the styles, has profited most, and is supreme. France is the world's second greatest imperial power. We have heard much of French democracy. but French democracy is of little value to the world so long as democracy does not extend to France's foreign relations. The bankers of Paris wield the same measure of control over the French Foreign Office as the London bankers enjoy over theirs, while the control of the French press by the Paris bankers is reputed to be even more complete than similar control exercised in England. While the French army was gradually extending dominion over Morocco, the Chamber of Deputies repeatedly adopted resolutions reaffirming the adherence of France to the Act of Algeciras, promising that the army would be withdrawn. These resolutions were probably sincere, but the French bankers had their way. As the Great War drew on, the desire of the French people was unquestionably pacific, as was the desire of the peoples of all countries. Nevertheless, the same factors were dominant in France as in Germany, Russia, Austria, and England, and they worked the same way. German militarism existed for several decades before it was discovered by British gentlemen. German militarism and the German peril were discovered only when Germany began to compete for foreign trade, to look for colonies, and to build a navy. Imperial Germany's crime against democracy was to imitate Imperial England, and to do it with disturbing energy and efficiency. Britons informed us that the Kaiser's speech at the beginning of the war, to the effect that Germany would now have her place in the sun, meant that Germany would now proceed to conquer the world. There is no ground whatever for such an interpretation. The term places in the sun had long been employed to mean rich tropical colonies. What the Kaiser literally meant was that he intended to acquire some new colonies in the war. This is a brazen confession of depravity, until one remembers that all the great governments that took up the sword against the Kaiser had been doing the very thing the Kaiser confessed he intended to do. All had been acquiring colonies by war, not by a world war, but they were not far behind the Kaiser in letting it be known that they also intended to acquire new territory in the World War itself. The World War, indeed, was the logical and almost inevitable outcome of the rivalries and enmities of the preceding years, which were kept alive, sharpened, and rendered malignant by the competition for places in the sun. While contributing causes can be found which run back to the very beginnings of some of the nations involved, the preponderating and decisive cause was the clash of rival imperialisms within the previous 10 years. While, for example, the German acquisition of Alsace-Lorraine was a persistent factor in French enmity against Germany, it would never of itself have caused another war. French and British enmity had been more bitter and of longer standing, British humiliation of France more recent. Britain was the traditional enemy. Yet, for imperialistic reasons, France joined forces with Britain, who in former decades had scarcely known a dispute with Germany, and the latter became the common foe. Partly because the Kaiser had come late into the field of spoliation, and partly because when he came the other despoilers united and bargained to keep him out, the German acquisitions of places in the sun were meager. They not only bargained and divided among themselves, and conspired to keep out the Kaiser, but on occasion they made it plain that they were determined to keep him out, even at the cost of war. The threat of armed force was a constant and decisive factor in the competition of the great powers for places in the sun. England, possessing the greatest force, everywhere took the lion's share. But England's force was never great enough to take all. To make sure of the lion's share, England not only had to threaten, but to bargain, to divide, to throw sops. By occasional exercise of force, and more frequently displays of force, England brought Russia, France, and the greater part of the world to accept the fact of British supremacy, to be content with the crumbs that fell from the British table. Germany remained the one likely challenge to British supremacy, so Germany became the world peril. Says H.N. Brailsford, an Englishman, War of Steel and Gold, pages 42 to 43, quote, "The difficulty between Britain and Germany was not so much Baghdad or even Morocco as the general sense that a powerful diplomatic combination and a naval preponderance were being used to frustrate German purposes and to exclude her from places in the sun. First, we excluded Germany from Morocco, and then we constructed a general league which hemmed her in on all sides. We debauched her ally, Italy. We brought Spain into our orbit. The balance of power had been violently adjusted in our favor, and in Prince von Bülow's phrase, Germany felt herself penned in. It can hardly be doubted that, for some years at least, the Triple Entente was really inspired by the aims which German alarm ascribed to it. Its real architects were Monsieur Delcasse and King Edward, and the former, at least, made no secret of his ambitions." End quote. Look at a political map of Africa in 1914, and you find 7/10 of this great continent in the hands of British and French, the best and most productive 7/10. Germany is credited with several colonies, mostly jungle. Where this jungle abuts upon the sea, we discover the harbor to be in the hands of some other power, usually England. In Togoland, points out Herbert Adams Gibbons, an American, New Map of Africa, page 276, quote, "As elsewhere in Africa, the Germans are shut off from a logical and natural portion of their coastline by a projection of British territory," end quote. Also, page 232, quote, "Zanzibar stands to German East Africa as Walfish Bay to German Southwest Africa, the mouth of the Volta and Cape St. Paul to Togoland, and the Niger Delta to Cameroon, an everlasting command, 'Thou shalt not,'" end quote. Says Frederick C. Howe, an American, "Why war?" page 240 to 241. Quote, "The Mediterranean is, in effect, a British sea. This is secured through the command of the western and eastern entrances at Gibraltar and the Suez Canal. The fortresses at Gibraltar are impregnable. The great guns command the narrow straits through which all commerce to and from the Atlantic must pass, as completely as the entrance to a harbor. This, with the Suez Canal, gives Great Britain control of the Mediterranean, which is the greatest trade route of the world. It enables her to menace the commerce of all European countries and to close the door at will upon all ships passing through it to the outside world. By reason of this fact, all the Mediterranean states are under the potential control of Great Britain. This is one of Germany's complaints, for so long as Great Britain controls the gateways and trade routes to the Orient, the commerce of other nations is not really free." End quote. Neutral, American, and even British writers agree that German imperialism turned its eyes toward Turkey because of the success of the policy of isolation elsewhere. In time, no doubt, the sword would have been employed to ensure German control and exploitation of the Turks. It happens that German imperialism in Turkey never progressed beyond the stage of persuasion and peaceful bargaining. Germany's best argument with the Turks was the record of her competitors. To Turkey, the British peril was a reality. To Germany, the Baghdad Railway was a means for extending power and influence without war with her powerful neighbors. The German scheme happened, however, to conflict with British ambitions to acquire control of the same territory. A much talked of British plan was to colonize southern Mesopotamia with Egyptian peasants, then grab it as Egypt was grabbed, penetrate into southern Arabia as the Sudan was penetrated, connect Persia with Egypt, and so complete the encirclement of Germany. In pursuance of this purpose, the British press was inspired to raise the cry of a German peril to India and Egypt. German peaceful penetration of Turkey must be halted at all costs. The Baghdad Railway as a German project must be smashed, by diplomacy if possible, by war if diplomacy would not do the trick. In the end, it was smashed. Throughout, it is a story of sordid intrigue. The governments of France and England disputed every mile of the road in some way. The knockout was finally delivered by England. The Sheikh of Kuwait was persuaded to disavow the rule of the Sultan and accept the protection of the King of England. So the Gulf of Kuwait, the sea terminus of the road, fell into British hands. So, to complete the Baghdad Railway as a German project, it would have been necessary for Germany to back the Sultan in subduing the Sheikh of Kuwait. That would have meant war with England. As the German government had backed down in Morocco, so again it backed down in Turkey. In agreements signed with England, France, and Russia, German imperialism yielded up control of the Baghdad Railway to Entente imperialism. When the Germans were slow to back down still again, in the Serbian crisis, the World War began. President Wilson boldly held up the German activities in Turkey as a cause for war by the United States upon the Imperial German government. Quote, "Government after government," said he to Russia May 26, 1917, had, without open conquest of territory, been linked together in a net of intrigue. End quote. The governments were those of Germany, Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Turkey. There was none other. This horrible net of intrigue, spread by four governments which had voluntarily associated themselves together, was directed, quote, "against nothing less than the peace and liberty of the world," end quote, said Wilson. But when he begins to go into details, we discover that the intrigue is, rather, against a collection of states which happen to have been linked together with, quote, "open conquest of territory," end quote, and at the time were held together only by iron links of force. The startled phrases of Wilson name India, Egypt, and Persia as objects of German ambition. Supposing there were lurking ambitions ultimately to free these states from British rule, even to impose upon them German rule, of what concern was that to America? Supposing there were an immediate possibility of the success of such designs, what difference could it make to democracy? The president, for that matter, admitted that the immediate hopes of German imperialism did not fly as far as Egypt, India, or Persia. To Russia, he asserted that Germany was suing for peace only to preserve the very questionable advantages already gained May 26, 1917. It was after this that the American sacrifices were made. A year later, he declared the German purpose to be merely to erect, quote, "an empire that will ultimately master Persia, India, and the peoples of the Far East," end quote, April 6, 1918. Ultimately, a stronger Germany, the president told us, indulging in prophecy, same speech, would overawe Europe, and after a while, America would somehow be threatened. Supposing Germany were placed in a position to overawe Europe, what then? We have to go back only a few years to find the Hun in the very position so darkly painted. Brailsford tells us, War of Steel and Gold, page 34, quote, "Europe had a long experience of German hegemony during the quarter of a century which elapsed between the fall of the French Empire and the creation of the Franco-Russian alliance. Nothing disastrous happened. No little states were overrun, no neighbors' landmarks removed, no thrones overturned, no national or religious liberties menaced. Not even if the Kaiser wielded a military power as great as that of Louis XIV can we conceive of his acting as the Grand Monarch acted." End quote. This from an Englishman. We spend 100,000 American lives and 50 billion American dollars to place France and England in a position to overawe Europe instead of leaving them to fight it out with Germany. Where is the special German depravity that called for the American sacrifice? Is it to be found in the blood of the Germans? But racially, the English are nearer the Germans than the French, the Italians, or the Japanese. And as for the Kaiser, that gentleman was blessed with a British mother. Supposing we permit the peril theory to stand or fall on the sole test of capacity, no country could imperil the world, much less conquer it, without first conquering the seas. In dominant sea power alone resides the possibility of world aggression. If Germany ever exhibited the remotest capacity to wrest the control of the seas from England, then the naval experts of the Entente lied and lied again. Here is a typical declaration of a British statesman. Quote, "If Germany had never built a dreadnought, or if all the German dreadnoughts had been sunk, the control and authority of the British Navy could not have been more effective than now. End quote. Winston Spencer Churchill, Collier's Weekly, September 30th, 1916. And here is a typical statement from one of England's foremost naval writers. Quote, Great Britain's seas command has not been less, but infinitely greater than in any previous human experience, and the result is that a German victory has been made impossible, end quote. Arthur Pollen in Metropolitan Magazine, May 1917. Look at the picture, said Wilson himself at New York, May 18, 1918. Quote, In the center of the picture, 4 nations, and against them 23 governments representing the greater part of the population of the world, end quote. Isn't it a bit ridiculous, not to say cowardly, to draw this picture, and then, in the next breath, to pretend that the 23 are actually in danger of being conquered and governed by the 4? What supermen the 70 million Germans would have to be if they were reasonably to be feared by 2 billion others? And how fired would each and every one of them have to be with the worst ambitions imputed to their former rulers? Of course, the enemies of the Germans will be the last to contend that they are supermen, while no one will seriously claim that the German people were entirely passive tools of the Kaiser. In the war message, the president himself absolved the German masses from complicity in the schemes of German imperialism. This view he reiterated from time to time during the period of the fighting, and even after his treaty had been signed. In spite of the execrations heaped upon the German socialists, they were a constant embarrassment to the Kaiser, and in July 1917, they were strong enough to pledge the Reichstag against, quote, forced acquisitions of territory and political, economic, and financial violations, end quote, against, quote, economic blockades and the stirring up of enmity of the peoples after the war, end quote, for the freedom of the seas, for international juridical organizations, for an economic peace, for mutual understanding and lasting reconciliation among the nations, end quote. No pronouncement from the British government or any branch of it, or from any branch of any of the Allied governments, so nearly endorsed in the concrete the very principles for which Wilson professed to be fighting. So far as threatening the nationality of others is concerned, the Kaiser never went as far as his enemies, even at the height of his successes. No responsible spokesman of the German government ever announced that Lloyd George, or the House of Lords, or the King, or President Wilson must be overthrown as a condition of peace, as Wilson announced that the Kaiser and his Junkers must be overthrown. The determination to conquer was far more evident on our side than on the side of our enemies. Even had the Kaiser by some means succeeded in wresting control of the seas from England, or even in capturing the entire British fleet, there is no tenable ground for the belief that he would have abused the power any more than the British government has abused its power. The Wilson exposition of the German peril is nothing more nor less than a paraphrase of the nursery tale that the British press and the French press had been telling the British and French people for the past decade, for a purpose. The German peril to the other great powers, so far as it was a reality, was simply a threat to rival imperialisms, exactly as the rival imperialisms were a threat to German imperialism. The German threat to the world was nothing more nor less than a danger that Germany might succeed in compelling England and France to make a redivision on more equal terms of places in the sun. Imperialism is the only real peril, but it is not a peril to great states except insofar as they themselves choose to play the game. It is a real peril, however, to weak states that happen to be rich in undeveloped resources. World conquest for any nation has so far been an impossibility and is likely to remain so. Wars of conquest are never profitable to a nation as a whole. When undertaken on a gigantic scale, the cost is so severe that domestic unrest invariably undermines the strength of the offending government. The impulse of all peoples is toward peace. The British Empire has traveled farther toward world conquest, probably, than any other country can ever go again. There was nothing in the history of the Central Powers, in their form of government, in their political leadership, or in their people, that justified our striking at them rather than at their enemies. There was no reason to believe that a victory of Germany over England, if that had been possible, would have been worse for America or the world than a victory of England over Germany. There was no defensible reason why we should not have continued as good friends of the Imperial German government as of the French bourgeois republic or King George. On the other hand, the interest of the American people called for a peace without victory. The safety of the weak nations would have been best subserved by an indecisive contest. Democracy within what President Wilson termed the great fighting nations would have had a better chance if none of them had been victor. American participation in the European war was a crime against democracy and permanent peace. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Promise and Performance. If there remained any doubt of the soundness of the conclusions of the previous chapters, it would be dissipated by a cold review of the peace that was actually framed and sought to be imposed. First, a peace without victory was in sight in 1917. Wilson frustrated it by dragging America into the war. The notion that America saved the Entente from decisive defeat has been carefully fostered in this country. But before America entered the war, Allied statesmen and publicists had, 1,000 times, proved to their own satisfaction that an ultimate German victory was impossible. At no time did there exist a reasonable probability of the submarine blockades becoming sufficiently effective to score a knockout. Germany might have gained effective land victories, but that would have placed her in a position only to negotiate, not to dictate. The best evidence on this point is found in the German peace overtures themselves. No one will accuse the Kaiser of preferring an indecisive peace to a victorious peace. Why, then, did he seek an indecisive peace before the end of 1916? It could only have been because he shared the judgment of his enemies as to his own incapacity for victory. It will be remembered that the German overtures were invariably denounced as wicked insincerities, peace offensives, war maneuvers, that all peace talk was decried in America and in the Allied countries on the ground that immediate peace would mean a German peace, which implied German victory and conquest. The fact remains that the German proposals were taken by Allied statesmen as an offer to return to the status quo ante, and they were so taken by Wilson himself. In his reply to the Pope appear the following words, quote, "Of course, the Imperial German government and those whom it is using for their own undoing are seeking to obtain pledges that the war will end in the restoration of the status quo ante." End quote. The Allied statesmen, of course, did not want a peace without victory. They rejected the German overtures. But by the middle of 1917, they were virtually confessing to us that they would have been constrained to look favorably upon such a peace had America not come to their assistance, which means that America, at the beginning of 1917, stood in a position seldom vouchsafed to a neutral nation in any war. It stood in a position to bring about an immediate peace, not by going to war, not by abandoning neutrality, but by withholding its hand, by smoothing the way. It is too much to say that America stood in a position to impose in full the peace program which it had just announced as its own. But it stood in a position to see the acceptance of the primary principle of that program, and in an infinitely better position to urge the remainder of the program than it could possibly stand by taking sides. The opportunity to compel the acceptance of the details of the peace without victory formula through the operation, if necessary, of justifiable economic pressure and encouragement to the democratic forces working in all countries for the overthrow of imperialism probably will never again be paralleled in the world's history. But having pronounced for a peace without victory in January, Wilson went to war in April to destroy the opportunity for such a peace and to postpone for 2 years the realization of a peace of any kind. Although America did not save the Entente from defeat, it did determine the Entente victory. Upon America must fall the weight of the responsibility for the continuation of the world travail after 1917, as well as a large share of the responsibility for the character of the peace that was ultimately imposed. A favorite theory of apologists for Wilson is that the president hoped and expected to procure a democratic peace by going to war, and that his failure to realize the promised formula was because he was deceived and finally beaten at Paris by the Entente statesmen. But Wilson had the past records of the Entente governments before him. His arguments for neutrality in 1916, 1915, and 1914 indicate that he was fully aware that democracy could not be served by America's joining what he termed, quote, this chaos of hostile and competing ambitions, end quote. And if the previous record of the Entente governments was not enough, Wilson had before him also ample evidence of the aims of the very Entente statesmen with whom he was about to ally himself. Although the secret treaties had not yet been published, the concrete aims of the Entente had been sufficiently acknowledged to make it quite clear that they were as far as possible from the peace without victory formula. The British colonial secretary and the Japanese foreign minister had both announced that the German colonies would not be returned. The Entente reply to the German overtures, dated December 30th, 1916, had declared for general reparation. At the Paris Economic Conference, the Entente governments had agreed to prosecute a relentless trade war after the war was ended. In his speech replying to Wilson's December peace note, Lloyd George had told Parliament, quote, we have to exact damages, end quote. Finally, in the joint Allied notes replying to the Wilson note, the Entente had acknowledged a purpose not only to exact damages from the enemy countries, but to dismember them, to wrest territory from Germany, from Austria, and from Turkey. Wilson could not have been deceived. He must have known, furthermore, that once he threw in his lot with the Entente allies, he placed himself in a less strategic position effectively to persuade or compel them to adopt the program to which he had proclaimed allegiance. Did Wilson indeed ever attempt to persuade or compel his allies to adopt that program? On the contrary, the Wilson principles, in the hands of Wilson, became a strikingly serviceable instrument for assisting the Entente to realize to the full its program of conquest and spoliation through a dictated and crushing peace. And the more closely we examine the Wilson maneuvers, the more we are forced to conclude that this was their sole purpose. They served to deceive the American public, and to a considerable extent the democratic elements in the Allied countries, as to the character of the peace that was intended, and so contributed vitally to the ability of our coalition to carry forward the war to a victorious conclusion. They served also to deceive the public of the enemy countries, and to some extent the enemy statesmen, and so persuaded them ultimately to place themselves in our hands. What caused the Germans to sue for an immediate peace in October 1918? Military reverses in part, but only in part. The immediately decisive factor was the German Revolution, and a decisive cause of the German Revolution, unquestionably, was a faith of the German people that the expulsion of the Kaiser and his party would open the way for an immediate peace on a tolerable basis. The Germans did not appeal to any of the Allied governments for peace, nor did the Austrians, and they made clear the reason why, that the Entente terms, so far as they were revealed, were unacceptable. They appealed to Wilson in the name of the Wilson principles, as voiced not merely in the Peace Without Victory address, but in the war message and on numerous occasions down to only 8 days before the German offer. They specified the Wilson terms laid down on January 8th, and in subsequent addresses, offering to conclude an immediate peace on those terms and no others. They quit fighting only when Wilson and the Allied governments had expressly accepted the offer to conclude peace on the specified terms, subject only to two amendments. First, a reservation upon the point of the freedom of the seas. Second, a qualification that Germany should make compensation for damage done to the civilian population of the Allies. We have seen how Wilson, in laying down the general armistice terms, violated his promises to the Germans of equality in the field and at the peace table, provided only they would reform their government. Under the most solemn assurances, however, that the actual settlement would be as agreed upon, the Germans accepted the armistice conditions, surrendered their fleet, gave up their rolling stock, and bowed to other conditions which placed them in a position where they had to depend upon our good faith and our plighted word. Can any circumstances be imagined that would carry a weightier moral obligation to hold to a stipulated bargain? Under these circumstances, every departure from the 14 points or the principles laid down in the subsequent addresses, subject only to the amendments referred to, would seem to constitute a breach of international faith at least as obliquitous as the German violation of the Treaty of 1839. Indeed, the Belgian scrap of paper would appear insignificant in comparison, inasmuch as, in the present case, was involved not merely a compact with a given nation, but a pledge to all the world, including the peoples of the Entente countries, including ourselves, a pledge to apply certain principles to the conclusion of a certain peace, not merely as a matter of justice to an enemy nation, but primarily in order that the peace of all peoples might be made secure and a lasting service rendered to the cause of democracy. It may be that the two amendments, and especially the second one, were inserted intentionally to provide a loophole for repudiating the entire Wilson program, but nothing of the sort was suggested at the time. On the other hand, Wilson himself, on a number of occasions, expressly held that they did not vitiate it. In announcing the armistice terms to Congress, he said, quote, "The Allied governments have accepted the basis of peace which I outlined to Congress on the 8th of January last, as the Central Empires also have," end quote. And in his Christmas speech to the American Expeditionary Forces, quote, "It happened that it was the privilege of America to present the chart for peace, and now the process of settlement has been rendered comparatively simple by the fact that all nations concerned have accepted that chart," end quote. Under these circumstances, was not Wilson obligated, by every consideration of personal and national honor, to hold to the specified chart, even if his allies went back on it, to make a separate peace if need be, and if he were tricked, deceived, or beaten by the Entente statesmen, not to make a secret of it, but to proclaim the fact to all the world? Could he do less and keep the faith? No one, having read the secret treaties, will maintain that the Entente governments ever intended to carry out their agreement to make peace on the Wilson terms. It happens that there is no evidence that Wilson had any more intention of keeping the faith in this matter than did they. A number of the secret treaties were published a year before the armistice was signed. Though he continued his pledges of a peace of equality, Wilson did not require their repudiation. The salient fact of the whole matter is that, having lured the Germans into the net with the Wilson terms, Wilson promptly threw the Wilson terms into the wastebasket, forgot every promise he had made of equality to the German people, provided they should reform their government, agreed to a peace based on the secret treaties, placed his hand and seal upon almost the entire Entente program of murder and robbery, and in the end defended this course to his own people as an act of justice and of honor. See Chapter 36. No one else could have done the thing except Wilson, for no one else had so wormed his way into the confidence of the peoples of the earth. Wilson's work at Paris and Versailles must go down in history as a gigantic treachery, not only to the German, Austro-Hungarian, Bulgarian, and Turkish governments and the peoples under them, but to all the rest of us, treachery to all the subject peoples under the heel of the Entente, to whom he had promised self-determination, treachery to all the independent small states of the world, to whom he had promised freedom from fears of aggression, treachery to the American people and the people of the Entente countries, to whom he had promised deliverance from future wars and preparations for war. How vast the betrayal can be realized only by glancing again at the Wilson terms and comparing them with the terms written into the treaty. As has been seen, the 14 points do not harmonize in every respect with the original Wilson formula as to the terms of a democratic and permanent peace, Chapter 20. There are several variations in concrete detail in the direction of a peace of conquest. Yet if honesty applied, and the light of the principles laid down in the subsequent addresses, they would have realized at least a share of the Wilson promises. They would have given Germany and the other enemy countries a tolerable peace. They would have gone a long way toward finding the permanent and democratic peace which all the peoples of the world had been led to hope for from the Messiah, Wilson, and which all governments of the world professed to desire. Of the 14 points, only 2 were genuinely embodied in the peace arrangements, the one providing for the restoration of Belgium, the other for an independent Poland. If the reference to Alsace-Lorraine be taken as requiring unconditional cession of this territory to France, then it can be said that 3 of the 14 points were embodied in the settlement. The first point, providing for the abolition of secret diplomacy, was made a huge mockery throughout the conference and continues so. The second point, providing for the freedom of the seas, was abandoned before Wilson's ship touched a European port. The third point, providing for the removal of all economic barriers and the establishment of an equality of trade conditions, was reversed. Trade handicaps were placed upon Germany, and elaborate provisions were made to hold that country in economic subjection to the governments dictating the peace. The fourth point, promising a reduction of armaments, was flouted. The defeated governments were compelled to agree to arbitrary reduction of armaments, while the victors were left free. Article 8 of the so-called covenant, which purports to cover this point, does not provide for compulsory reduction of armaments or limitations thereon, either immediately or at any time. The fifth point, relating to the adjustment of colonial claims, would require all colonies, by whomever claimed, to be disposed of either by plebiscites or restoration to their former owners. No action of any kind was taken on behalf of the colonies owned by the enemies of Germany, while the German colonies were parceled out, more or less unequally, among the governments dictating the peace. The sixth point, providing for the evacuation of all Russian territory and, quote, the independent determination of her own political development and national policy, end quote, and, quote, a sincere welcome into the society of free nations under institutions of her own choosing, end quote, was not adopted on paper and was reversed in action. The governments dictating the peace invaded Russian territory in larger numbers and made war on the existing Russian government, seeking to set up another government not of the choosing of the Russian people. They did not invite Russia to join their league. They parceled out bits of Russian territory among their protégés. The ninth point, providing for a readjustment of the frontiers of Italy, quote, along clearly recognizable lines of nationality, end quote, was violated insofar as Italy's new frontiers took in Germans, Slavs, or other nationalities. The 10th point, promising to safeguard the place of Austria-Hungary among the nations, was abandoned. Austria-Hungary was dismembered in accordance with the secret treaties and to the advantage of the governments dictating the peace and their smaller protégés. The 11th point, promising that the relations of the several Balkan states to one another should be, quote, determined by friendly counsel along historically established lines of allegiance and nationality, end quote, was not complied with. The relations between these states were determined, instead, by the selfish interests of the governments dictating the peace, and the bribes secretly promised to Greece and Romania for participation on the side of the Entente. The 12th point, providing that, quote, the Turkish portions of the present Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty, end quote, was reversed. The victors proceeded to launch one new war after another in an effort to conquer and divide the Turkish provinces. The 14th point, holding out a promise of a genuine League of Nations, was not fulfilled. No, quote, General Association of Nations, end quote, was formed, and no effort was made to form one. Article 10 of the so-called Covenant of the League of Nations, purporting to guarantee members thereof against aggression, does not meet the implied promise for a mutual guarantee for all states against aggression. That the 14 points were not to be interpreted as justifying in any respect a departure from the pledge to Germany of justice through equality, provided only that countries should be brought under the control of a parliamentary government, is seen in these words from the address of the 14 points. Quote, "We have no jealousy of German greatness, and there is nothing in this program that impairs it. We grudge her no achievement or distinction of learning, or of pacific enterprise such as have made her record very bright and enviable. We do not wish to injure her or to block in any way her legitimate influence or power. We do not wish to fight her, either with arms or with hostile arrangements of trade, if she is willing to associate herself with us and the other peace-loving nations of the world in covenants of justice and law and fair dealing. We wish her only to accept a place of equality among the peoples of the world, the new world in which we now live, instead of a place of mastery. Neither do we presume to suggest to her any alteration or modification of her institutions, but it is necessary, we must frankly say, and necessary as a preliminary to any intelligent dealing with her on our part, that we should know whom her spokesmen speak for when they speak to us, whether for the Reichstag majority or for the military party and the men whose creed is imperial domination." End quote. In the message to Congress the previous December, after the most sweeping promises of a peace without victory to our enemies, provided only they should effect internal reforms, the President declared that the very, quote, "worst thing that can happen to the detriment of the German people," end quote, provided they should not effect internal reforms, was exclusion from the League of Nations and a peaceful boycott. In the speech of the 14 points, referring to the principle of equality, he declared that, quote, "unless this principle be made its foundation, the foundation of the peace, no part of the structure of international justice can stand," end quote. To the vindication of this principle, said he, the people of the United States, quote, "are ready to devote their lives, their honor, and everything they possess," end quote. Finally, in the speech of September 27th, he assured us that, quote, "no peace shall be obtained by any kind of compromise or abatement of the principles we have avowed as the principles for which we are fighting," end quote. Yet the settlement the world was asked to approve, instead of being, quote, "to the exclusion of selfish advantage even on the part of the victors," end quote, turned out to be to the exclusion of everything except the selfish advantage of the victors. The victors realized every item of material gain that their might made possible. The vanquished were condemned to pay, quote, "to the full limit of their capacity," end quote. What other peace in the history of civilization was so contemptuously and imperiously dictated? Where before was a nation commanded to agree to pay indefinite sums and to abide by treaties, arrangements, and territorial changes to be determined by the victors in the future? Where was a great people in modern times compelled to agree to a protracted supervision of its affairs so broad as practically to amount to an abolition of sovereignty? How could the terms have been made harsher without reacting to the financial disadvantage of the victors? On the contrary, the terms were found so to react upon the victors that they were impelled almost immediately to begin revising them. The victors were placed in the ridiculous position of having spent the blood and the treasure of their people in order to prostrate a business rival, only to find that, for selfish reasons purely, they had to set him up in business again, loan him money, and start him once more toward the position that he had held before. Note: years ago, Norman Angell informed us in The Great Illusion that this is what would happen. The minority in each country who were responsible for the war were well aware that the masses, even of the victor nations, could never profit by it. The point that Angel did not bring out in The Great Illusion is that war is profitable to a powerful few, and it is to serve this few, regardless of the many, that modern governments go to war. End note. In the face of the immediate scrapping of all prescribed conditions of a permanent and democratic peace, the so-called League of Nations was brought forward as promising to realize such conditions at some future time. But the Wilson League failed as signally to meet the Wilson specifications of a genuine peace league as his actual terms fell below his promised terms. Any bona fide peace league, the president made it plain at every turn, must be a league of all nations from the start, a league of equals, a pure democracy. Since inner circles are a contradiction of equality, inner circles are expressly barred. As a guarantee against clandestine inner circles, all secrecy is barred. For America, a pledge is offered in advance that it shall be a party to no inner circle, whether open or secret. As to the obligations, one stands out above all others. Quote, mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity, end quote. Not for some states, but for all. There is to be an absence of special privilege upon the seas and no trade hostilities. Finally, as a guarantee against the violent upset of our genuine peace league, or any of its fundamentals, by a minority, every state, however virtuous, must render itself physically incapable of aggression. But the association which Wilson actually offered us excludes all former enemies and many neutrals. Even within itself, it is a league of unequals. It has an inner circle, the Council, an inner circle within the Council, the Big Five, an inner circle within the Big Five, England, France, America, probably other inner circles. No outside state is guaranteed against aggression. Economic hostilities are a part of its bone and sinew. Not one of the fundamental requirements is complied with. Time, we were told, would correct all shortcomings, but the 5 old gentlemen who framed the League in secret and who determined upon the charter members took every precaution against time's correcting anything. The covenant cannot be amended without the unanimous consent of the Council. The Assembly can never overrule the Council. New members are to be received not on general terms open to all applicants, but on special terms laid down to a given applicant. It turns out that nobody may have anything to say in the affairs of any of the Big Five. They even protect themselves from one another. For this reason, the safeguards, of which we heard so much from Wilson's political opponents, are not of as great importance as asserted. It turns out that practically nothing can be done without unanimous consent of the Council, which means that any contemplated undertaking can be blocked forever by a single member, which also means that the League will be forever at the mercy of the most reactionary member. The covenant of the Wilson League of Nations would make it safe from democracy. For the Wilson Peace of Victory and his League of Victors, there is only one conceivable defense, the official defense, purity versus depravity. Nothing is defensible except on the theory of the utter righteousness of the Big Five, the utter depravity of the Central Powers, and the inferiority of the other governments and peoples of the world. Everything that the Big Five did or could do is defensible under this theory. It is a convenient theory. Purity can do no wrong. No wrong can be done to depravity. Quote, the object of the war is attained, end quote, Wilson told Congress November 11, 1918. Quote, and attained with a sweeping completeness which even now we do not realize. Armed imperialism is at an end. Its illicit ambitions engulfed in black disaster. The arbitrary power of the military caste of Germany is discredited and destroyed, end quote. Yet in a speech before the French Senate, January 20th, 1919, he mentioned the German peril as still existent, saying, quote, it, the awakened world, knows that not only France must organize against this peril, but that the world must organize against it, end quote. Did our president profess to believe still in the German peril only because he was even then planning a settlement defensible under no other theory? The practical value of the German peril theory can be appreciated only when it is seen how it is applied to the details of the great settlement. The victor wishes to strip the vanquished naked, appropriate his possessions, and chain him to a rock pile. But sentence to fine and hard labor is defensible only if imposed upon the guilty by and for the righteous. So the Kaiser must be tried by an impartial jury of his virtuous enemies, who have already determined upon a settlement indefensible except on the theory of his utter guilt. But the Kaiser is no longer in a position to pay. The German people can pay, so the distinction between the German people and the Kaiser is set aside. The delegates of the reformed German government, recalling the Wilson pledges, protest against being forced to pay for offenses formerly imputed only to the Kaiser. Clemenceau replies that the German people must be regarded as the accomplices of the German government. Wilson acquiesces. The victors must have their pay. Even the German people are unable to satisfy the victor's lust for pay. So the other defeated states, for whose emancipation from the German power we profess to fight, must pay also. Even the oppressed peoples whom we liberated from these states, and who are now to form small states under our tutelage, must pay, all to the limit of their capacity. The victors want pay, not in money alone, in goods and in ships, but in land and its resources. Where self-determination or nationality can be pleaded as an excuse for taking this kind of pay, self-determination or nationality is duly pleaded. Where these principles are notoriously violated, some other principle is invoked. Where all principles are violated, there is always the peril theory to fall back upon. Precautions must be taken against the beast, even though he has already submitted to the removal of his claws. The victors want the German colonies. Purity administers colonies for the benefit of the inhabitants. The Germans, having exploited their colonies, have abused a sacred trust of civilization. The victors unselfishly assume the burden, haggling a good deal about the matter. In order to make it doubly clear that there is nothing sordid in the transaction, the burdens are assumed under the name of mandatories. The mandatory theory serves another purpose still. It saves the value of the colonies from being charged on the credit side of the indemnity. Self-determination is a sacred principle, but it is not for inferior peoples. Dictatorships of the pure must be imposed upon the weak to assist them, quote, until such a time as they shall be able to stand alone, end quote. Was it an oversight that certain neutral nations were not invited to join the Wilson League, that universal self-determination was nowhere mentioned, that the freedom of the seas was forgotten, and all other essentials of a genuine peace league were lacking? The answer is found in another line of questions. Would Lloyd George have been willing for his League of Nations to guarantee Persia against aggression by England? Orlando for his league to guarantee Abyssinia against aggression by Italy? Makino for his league to guarantee Siberia against aggression by Japan? Would Wilson himself have been willing for his league to guarantee Mexico against aggression by the United States? Who is simple enough to imagine that Wilson ever expected to persuade England to grant self-determination to India or Egypt, Japan to Korea, France to Morocco, Italy to Tripoli, or that Wilson himself intended to grant self-determination to Santo Domingo or Nicaragua? At a time when the largest number of subject peoples were actually in revolution to realize the freedom which Wilson had promised them, at a time when a greater number of subject peoples under one flag, the British flag, were fighting for self-determination than ever before in the world's history, Wilson not only turned a deaf ear to these subject peoples, but he approved of a peace handing over a large number of new subject populations to England, her allies and protégés. As late as February 3, 1919, Wilson announced, quote, "The nations of the world are about to consummate a brotherhood which will make it unnecessary in the future to maintain those crushing armaments which make the peoples suffer almost as much in peace as they suffered in war," end quote. Speech before French Chamber of Deputies. Yet, just before sailing for France, Wilson had urged upon Congress, quote, the uninterrupted pursuit, end quote, of the policy of, quote, adhering to a definite method of development for the Navy, end quote. It is plain enough why Wilson did not insist that the Wilson terms be put into practice. They were never intended for anything except propaganda. The original Wilson theory that victory could not bring peace out of the European mess is supported not only by past realities, but by the immediate results of the victory that was gained. 7 months after the signing of the armistice, a British cabinet member informed us that 23 separate and distinct wars were then raging in Europe. We won victory, but not peace, nor the probability of peace. It is because we fought not for peace, but for the spoils of war. We continued fighting only in order to collect the spoils of war. After they were under our heel, we heard a great deal about the unrepentance of our enemies. Nothing could more emphatically demonstrate the unrepentance of our allies than our settlement and the secret treaties upon which it was based. These treaties reveal the considerations that caused our allies to bind themselves to fight on to victory, to fight until the enemy was crushed, no matter how repentant he might become, no matter what the cost to their own people. By the beginning of 1917, our enemies had repented, sufficiently at least to sue for a peace of equality. But our allies did not repent. They fought on for purely business considerations. It is no accident that our peace settlement realizes for the bankers of London and Paris the ambitions with which they approached war, and upon which their patriotism rested, that it realizes the wildest dreams of Entente imperialists during the past decade. An efficient business competitor is now eliminated. The encirclement of Germany is now complete. The victors now divide the places in the sun that had been held by Germany, and the other places in the sun which the balance of power had saved from them. Wilson himself let the cat out of the bag in his speech at Helena, September 11, 1919, when he said, quote, the merchants and manufacturers and bankers of Germany were making conquest of the world. All they had to do was to wait a little while longer, and long German fingers would have been stretched all through that country which never could have been withdrawn. The war spoiled the game, end quote. But one game of this sort only leads to another. Hence, all of us begin to prepare for a new conflict. The final reason why wars for democracy are impracticable in the present day is that no existing government of the first class is pure enough to serve democracy in any war. Not one is as much a democracy as an autocracy. Not one is capable of fighting for democracy. Armed imperialism is not at an end. In the victorious treaties, it registered its greatest triumph. The severity of the Treaty of Versailles has been defended on the ground that Germany, if able, would have imposed conditions quite as severe. That is no doubt true, but we profess to go to war to prevent that kind of a peace from being imposed by anybody, while, as a matter of fact, our intervention was the one thing that made such a peace possible. Assertions of his distinguished apologists to the contrary notwithstanding, no part of Wilson idealism went into the League Covenant or any other part of the settlement. The only impression that Wilson gave to that settlement was its stamp of Pharisaism. To the scheme of Imperial England, Imperial Japan, and imperialistic France was attached the phraseology of Pharisee Wilson. The ideal of a World Peace League in the hands of Wilson became a blind for an alliance of victors for the purpose of guaranteeing the material fruits of victory and asserting a world supremacy for themselves. The Wilson-Clemenceau-Lloyd George League turned out to be an imperialistic trust, masquerading as a company of angels, a modern holy alliance for the suppression of democracy at home and abroad, and the prosecution of more wars for business. For our own autocrat in the White House, American lives were not a consideration. International law was not a consideration. Democracy was not a consideration. American honor was not a consideration. All were sacrificed. Why, then, did we fight? End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Our War and Business, Chapter 27, Patriotism of the Profit Makers. To what extent was America's war a war for business? Did Woodrow Wilson lead America into war in order to serve the selfish interests of the few? The answer is determined by looking into the essential facts. In the first place, Wall Street wanted war. Not a single recognized spokesman of our greatest financial and industrial interests anywhere in public life expressed opposition to war during the critical weeks of February and March 1917. On the contrary, our leading financiers themselves, who up to that period had seldom been quoted on political questions, personally endorsed the proposition of belligerency. April 4th, the New York Times said, quote, "Not since Woodrow Wilson became president has any utterance of his met with such instant and hearty approval by leaders in the financial district as his war address to Congress," end quote. This conclusion was backed by a column of quotations. Quote, "It, the war message, was exactly right," end quote, said Judge Gary, head of the U.S. Steel Corporation. Quote, "It was 100% American," end quote, said Frank Vanderlip, moving genius of the American International Corporation and head of the National City Bank. Quote, "The president's address was magnificent," end quote, said James Wallace, head of the Guarantee Trust Company. Quote, "It was well worth waiting for," end quote, said A. Barton Hepburn, another of our leading bankers. Quote, "The speech breathes the true spirit of the American people," end quote, said Martin Carey of the Standard Oil Company. These opinions of the president's address, said the Times, quote, "were echoed in one form or another by bankers, brokers, and executives in large number," end quote. Nor can this attitude on the eve of war be taken as an 11th-hour move to, quote, "get on the right side," end quote, for the spokesman of our large business interests openly favored war at a time when to, quote, "stand behind the president," end quote, was supposed to mean not belligerency but pacifism. During the armed neutrality period, the Wall Street correspondent of the Philadelphia Public Ledger diagnosed financial sentiment March 22nd as follows, quote, "Briefly stated, Wall Street believes that war is just one move ahead, and Wall Street is glad that it is so. The financial district here is unqualifiedly for war as soon as it can be declared. Quote, 'It is a good thing for the country,' end quote, one trust president declared. This is the way Wall Street feels about the prospects of war. Only a few of the men thus interviewed were willing to have their names mentioned. Their enthusiasm for war, however, was too real to be misunderstood," end quote. Going back to the breaking of diplomatic relations, within 5 minutes after the news reached the financial district, according to the Times, quote, "Wall Street was bright with the stars and stripes floating from banks and brokerage offices. Figuratively, the street gave a concerted sigh of relief," end quote. On the produce exchange, 300 brokers sang "The Star-Spangled Banner." February 20th, the New York Merchants Association held what the Herald declared was, quote, "the greatest demonstration in the history of that organization," end quote. The organization drank to the president. During this period, the state and local councils of defense, upon which business leaders everywhere shone, were constituted. Business organizations besieged the president and Congress with petitions for vigorous action. The directors of the National Safety Council, claiming to represent 2,814 American corporations employing 3 million workmen, adopted resolutions, quote, "pledging to the President of the United States the loyal support of this organization in whatever measures may be necessary to defend the national honor and to protect the lives and property of Americans," end quote. As early as December, Mr. Schwab had offered his vast plants to the government in case of war, quote, "at the government's price," end quote. This example was followed in February and March by many great corporations. March 26, at the solicitation of the Chamber of Commerce of the United States, J.P. Morgan and Company loaned the government $1 million without interest and without security for the purchase of supplies immediately desired in anticipation of war. During March, J.P. Morgan, Mrs. E.H. Harriman, George Baker Jr., Vincent Astor, and others of their class offered their private yachts for service as submarine chasers in the event of war. At the same time, Wall Street was giving the president the fullest assurances that it was ready to cooperate also in the matter of loans. March 23rd, we find Thomas W. Lamont delivering a patriotic address entitled, quote, "America Financially Prepared," end quote, in which he promised, quote, "If the Treasurer should decide to issue a government obligation tomorrow for $1 billion, the whole sum would be waiting for it," end quote. One of the most effective things that big business did in those critical weeks in working its will for war was to demand naval guns and crews for its ships and to tie up transportation and commerce until that demand was satisfied. Immediately after the breaking of diplomatic relations, the International Mercantile Marine Company, a British-controlled corporation in which, however, America's most powerful financiers are interested, began holding its ships in port. February 12th, its president made formal application for naval guns and crews. At the same time, the railroads, which are under the control of the same American financiers who were interested in the International Mercantile Marine Company, began to refuse shipments because of alleged congestion due to the ships being held in port. This tying up of American domestic commerce, quote, "by Germany," end quote, was played upon with great effect by the press. When on February 26th, President Wilson appeared before Congress asking for authority to arm merchant ships, he was able to offer the argument that, quote, "our own commerce is suffering, rather because so many of our ships are timidly keeping to their home ports than because American ships have been sunk," end quote. Had there been any good reason to believe that the means of protection which the International Mercantile Marine demanded would in fact protect, its demand for such means might be taken as sincere. But for many months, ships flying the British flag had been trying precisely the same means of protection, and it had been proven that these means did not protect. 5 weeks later, the president himself admitted that such protective measures were futile, although meanwhile no new incidents had happened to render that truth any clearer than before. See Chapter 6. We may well take the president's word for this, especially as no one, much less the officials of the International Mercantile Marine, disputed it. Since this truth was as clear on February 26th as on April 2nd, the tying up of American shipping by big business in February and March cannot be explained in any other way except as a conspiracy to promote war sentiment. Not only was Wall Street enthusiastically for war between February 3rd and the Declaration, but big business was the most powerful influence within the country working toward war previously to that period. The organs of publicity that were loudest in their calls to stand behind the president after February 3rd were the same that previously had been most insistent on an unyielding policy toward Germany and most tolerant of concessions to the Entente. The National Security League and the Navy League, which carried on the intensive preparedness agitation throughout 1916, enjoyed the financial support of our richest millionaires. In that year, the United States Chamber of Commerce held a referendum of the 750 chambers of commerce throughout the country on the question of preparedness. 95% of them voted in favor of preparedness. The staging of the Great Preparedness Parades, also in 1916, involved the expenditure of huge sums of money. Aside from any consideration of mere expenses, however, those parades would have been impossible without the hearty cooperation of the largest employers of labor and the most outstanding business leaders. In February 1917, Representative Callaway, on the floor of Congress, charged the Morgan interests with having, in March 1915, organized and financed a huge propaganda machine embracing 12 influential publishers and 179 selected newspapers for the purpose of manufacturing sentiment favorable to American participation in the war. These charges were renewed in May 1921 by Representative Michelson of Illinois. The latter called attention to the fact that, in his History of the War, Gabriel Hanotto tells of a conference with the late Robert Bacon, then a member of the Morgan firm, in 1914, in which he and Bacon drew up plans and specifications for a great scare campaign in this country. Hanotto also suggests that France was ready to make peace in 1914, but was dissuaded by Bacon and other American politicians who gave assurances that they could ultimately bring America into the war on the side of France. These charges are worth recording, but they are important only when taken in connection with other evidence. As a means to establishing the wish of our great financial interests for war, at least for some time before it was declared, they do not need to be proven. For, aside from the circumstantial evidence here given, anyone who has read the Pujo Committee report on the Money Trust showing the concentration of credit in the hands of three great banks and the control of small banks by the big ones, and anyone who appreciates the dependence of the more powerful organs of the press upon the dominant business interests of the communities which they serve, and especially upon the banks, will understand that the propaganda storm of the months preceding our entrance into the war would have been impossible without the approval and instigation of Wall Street. As Wall Street wanted war before it came, so, after it came, Wall Street promoted the war. Quote, "The first vigorous and effectual response to the call to arms came precisely from Wall Street," end quote, said the Saturday Evening Post editorially, July 7th. This journal then proceeded to prove the proposition in a series of articles. It cannot be denied. While the conscription bill was pending, great industrial corporations, milling firms, and banks spent huge sums of their own money in the campaign for recruits. Merchant princes offered their stores for recruiting depots and their employees for any capacity in which the government might wish to use them. Financiers went about the country making speeches on democracy. In opposing the conscription bill in Congress, Representative Huddleston offered a formidable list of multimillionaires who favored conscription. Among them was John D. Rockefeller, Jr., who came out for conscription as the one means of, quote, "substituting real democracy for existing class distinctions," end quote, in America. Mr. Harding, governor of the Federal Reserve Board, predicted in an address May 7th that the European war would be won by American bankers. By the middle of May, John D. Rockefeller, Jr. and Daniel Guggenheim had their feet under the table with Sam Gompers, arranging for brotherly cooperation between capital and labor for the period of the war. No American corporations had been more violent or successful foes of organized labor than the corporations under the tutelage of these gentlemen. 5 days after war was declared, America's great railroads voluntarily combined under one board for the purpose of cooperating with the government. The first detachments of Americans to go to France included the best engineering talent of these roads, cheerfully loaned by the management to the government. Quote, "Never in the history of the world," end quote, said Carl Vrooman, Assistant Secretary of Agriculture, May 11th, quote, "have businessmen shown as much patriotism and unselfishness as have been manifested since the war began by the businessmen of America," end quote. Said Samuel G. Blythe in the Saturday Evening Post, January 12, 1918, quote, "It is the mere truth to say that we could not fight this war a minute if the men with money in the United States refused to loan that money to the government. We never could have begun it, to say nothing of continuing it as far as we have continued it. No system of taxation that could be devised would have secured enough money for the war, or a tenth of enough money for the war. No system of levy that could have been put in operation, save confiscation, could do this." End quote. Very true. Our men with money not only loaned that money in huge sums, but they procured the money of their customers, their employees, and the general public. To this end, they devoted their personal time and energy without limit, loaned their clerks and salesmen, donated their office facilities, and expended millions of dollars of their own money in advertising. A list of America's most conspicuous boosters for the Liberty loans would coincide with a list of America's most prominent financiers. Just to get the first loan well started, aside from the far larger subscriptions made by their corporations, about 50 of America's richest men were reported as making personal subscriptions of from $1 to $20 million each. The war work of the Red Cross began with Henry P. Davison of the Morgan firm as its head, with the title of Chairman of the War Council. Robert S. Lovett, one of the world's greatest railroad directors, became chairman of the Red Cross Coordinating Committee. When the president reorganized the Red Cross on a military basis, he honored Davison with the title of Major General, while 5 other Red Cross officials from the banking world were commissioned brigadier generals. In the early days of the war, several of our first families, led by the W.K. Vanderbilts, offered their country villas for use as Red Cross hospitals. When New York, like other cities, was divided into districts for solicitation, the soliciting terms were led by members of America's richest families. Special dividends were declared by our largest corporations to be paid not to the stockholders, but on behalf of the stockholders to the Red Cross. Contributions to the Red Cross, either direct or in the form of dividends, from such corporations or their heads, ranged from $500,000 to $2 million during 1917 alone. In the first 10 months of the war, the personal contributions of John D. Rockefeller to all war activities were reported as totaling $70 million. In September, it was announced that Frank A. Vanderlip had turned over his great affairs to subordinates to devote his entire time as chairman of the War Savings Certificate Commission to floating the $2 billion War Savings Certificate issue authorized by Congress. Of inestimable importance in the promotion of the war were the many unofficial patriotic organizations to which the leading businessmen of every community gave their support, and particularly the work of the great newspapers, news associations, and magazines. From the declaration of war until the Germans quit, not one of the great vehicles of publicity breathed a suggestion that our war was a mistake, or that the official war propaganda was unsound, or that the government should attempt to arrange its differences with the enemy by agreement. In the demand for victory and a dictated peace, there was not a dissenting voice. Unlimited news space was devoted to the official propaganda. Millions of dollars worth of advertising space was donated outright. It is almost literally true to say that, as a whole, the American press gave as loyal service as if it had been founded for the sole purpose of war promotion and had been edited by Mr. Creel himself. Anything like this would have been unthinkable without an almost absolute unanimity for the war on the part of big business. Not only did Wall Street promote the war, but Wall Street directed the war in nearly all its phases outside the purely military and naval operations. The president, of course, was supreme in every realm, but the details were attended to by officials of America's banks, railroads, manufacturing, mining, and shipping corporations who, while acting for the government, were paid by these corporations. Never in the history of America, probably never in the history of any country, had there been such open and direct control of governmental activities by the very rich. Theoretically and legally, the ultimate control rested in Congress. In practice, the power of a senator or representative was less than that of a doorkeeper in the office of any of the money kings whom the president appointed to direct the course of America domestically in the war, quote, to make the world safe for democracy, end quote. Two of the most important organizations to function as special war bodies were provided for by law and even constituted before war was declared. Indeed, at a time when the president was still promising to keep us out of war. They were the Shipping Board and the Council of National Defense. As originally constituted, the Shipping Board consisted of an attorney for large Pacific Coast lumber interests, a multimillionaire lumberman and exporter, a railroad manager, and 2 shipping magnates. At the beginning of the war, the Council of National Defense, with its numerous subsidiary committees, emerged as the general clearinghouse of war activities, not only of those activities having to do with the education and repression of the public, but of those concerned with industry. The Council of National Defense proper is composed of 6 members of the President's cabinet. The real working body of the Council turned out to be the Advisory Commission. The Advisory Commission, as originally appointed by the President, consisted of 7 members, 4 of them conspicuous businessmen. The chairman was Daniel Willard, president of a great railroad. The other 3 business members were Bernard M. Baruch, a noted Wall Street speculator, Julius Rosenwald, president of America's greatest mail-order house and closely identified with large industrial corporations, and Howard E. Coffin, vice president of the Hudson Motor Corporation. The minority consisted of a labor leader, a president of a college, and a medical man. It was these 7 men who, secretly and illegally, according to Representative Graham, chairman of the Select Committee on Expenditures in the War Department, report of July 7, 1919, worked out the details of the President's war program months before the declaration of war. So far as matters of business were concerned, the function of the Advisory Commission was to advise the Council proper what to buy for the war, where to buy, how much to pay, how to encourage production, how, in a word, to deal with the business interests. In practice, this gave the decision in nearly every instance to the Advisory Commission. In practice, it gave the decision not to the Advisory Commission as a whole, but because of the allotment of work within that body to the 4 business members thereof. They divided the field among them, and each in turn divided his special field into smaller fields to be handled by subcommittees under his control. A month before the declaration of war, the functionless nature of the Council proper was made more clear by the appointment of a director to whom was turned over the details of such work as the Council proper was supposed to do. This director was another official of a great corporation, W.S. Gifford, of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company. Mr. Gifford later became controller of the telephone monopoly when it was taken over by the government. As the subcommittees of the 4 business members of the Advisory Commission were composed of men selected from corporations dominating the particular field in which it was appointed to function, we have the remarkable situation of the government's handing over to the corporations of the country the decision as to what the government should pay them for their products and how, in general, it should deal with them. The Steel and Steel Products Committee was headed by Albert H. Gary, chairman of the U.S. Steel Corporation, James A. Farrell, president of the same concern, and Charles M. Schwab, president of the Bethlehem Steel Company. The function of these gentlemen as government officials was to meet with the representatives of the steel industry, meaning their own immediate subordinates in their own private business, to make provision for cooperation in the procurement of supplies and to arrange prices, quote, by voluntary agreement, end quote. The Copper Committee was headed by John D. Ryan, president of the Anaconda Copper Company, the successor of the Amalgamated of Thomas Lawson fame, and the presidents of the Calumet and Hecla and the Utah Copper Companies. The Locomotives Committee was headed by the vice presidents of the Baldwin Locomotive Company and the American Locomotive Company. The Express Committee was composed of the vice presidents of the 4 great express companies. A.C. Bedford, president of the Standard Oil Company, headed the Oil Committee. P.A.S. Franklin, president of the International Mercantile Marine Company, headed the Shipping Committee. The Brass Committee was headed by the president of the American Brass Company, the Nickel Committee by the president of the International Nickel Company, the Sulfur Committee by the president of the Union Sulfur Company, the Lumber Committee by the president of the National Lumbermen's Association, etc., 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 all government officials. The function of these gentlemen was to divide up the government's business among themselves, to recommend, practically to fix, a price to be paid by the government to themselves. As the months went by, this scheme underwent various alterations, usually with a view to concentrating vast decisions into fewer hands. On the whole, the alterations did not lessen the directing power of Wall Street, but only vested such power in the hands of fewer and more conspicuous personages. The War Industries Board, at the beginning, was headed by a manufacturer of munitions, Frank A. Scott, who was also chairman of the General Munitions Board. The Central Purchasing Commission consisted of 4 millionaire businessmen: Mr. Baruch of Wall Street, Judge Lovett, the railroad magnate, Robert S. Brookings, and Herbert Hoover. Later, Daniel Willard, the railroad president, served as chairman of the War Industries Board, to be succeeded a little later by Mr. Baruch. Meanwhile, the Food Administration was in the hands of the great corporations most conspicuous in the manufacture and distribution of foods. The headquarters of the Food Administration in New York were the offices of the American Sugar Refining Company, known as the Sugar Trust. The president of the American Sugar Refining Company acted as chairman of the International Sugar Committee, while the manager of the California-Hawaii Sugar Refining Company acted as head of the Sugar Division of the Food Administration. The Sugar Division, almost throughout, was officered by men taken directly from the offices of the Sugar Trust, which paid their salaries, following the system in general practice elsewhere. We find a similar situation in the meat and livestock and other divisions of the Food Administration. Joseph Cotton, an attorney for Wilson and Company, one of the Big Five packing firms, acted as head of the Meat and Livestock Division. Other important positions in this division were held by employees of Swift and Company and the other packers. Edward Chambers, vice president of the Santa Fe Railroad, acted as head of the Transportation Division. F.S. Brooks of Swift and Company acted as Chambers' chief assistant. A.C. Loring, head of the great Minneapolis milling firm, the Pillsbury Flour Mills Company, acted as Northwestern representative of the Food Administration in regard to flour and feed prices. To head the government's grain corporation, the president selected a well-known speculator from the Chicago wheat pit. In the Fuel Administration, we find the same scheme as elsewhere. A coal operator in private life acted as the government's director of bituminous coal distribution. An oil operator in private life acted as the government's oil administrator. The subordinates of these and other fuel administration officials were selected from the large coal and oil corporations. When the government formally took over the railroads, the details of administration were dictated and carried out by a group of railroad presidents headed by A.H. Smith, president of the New York Central, and Judge Lovett, head of the Harriman lines. When Director General McAdoo resigned, he was succeeded by a railroad official, Walker D. Hines, chairman, general counsel, and director of the Santa Fe Company. 11 months after the declaration of war, the country was divided into 10 munitions districts. Over each district was placed a district chief of the production division of the Ordnance Department, a government official. In every instance, the district chief was a captain of industry. Overseeing the district chiefs generally, as head of the procurement division of the Ordnance Department, was Samuel McRoberts, vice president of the National City Bank. Guy E. Tripp, president of the Westinghouse Electric Company, was chief of the production division of the same department. Mr. McRoberts and Mr. Tripp, like numerous others holding similar positions, were given military titles by the president. Charles M. Schwab, the greatest steelmaker in the world, and incidentally, at the same time, the greatest shipbuilder, became Director General of the Emergency Fleet Corporation. The position of General Manager of the Fleet Corporation was abolished in order to give Schwab, quote, complete supervision and direction of the work of shipbuilding, end quote, including that going on in his own yards. Edward N. Hurley, a millionaire captain of industry, remained chairman of the shipping board and president of the Fleet Corporation. P.A.S. Franklin, president of the International Mercantile Marine Company, was given direct control of the routing of all merchant and passenger vessels leaving American ports. John D. Ryan, president of the Anaconda Copper Company, the world's greatest copper producer, owner of other copper-producing corporations, became director of aircraft production, exercising powers analogous to those of Schwab in the field of ocean ships. D.C. Jackling, another large copper producer, was placed in charge of the production of TNT as well as of construction of government plants to increase the output of this explosive. Edward R. Stettinius, one of the 12 Morgan partners, became director of purchases and supplies for the War Department, superseding the War Industries Board in the purchase of billions of dollars worth of merchandise. Mr. Stettinius also became a member of the War Council, and when this body was abolished, he was named an Assistant Secretary of War, with the same functions as before. Meanwhile, in Paris, Paul Cravath, chief counsel of Schwab's private steel company, was sitting upon the Inter-Allied War Council, representative of the American democracy. A little later, we find Thomas W. Lamont, one of the Morgan partners, acting as official representative of the Treasury Department in the peace conferences. When the British Foreign Mission arrived in America in April 1917, Mr. Balfour, its leader, received President Wilson, held a conference with J.P. Morgan, and dined with Mr. Stettinius, all in the same day. The incident is symbolic of the merging of Wall Street and the government for war purposes. If unanimity for war, both before and after an active voluntary service without direct compensation, be the measure of patriotism, then the enthusiastic declaration of a Liberty Loan orator that Wall Street is not only the center of American finance, but is also the fount of American patriotism, will have to go down in history as gospel truth. End of section 27. Chapter 28 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Prophets of Patriotism. Why the patriotism of Wall Street? Can Wall Street, which had never before pretended to be the home of altruism, which had always acknowledged that its beginning and end was profit, be readily accepted in its wartime role of unselfish and resplendent champion of the common good? If it appears that Wall Street expected to profit by our war, did profit, and stands to profit still more, what becomes of its professions of patriotism? It is easy to understand how anyone expecting to make money out of war, with all its horrors, would incline to caution in admitting the fact. The opponents of war, all along, had been charging that Wall Street wanted war because there would be money in it for Wall Street. Nevertheless, evidence of gleeful anticipation is not lacking. An article by B.C. Forbes, printed in the May number of Hearst's magazine, 1917, and evidently written in March, was based on the question put to business leaders: what will war do to America? There were no pessimistic answers. C.A. Stone, of the firm of Stone and Webster, president of the American International Corporation and head of the Water Power Trust, said that, quote, on the whole, the new turn of events can be accepted with fortitude from the strictly business point of view, end quote. George M. Reynolds, president of the Continental and Commercial National Bank, pointed out that, quote, it must be remembered that a rich nation at war or preparing for war spends enormous sums of money and sets all forms of industry in motion, end quote. Reporting the receipt in Wall Street of the news of the breaking of diplomatic relations, the New York Times said, February 4th, quote, in many brokerage offices, the assembled customers stayed long after the half-day's work was done, discussing market and banking prospects in a more optimistic frame of mind than in many weeks, end quote. The financial columns of the American, referring to the same incident, February 19th, said that it had, quote, converted some of the most obstinate pessimists to the view that better times are coming in the stock market, end quote. Looking forward to war, the National City Bank said in its statement of March 1st that, quote, there is no reason to anticipate that a declaration of war would have any effect upon the immediate business situation other than that resulting from added stimulus." End quote. 1 month later, this bank was able to say that its prophecy was already beginning to be fulfilled. Quote, "The whole industrial situation has tightened up, for besides the capacity taken up by government orders, the imminence of government orders has given a spur to other business." End quote. Once war had been safely declared, we find Frank A. Vanderlip, president of the same great financial institution, in a patriotic speech, May 17th, enthusiastically prophesying that, as a result of the war, quote, "a million new springs of wealth will be developed," end quote. And registering pleasant anticipation as each new step was taken toward war, the voice of the stock exchange, which expresses the composite sentiment of the financial world, was less cautious than the voices of individual financiers. Said the Times, February 4th, quote, "Stocks rebounded sharply yesterday on receipt of definite news from Washington that the break with Germany had occurred. Bethlehem Steel rose 30 points, and the new Bethlehem B shares gained 10 3/4. So eager were buyers for certain steel and copper stocks that 2 points or more frequently existed between a purchase price and the next bid price." End quote. Said the Tribune, March 6th, quote, "On Saturday it was generally believed that the bill providing for the arming of merchant ships would be passed, and stocks gained considerably as a result." End quote. For the next period, we quote the American, March 12th, quote, "Wall Street has accepted the arming of ships in the special session of Congress as the second step along the road that leads to war with Germany, and on that theory has bought stocks. Stocks have been purchased on the theory that war means a boom for a time. Wall Street is proceeding on the assumption that war is inevitable." End quote. Finally, the war message sent stocks soaring. Quote, "United States Steel was up 2 1/8 points on first sales. Bethlehem jumped up to 142, up 1 1/4. Marine Preferred opened at 86, up 1 1/8, etc." End quote. Were these rosy anticipations fulfilled? They were. To appreciate how much American intervention meant to the Wall Street pocketbook, one must first realize the unprecedented state of prosperity at the beginning of 1917, as well as the shaky conditions upon which it rested and the imminence of its decline. The year 1916 had been by far the most prosperous in the history of American industry and finance. This prosperity was directly due to the European War. Between August 1914 and February 1917, more than $10.5 billion worth of goods were shipped out of America, and excess over imports of $5.5 billion. In exchange for food, munitions, and other supplies sold to the Entente countries, American capitalists had increased their stocks of gold by nearly $1 billion, had bought back $2 billion worth of securities in American railways and other corporations owned in Europe, and had loaned something like $2 billion to the Entente governments besides. They had also inherited a large share of the neutral trade of the belligerents, and out of the war gains had loaned several hundred millions to neutral countries in Latin America and elsewhere. But the profits represented by such huge transactions were only a minor fraction of the immediate war profits. The greater harvest was gathered in at home. The demand for supplies abroad made it possible to run up domestic prices to unprecedented levels. With all the inflation of foreign trade, for every dollar's worth of food and other supplies sold abroad, $25 worth was sold at home. The increase in domestic prices was only partially offset by increases in returns to the farmer and in wages. The American public in peace was paying greater war profits to Wall Street than were the warring nations themselves. The total winnings in that hectic period of the few men who control the banking, the shipping, the manufacturing, the mining, and the transportation of the country will probably never be revealed. It was frequently stated that the young J.P. Morgan made more money in 2 years than the senior Morgan had made in all the days of his life. There is evidence aplenty that, Whatever the ultimate figures, the war profits were such as to drive their possessors quite mad with the reality, and even more with the possibility of future winnings. But there were certain flaws in this happy situation. In the first place, it could not go on indefinitely. In the second place, a part of what had been gained was not yet wholly secure. The war profits could not go on indefinitely first because the war could not go on indefinitely. And by the beginning of 1917, it was evident that the war profits could not go on even if the war went on in the same way in which the war was then going. Also, that a great part of what had been gained might be lost. When the war trade was in its first phases, Wall Street was afraid of nothing more terrible than the cessation of the conflict. When the German government first began making peace overtures before the end of 1915, American munitions shares fell from 4 to 40%. This was simply an expression of a fear that peace would put an end to the boom. Later, the periodical German overtures depressed the stock market, in each case in proportion to the probability that such overtures would bring results. As late as December 1916, the peace parleys sent American stocks down 15 to 20%. But by the beginning of 1917, Wall Street had come to fear, even more than the cessation of the conflict, the continuation of the war to an indecisive end. Wall Street would have been still more afraid of a German victory had a decisive German victory been at any time within the realm of probability. But Wall Street was never really afraid of a German victory. Note, we have the word of Alexander Dana Noyes, financial editor of the New York Times, in Financial Chapters of the War, that Wall Street picked the Entente allies to win at the beginning and never wavered from this judgment during those early years. End note. Nevertheless, the beginning of 1917 found Wall Street facing a crisis. That crisis was due to the approaching exhaustion of Entente credit in America, coupled with the inability of the Entente to deliver the knockout blow. The war trade was based on gold imports, security purchases, and credits. As the supply of gold and securities was drawn upon, the trade came to depend more and more upon credit. Some of the vast loans which Wall Street made to the Entente to keep up the war trade were secured in part by collateral which might not be greatly affected by the outcome of the war, such as American securities. But a fraction of the collateral, such as British securities, depended for its value upon the future stability of the British Empire. Some of the loans, indeed, were wholly unsecured, and the repayment rested solely upon the continued solvency of the Entente governments. Of this class were the original loan of $500 million, known as the Anglo-French loan, and the loans to French municipalities. When Henry P. Davison returned from abroad about the 1st of November 1916, he had announced that the next Allied loan would have to be unsecured. But American bankers were already so overloaded with Allied loans, unsecured or inadequately secured, that they were loath to take more. In December, a marked decline in actual Entente purchases was reported. In the same month, England announced its decision to manufacture all its own shells as soon as existing contracts in America should expire. This would hit all the great steel and munitions companies. The decision was declared to be due to enlargement of Entente manufacturing facilities, but it is probable that the ability of England and France to fill their own munitions needs was purposely exaggerated as a maneuver to persuade America to go on accepting their depreciated credit. In January, a British manufacturer spectacularly entered the American field and secured a contract to furnish shells for the American Navy. This was no doubt another maneuver. That future war orders depended not upon enlarged Entente facilities, but upon further extensions of credit, indeed, was admitted by Mr. Davison in a published interview November 3rd. Quote, "For a time, Europe was forced to place their orders in America, but now, unless they make favorable terms, France and England will make their own munitions." End quote. Favorable terms meant nothing more nor less than inadequately secured credits, which Mr. Davison and Mr. Morgan were finding more and more trouble in placing among their associates in America. So at the beginning of 1917, Wall Street was faced with two contingencies. First, the end of the war boom due to the exhaustion of Allied credit. Second, the possible loss of a large part of $2 billion in loans, principal, and interest due to the inability of the Entente to score a decisive victory. While a German victory was out of the question, at least so far as England was concerned, no one could foresee the internal political results of an indecisive war, especially if the struggle went on for years to economic as well as military exhaustion. No one could guarantee that there would not be far-reaching social upheavals. Repudiation of debts was always possible. Repudiation aside, British and French bonds would be worth much less in the event of a compromise peace than in the event of victory. Each changing aspect of the military situation already affected the price of these bonds. In a word, not only future war profits stood in jeopardy, but past war profits also. Wall Street had bet its money on the Entente horse. Wall Street had backed its choice so heavily that the interests of the Entente governments had become the interests of Wall Street. To the Wall Street pocketbook, a peace without victory was unthinkable, and it was becoming more and more apparent that a decisive victory was possible only by means of American intervention on the side of the Entente. At the beginning of 1917, war on the side of the Entente was the one thing that would solve all problems. First, it would ensure another long period of war orders. Second, it would ensure Allied credit. Third, it might be so manipulated as to serve in the attainment of certain other advantages of a permanent nature, toward which Wall Street had been hungrily looking. See Chapter 31. Considering any of these three advantages, American participation in the war against Germany would constitute the most tremendous and profitable coup in the history of American finance. So it came to pass. The harvest upon American belligerency began to be gathered, even before the declaration of war, in what may be termed the profits of expectation. The crisis found our big men loaded heavily with stocks and profiting by the rise. Said the New York Sun's financial column, April 9th, quote, "Sentiment among bankers is patriotic and it is bullish. To many persons long on stocks, war apparently merely spells another long period of abnormal profits for our corporations. The big men hold stocks." End quote. The declaration of war found the big men long on commodities as well as stocks, and the profits of expectation include the returns from soaring prices of food and other articles. In May, wheat reached $3.25 a bushel. No farmer profited by this. The American farmer had long since parted with the last of his crop at around $1.30. In August, cotton touched its highest mark for 45 years. It meant nothing to the grower. The middleman had long since acquired his product. The same is true of other staples. The food profiteers of the spring of 1917 were denounced as food hogs, sharks, traitors. An effort was made to create the impression that only a few irresponsible low persons had brought about the situation. We were told that representative American businessmen were too patriotic to boost prices in the face of war. But such a general rise in prices could result only from the concerted action of the rich and powerful combinations which control the distribution and price of American commodities. Although wholesalers and retailers took profits where they could, if the word traitor applies to the parties responsible for the food riots of 1917, it must fall first upon men who were so soon to become conspicuous government officials at $1 a year, or who paid the salaries of employees who acted as government officials. After the profits of expectation followed the profits of realization. Allied credit was not only insured, it was guaranteed. Allied trade, which in the words of a financial circular had come to be looked upon as a pinchbeck, again became the genuine article. The boom was prolonged. It became possible to advance wholesale prices in April on an average of 2% over March. making the total since the beginning of the European War 57%. This was only a beginning. By the middle of May, the Times was able to say, quote, "Business is still feeling the momentum imparted by the vast buying demand opened up when the United States declared war," end quote. This momentum rose instead of falling, rose steadily for 18 months until the German collapse. Of the profits of realization, the statements of the great corporations themselves tell the least of the story. In its efforts to dispel suspicion that Wall Street provoked the war for business reasons, the daily, weekly, and monthly press sought to lead the public to believe that profits were less in 1917 than in 1916. The approved method was to flash the figures of one or two corporations and to make all deductions from them. For reasons that have been made clear, even were all immediate profits of all American corporations less in 1917 than in 1916, that would not change the fact that Wall Street greatly profited from American belligerency. But the profits of a very large number of the richest corporations show an increase even by their own statements. In other cases, where net gains are reported as less, it is often evident that the reported decrease is not real. In its report on profiteering and in other reports, the Federal Trade Commission exposed many tricks of bookkeeping resorted to by the great corporations to conceal the extent of their gains from war contracts. Costs were fictitiously enhanced by account juggling. Officers' salaries were increased. The item of depreciation was padded. Interest on investment was included in cost. Fictitious valuation of raw material was resorted to. Inventories were manipulated. Such practices are not flattering to the patriotism of our great financiers, but they were general. Indeed, minimization of profits is often evident to the eye of the casual reader in the abbreviated reports of corporation statements as printed in the newspapers. The earnings of the U.S. Steel Corporation for 1917 exceeded, by many millions, the face value of its common stock, a greater part of which is water. The figures were $528,757,615 as against $333,574,178 for 1916. They exceeded by $70 million the combined earnings of the 3 years 1911, 1912, and 1913. After the deduction of income and excess profits taxes, depreciation, etc., the sum set aside for dividends was smaller than in 1916 by about 20%, but the capital outlay for new plants, etc., was more than double, while the total cash in bank and demand loans, Liberty bonds, Treasury certificates, etc., was $446,369,597, or more than twice as great as at the end of 1916. The Bethlehem Steel Corporation likewise reported a smaller total. After income and excess profit taxes, interest charges and greatly increased sums for depreciation were set aside. But as acknowledged, the final net income was equal to $44.20 per share on the liberally watered common stock, after providing for the preferred share dividends. Net earnings in 1916 had been almost 3 times as great as in 1915, and at the beginning of 1917 the company had indulged in a melon cutting in the form of a stock dividend of 200%. Midvale Steel and Ordnance Company and Republic Iron and Steel both acknowledged net profits after all tax and other deductions as higher than in 1916. In its report on profiteering, the Federal Trade Commission gave a list of 10 other steel companies whose 1917 profits ranged from 52 to 109% on the investment. Some of the big copper companies reported smaller net earnings in 1917 than in 1916, but the U.S. Geological Survey reported that the 1917 production, although 38 million less in pounds, sold for $35 million more. Profits of 1916 had greatly exceeded all previous records. The Anaconda, Mr. Ryan's company, made 3 times as much in 1916 as in any previous year. In 1917, after all juggling was completed, the balance set aside for dividends by the American Smelting and Refining, Daniel Guggenheim's company, amounted to 22.5% of the common stock. After setting aside large sums for alterations, replacements, taxes, and other items, Utah Copper, Mr. Jackling's company, reported a balance for dividends of $28,695,495. The American Sugar Refining Company reported 1917 as the best year in its history. The Big Five packing companies confessed to greater returns in 1917 than ever before. In 1916, they netted $60,759,000, more than 3 times as much as in 1913. But in 1917, after all tax deductions, they netted $95,639,000, or nearly 60% more than in 1916. Morrison Company's net profits were 267.7% of capital stock. Armour's would have been 135.5% were it not for a 400% stock dividend declared that year. The Federal Trade Commission found that 48 leading lumber companies in the southern states netted more than 3 times as much in 1917 as in 1916. In 6 years ending May 1917, Standard Oil firms distributed dividends in excess of 6 times the par value of their capital stock, or $629 million. But Standard Oil profits continued to increase through 1917. After war tax deductions, the Baldwin Locomotive Company reported net profits 500% greater than in 1916. The American Locomotive Company, 30% greater. The American Woolen Company, 30% greater. The Railway Steel Spring Company, 175% greater. The American Can Company, 70% greater. Lackawanna Steel, 30% greater. U.S. Industrial Alcohol, 150% greater. The Corn Products Refining Company, another Standard Oil subsidiary, which had been running along happily on about $3,400,000 a year net, gathered in $16,852,793 in 1917, about 250% more than the previous year. Between May 1st and June 20th, 1917, the resources of the 50 national banks in New York City increased $98,341,499. Between February 28th and June 20th of the same year, the resources of the trust companies of New York State increased more than $3 billion. The earnings of the national banks of the country for the fiscal year were reported as $667,406,000, the greatest in their history, and 13.5% greater than in the previous year. Net earnings on capital stock figured out as 18%. In 1915, a new high record in foreign trade had been established. In 1916, another high record had been established, but the figures of 1917 exceeded those of 1916 by $1,225 million. These few figures will hardly convey an adequate conception of the immediate advantages accruing to Wall Street from American participation in the European War. They are set down only that there may be no doubt that there were great gains. Either the reports of the Federal Trade Commission or of the corporations themselves are sufficient proof of this, though they tell only a part of the story. Finally, the profits from financial transactions, as distinct from industrial, were greatest of all, and these were most successfully hidden. Even the figures of the U.S. Treasury Department, given to the public April 18, 1920, show, in spite of all concealments and evasions, that the war created 21,000 new American millionaires, and that during the war period, 69,000 men made more than $3 billion over and above their normal income. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Profit Seeker and Profit Server. It was universally assumed during the fighting, and countless times asserted, that it was the policy of the War Administration not merely that big business should not be permitted to make money out of the tragedy of war, but that it should be required to feel the burden equally with the common people. This idea no doubt received its impetus from a pronouncement on the incompatibility of war profits and patriotism found in President Wilson's appeal to the business interests, July 11, 1917. Quote, "Patriotism leaves profits out of the question. In these days, when we are sending hundreds of thousands of our young men across the seas, no true patriot will permit himself to take toll of their heroism in money or seek to grow rich by the shedding of their blood." End quote. How then did it come about that Wall Street profits walked so pleasantly hand in hand with Wall Street patriotism? In the appeal of July 11th, the President also set forth the actual course he intended to pursue in the following words, quote, "A just price must, of course, be paid for everything the government buys. By a just price, I mean a price which will sustain the industries concerned in a high state of efficiency, provide a living for those who conduct them, enable them to pay good wages, and make possible the expansion of their enterprises." End quote. This statement of policy is, on its face, open to several interpretations. It might be interpreted as licensing our financial patriots to indulge in a profit orgy unparalleled in the annals of civilization. Whether or not it was so interpreted by our War Administration and our financiers must be determined by the actual application of the policy. As has already been seen, the system of cooperation between government and business was one perfectly calculated to produce the highest possible profits consistent with safety and success. Our great financiers, having advised, urged, and promoted the war, now advised as to its policies, directed, executed. The government accepted their advice, commissioned them to act, backed them with its authority, and footed the bills. Is it a coincidence that the result was extremely pleasing from a strictly financial point of view? On the 1st of April 1917, nothing could have been more financially delightful to our international bankers than that America not only should declare war against Germany and so greatly strengthen Allied credit, but that the government should absolutely guarantee that credit with its own treasure. We find the President emphasizing this very proposal in the war message. The bond issue bill, rushed from the White House to the Capitol, authorized the Secretary of the Treasury to purchase from the Entente governments $3 billion worth of paper promises to pay. It was brought out in the congressional debates that this alone meant an item of $60 million in commissions to one banking firm, owing to a contract under which the Entente governments agreed to pay, as a commission, 2% of all loans floated in America, whether negotiated through that firm or not. Second, a condition of the loan was that the government of the United States should purchase the Allied paper, not at its market value, but at par. This was several percent more than Wall Street had ever paid for the best secured Allied paper. It not only made Wall Street paper good, but it immediately gave that paper a higher value than it had ever had before. The difference between what the United States government paid for Allied government bonds and the market rate previously prevailing represented a clear gift totaling many millions. This gift went to the Allied governments on future purchases only. On all outstanding obligations, it was a direct gift to the holders of Allied credit paper, meaning our great banking and munitions firms. The day following the war message, Anglo-French bonds, which had been rising in anticipation of war, jumped 2 points on the stock exchange, which meant a gain of $10 million in a single day to the holders of these bonds. All other Allied paper registered advances. On the floor of Congress, April 13, 1917, it was brought out that the market value of 1,000 ruble Russian bonds was $273, and that in paying $510, the par value, the government would make a donation of $237, giving almost $2 for one. Still, another condition of the Allied loans was that the money should be expended in America, which simply meant that it should be used to liquidate the debts owed our international bankers and our captains of industry, and to transact future business with them. As a result of the President's proposal to guarantee Allied credit, the Bank of England was able immediately to reduce its discount rate, which had become an obstacle to business in this country. The $3 billion fund itself, like the billions later appropriated for the same purpose, was not shipped to Europe, any part of it, but was deposited in installments in the Federal Reserve Bank to the credit of the Allied governments, red tape being cut to get the first installments there in a hurry. Allied agents then drew checks upon it and turned the checks directly over to the corporations of Mr. Schwab, Mr. Ryan, Judge Gary, Mr. Davison, Mr. Stettinius, Mr. Farrell, Mr. Vanderlip, Mr. Morgan, and other multimillionaires who were so soon to figure as shining patriots, all of whom were interested in Allied trade and involved in Allied credit operations. In order to loan billions of dollars to the Entente governments, it was necessary to procure the money from the American public, and this was done through the so-called Liberty loans, which were also the source of the major share of the money that the government itself spent with Morgan and his associates. While acting as England's financial and munitions representative in America, J.P. Morgan also sat upon the advisory council of our Federal Reserve banking system. At the same time, he was playing a third role of private businessman, banker, munitions maker, railroad director, coal baron, etc., etc. The reader may conjecture for himself in which of these capacities it was that America's leading financier advised the Liberty loan issues and the conditions thereof. 3 days after the declaration of war, following a conference with Secretary McAdoo in Washington, we were told that, quote, Mr. Morgan expressed satisfaction with the plan to issue $5 billion in bonds, with the understanding that $3 billion of the amount thus raised should be employed to buy war bonds of the Allied countries. End quote. New York Times. As businessmen purely, our international bankers had cause for satisfaction not only in the features of the bond issue law relating to Allied credit, but in many others. They had cause for several kinds of purely financial satisfaction in every Liberty loan dollar raised by the government. This satisfaction was not always concealed. Charles H. Sabin, president of the Guarantee Trust Company, the biggest institution of its class in America, exulted as follows, quote, the proceeds from the sale of Liberty bonds will be expended in this country by our government and by the Allied governments. The money will remain in this country and will not involve any loss of gold or any loss of values. It is obvious that the more money that is spent in this country, the greater will be our prosperity. End quote. New York Times, September 25, 1917. Speaking the same kind of satisfaction for Wall Street in general, L.L. Winkleman and Company, specialists in Standard Oil, copper, and steel stocks, and closely connected with some of the biggest mining and munitions firms, uttered the following shriek of ghoulish glee on the day war was declared. Quote, the Secretary of the Treasury, at the instigation of the President, has asked for an appropriation for the Army and Navy alone of $3.4 billion, while simultaneously members of the National Council of Defense, the Federal Reserve banks, and Treasury officials give assurance that $2 billion at an interest rate not to exceed 3.5% will be almost immediately available. This and many multiples more of wealth will find its way continuously and unsparingly into all the units of the country's many-sided industries. Anyone viewing this formidable array of strength would be a pitiable pessimist indeed if he looked to the future with any feeling of trepidation or foreboding. If the record of the country's coming achievements carries a tinge of scarlet, the golden luster will be undimmed. End quote. Financial Circular. The New York Times, a first-class barometer of big business sentiment, remarked editorially, quote, "The loan is a means of making patriotism profitable," end quote, May 4th, 1917. And again, quote, "The Liberty Loan is not only a means of making democracy safe, it is a means of benefiting the money market," end quote, May 17th. In the early days of the first bond drive, Mr. McAdoo announced that, quote, "To avoid any disturbance of the money market," end quote, the government would not take away from the banks the sums subscribed by them or obtained from their customers, but would place such sums on deposit in the respective banks to the credit of the United States. Still another source of Wall Street satisfaction in the bond issue law was the tax exemption feature. Said the New York Times financial editor, quote, "The war financing bill to authorize a total issue of $5 billion of bonds and $2 billion of Treasury certificates met with instant approval throughout the financial district. Lawyers familiar with such matters were of the opinion that the conditions of issue and redemption were not such as to attract men of small means. They were termed rich men's bonds, because the bonds would be exempt from the income tax and the amount invested in them need not be reported," end quote, April 12th. Our multimillionaires went about the country telling what a sound and profitable investment the bonds were for everyone. The fact was not always hidden that the terms were especially calculated to please these particular patriots. Daniel Guggenheim confessed, quote, "For millionaires, they, Liberty bonds, are an exceptional opportunity," end quote. New York Times, January 7th, 1918. Comparing the advantages to rich and poor, the financial writer Albert W. Atwood explained, quote, "The first Liberty loan paid only 3.5% interest, but it was made free from all taxes, including the enormous super toll on large incomes. Thus, it would come about that a very rich man would be receiving the equivalent of perhaps 10% on an investment that pays the poor hardly more than one-third as much," end quote. Saturday Evening Post, October 13th, 1917. The expenditure of the proceeds of the Liberty loans gave cause for even deeper thrills of satisfaction to our business leaders. We have already had a glimpse of the methods of dispersing these billions and an inkling of the profit-taking that resulted. A correct appreciation of both the generosity of the War Administration and the patriotism of Wall Street requires that we have another glimpse. Glance again at steel. It is unnecessary to recall the frenzied profit-taking of 1915 and 1916. From pre-war values, Bethlehem stock mounted more than 1,200% in a little over a year. Nevertheless, America's appearance in the role of champion of world democracy was a signal for a higher boost in prices. By June, iron prices were above those of Civil War times. There was no expectation of placing large contracts at the highest figures reached on paper, but these paper prices served a wonderful purpose. When reduced slightly, patriotism could be claimed as the motive. Government and operators promptly and conveniently forgot the promises of the latter to forego war profits. The prices, when fixed by the government, evoked numerous expressions of pleasure. The Iron and Steel Institute met at Pittsburgh. After expressing satisfaction with the price of steel, the assemblage sang the Star-Spangled Banner. Judge Gary, chairman, made a speech, quote, "We have no reason to complain of the action and attitude of the government. To win the war, the government must have steel and more steel. There is no room for disloyalty in America," end quote. New York Times, October 27th. Notwithstanding the satisfaction of the steel operators, the government raised the price of steel from time to time. In due course, we find Judge Gary expressing further satisfaction. Here is an excerpt from his report at the annual meeting of the U.S. Steel Corporation. Quote, "It is fortunate that the government has fixed prices which permit us to make fair profits and pay large dividends. We feel that we are living up to the policy outlined by the President of the United States when he said that prices should be large enough to pay living wages to the workers, fair salaries to officials, and provide for necessary plant additions for war work," end quote. April 18, 1918. 2 days after the armistice was signed, the War Industries Board met with the General Committee of the Iron and Steel Institute. Among those representing the latter were Judge Gary, Mr. Farrell, and Mr. Grace, acting head of the Schwab corporations. Among those representing the former were associates and underlings of Gary, Farrell, and Grace in the steel industry. Mr. Gary, Mr. Farrell, and Mr. Grace were so satisfied with the governmental supervision of their business that they urged its continuation for the present as highly desirable. Official report of Mr. Baruch, November 14th. Glance again at copper. In March 1917, the big producers, represented by Mr. Ryan and Mr. Guggenheim, agreed to furnish 45,510,000 pounds of copper during the next 12 months to the government for 16 2/3 cents a pound. This figure, they said, was the average selling price of their product during the previous 10 years, although elsewhere it was asserted that the figure was near 12 cents. But, however this may be, some of America's largest fortunes were built upon copper. In a report to its stockholders, quoted by Champ Clark, Congressional Record, May 24, 1917, the Utah Copper Company, of which Daniel C. Jackling was managing director, had recently declared that it could put copper free on board cars for 5 1/8 cents per pound. But Mr. Baruch, on behalf of the government, chose to heap fulsome praise on the copper magnates for their patriotism. Ryan, Jackling, Guggenheim, et al. All received unlimited press notices from the newspapers. The fact was overlooked that the government could have fixed the price at 16 2/3 cents in spite of these gentlemen, and that if it had wished to follow a policy of taking the profit out of war, it would have seen that the price was far below that figure. We were told that copper had gone up to 30 cents. The truth is that the copper operators had not been selling copper at 30 cents. They simply put the price up on paper, then to pose as shining patriots for agreeing to a reduction. Furthermore, the copper magnates did not fulfill their contract to furnish the government at the patriotic price, nor did the government attempt to hold them to it. 30,000 pounds, not 45 million, were reported as having been actually delivered at 16 2/3 cents. Then, by agreement, the price was fixed at 23 1/2 cents. On receipt of the news, copper stocks soared. Mr. Ryan announced, quote, "All the producers are satisfied. The price is fair and should be good both for the producers and the country," end quote. New York Times, September 25, 1917. How good it was for the producers was pointed out by the Times in its review of the effects of the government policy upon business for the year 1917. The past year was prosperous for the copper miners, producers. They kept their mines operating to capacity and enjoyed the highest prices for the metal which have ruled for 50 years. The United States and Great Britain fixed the price of copper at 23 1/2 cents a pound in order to prevent a runaway market. This measure has greatly benefited copper miners. Had the price not been fixed, there would have been price fluctuations, which would have led to irregular demands for the metal. The average production cost before the war was around 8 cents a pound. Some mines produced at around 5 1/2 cents. The cost now is about 10 cents, with many of the larger mines producing at 7 1/2 cents. January 6, 1918. From which it appears that the government was giving to Mr. Ryan, Mr. Jackling, Mr. Guggenheim, Mr. Rockefeller, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Bedford, Mr. Dodge, and others interested in copper 3 perfectly good Liberty Loan dollars for every dollar's worth of goods passed over the counter. Nevertheless, in the middle of 1918, the government price for copper was raised to 26 cents a pound. Glance again at railroads. When war was declared, the physical condition of the railroads was at its worst. The service both in freight and passenger traffic had become a national scandal. Unable decently to meet the requirements of peace, the great transportation systems practically collapsed in the face of the war emergency. The coal famine at the end of 1917 which caused the loss of so many millions in wages and returns to capital, as well as so much actual suffering, was due chiefly to the railroad breakdown. High prices of stock feed, resulting in great losses to farmers, high living costs, and many other unfortunate circumstances, were attributed in part to the same cause. For their delinquency, the companies pleaded lack of money and attempted to lay the blame upon the nation for not having responded to their frantic appeals for higher rates. As a matter of record, the rates had been several times raised under the Wilson regime, and according to their own figures in 1915 and 1916, the companies had collected higher earnings and netted greater profits than ever before. From the income of 1916, the railroads had dispersed more in dividends than in any previous year, besides financing the most expensive campaign of public education ever undertaken by a business coalition in American history. At the same time, their poverty was so terrible that they could afford hardly $1 for repairs and improvements. The explanation of the railroad spokesmen themselves was that dividends had to be paid, improvements or no improvements, that improvements could only be financed with new stock and bond issues, and that, owing to the gorgeous returns from munitions making, investors were unwilling to put their money in railroad issues and would remain unwilling until such a time as railroading became as profitable as catering to the war monster. So in effect, the public was asked to pay a fine of $1 billion or more a year to the railroads because the munitions business was making money. This wonderful scheme had already been put into operation in other lines in which it was not necessary to ask government permission before boosting prices. The problem of the railroads could have been solved by a government policy that would have taken excessive profits out of the war trade, but nobody thought of that. In any event, the problem was not one that had to be solved by higher rates, for the men who owned the controlling interest in the great transportation systems were the same men who owned the munitions business. These men had been making more money than ever before in their lives. They were at that very time conducting a vigorous campaign for preparedness, pressing upon the government for a more uncompromising attitude toward Germany. They were aware that, with their approval and at their instigation, America was moving toward war. They knew that their railroads would be a vital factor in the prompt and efficient prosecution of the war when it came. But instead of putting their properties in a condition to meet the emergency, they brought them to the verge of collapse in a deliberate effort to coerce the country into consenting to a raise in rates. Very well, the situation in 1917 had to be met by government control. But instead of conscripting a part of the bloated fortunes of the railroad magnates, or taking dividends to pay for improvements that had to be made, the War Administration gave to the corporations everything that they had ever had the temerity to ask for, and a great deal more. The President's announcement of policy in taking over the railroads is a reaffirmation and amplification of the original announcement of his war policy toward business. After a few well-chosen words expressing solicitude for railroad earnings, declaring that the roads should not be required to suffer from war conditions, even acknowledging that a primary object in taking over the roads was to provide them with more money, the President uttered the following definite assurances. Quote, "Investors in railway securities may rest assured that their rights and interests will be as scrupulously looked after by the government as they could be by the directors of the several railway systems. Immediately upon the reassembling of Congress, I shall recommend that these definite guarantees be given. First, of course, that the railway properties will be maintained during the period of federal control in as good repair and as complete equipment as when taken over by the government, and, second, that the roads shall receive a net operating income equal in each case to the average net income of the 3 years preceding June 30th, 1917. The President specified the 3 years ending June 30th instead of the 3 years ending December 31st. Earnings had declined since June 30th. The 3 years selected were the most prosperous 36 consecutive months in railroad history. 10 days later, the President pleaded the cause of the railroad kings to Congress, declaring, quote, One of the strong arguments for assuming control of the railroads at this time is the financial argument. It is an obligation of public conscience and of public honor that the private interests we disturb should be kept safe from unjust injury." End quote. The President's recommendations, as more fully set forth in the administration railroad bill, turned out to be even more generous than were the President's promises. The guaranteed net income figured out to be about $945 million. The law even permitted larger compensation in abnormal cases at the discretion of the President. Another favor was the payment to the railroads concurrently of their own estimates of depreciation of equipment, the sums to be charged off to operating expenses. The President was authorized to raise rates at his own discretion. He was also authorized to permit the companies to issue securities and then to purchase the same from them with the people's money. $500 million were immediately provided as a revolving fund out of which to make improvements. Another provision obliged the government to return the roads to private hands within a definite period after the end of the war. How did the railroad presidents take all this? They took it patriotically. The interviews, which appeared in the newspapers the day following the president's proclamation, show that they took it as a Christmas present. The president had, in fact, been solicited. As to the little matter of financial satisfaction, the immediate effect upon the stock market was set forth as follows. Quote, "The net recovery of railroad securities after this momentous event, the taking over of the roads, ran from 7 to more than 20 points among the major railroad stocks. The forward leap of many railroad bonds, along with the stocks, made manifest the relief which investors in railroad securities felt over the government's action." End quote. New York Times Financial Review of 1917, January 6, 1918. When the year was done, the report was, quote, "After an auspicious beginning, with the railroad issues reflecting the relief occasioned at the end of 1917 by the government's assumption of transportation control, the price trend was consistently upward through the year, with the railroad shares providing a strength and a backbone of sufficient rigidity for the majority of the industrial issues to move higher on a restricted volume of business." End quote. New York Times, January 5, 1919. Glance again at shipbuilding. Space does not permit mention of the many scandals of great and small degree that marked the administration's shipbuilding program. For the financial compensations of shipbuilding for patriotic purposes, Hog Island alone furnishes sufficient illumination. The Hog Island contract was obtained by the American International Corporation. A majority of the stock of this concern is owned by stockholders of the National City Bank who, by stock ownership or control or affiliation with other banks, exert a dominating influence upon every great field of business enterprise in America. Our richest and most conspicuous super patriots are discovered to be the very same who divided the Hog Island proceeds among themselves. The whole truth of the Hog Island steal will probably never be known. The most astonishing stories have been told by apparently reputable persons. A public inquiry, begun in February 1918 by the Senate Committee on Commerce, was opposed and finally throttled by the President, who substituted a private investigation by the Attorney General. The statements herein are based upon the abortive Senate hearing and, to a lesser degree, upon the brief whitewashing report of the Attorney General to the President. The Hog Island contract was let by the Emergency Fleet Corporation September 13, 1917. It required the government to furnish every dollar of expense, including salaries, office expenses, and every other outlay appertaining to the job, and every risk except that required to purchase the land, which was to be used at an annual rental of 6% of the alleged cost, with the privilege of subsequent purchase by the government. The company was to build shipyards and ships with the people's money. Estimates of costs, figured by Stone and Webster, America's greatest engineering firm, and interlocked with the American International Corporation, were made and entered in the contracts, but no limit to costs was set. Compensation nominated in the bond was not patriotism, but a percentage of the money expended. Compensation was fixed at 5% of cost. Stone and Webster's original estimate of the cost of the yard was $19 million. This was soon raised to $21 million. A little later, it was $27 million. By March 1918, it was between $35 and $40 million. In December, the yard was not yet completed. $58 million of the people's money had been spent on it, and December 18th, General Manager Pease of the Fleet Corporation estimated that the cost would reach $63,500,000. It went far higher than that. Contracts were let for 180 ships. The original estimate of the cost of these ships was $256 million. In December 1918, Mr. Pease admitted that the cost would be as much as $225 a ton. By the time the armistice was signed, the contractors had contrived to involve the government in expenses on the Hog Island job to an amount exceeding the cost of the Panama Canal. Lieutenant Colonel Charles N. Black, one of the rich gentlemen whom the president honored with military titles, described as, quote, a volunteer worker in the Ordnance Department, end quote, had been part owner of the 846 acres which the American International Terminal Corporation, a subsidiary, had bought for $2,000 an acre and was renting to the government for $102,360 a year. Black appeared before the Senate Committee in Defense of the Corporation. Quote, I sold the land because it was represented to me as a duty, end quote, testified Colonel Black. But it was proven that the land had been a stretch of inaccessible swamp, assessed by the state at $100 an acre, and that the highest price ever paid anywhere for land in the vicinity was $500 an acre. Dwight P. Robinson, president of the American International Shipbuilding Corporation, the subsidiary in direct charge of the work, testified, quote, we have undertaken the work as a patriotic duty, end quote. But it was shown that the salary of Mr. Robinson's general manager of construction was more than doubled as soon as he went from the corporation payroll to the government payroll, and that salaries of the corporation experts and officials generally were more than doubled, even that more than one salary, thus bloated, was paid to one person in some instances. The government not only paid these bloated salaries, but the corporation collected 5% of the amounts from the government as profit in accordance with the contract. George D. Baldwin, chairman of the American International Corporation and a member of the firm of Stone and Webster, assured the committee, quote, we are loyal American citizens who cannot afford to have our loyalty questioned. We have the incentive of patriotism. We are not in this for money, end quote. But when Baldwin was asked why, then, he and his associates were accepting such large sums of money, he replied, quote, a corporation cannot live on patriotism. Our stockholders must have their dividends, end quote. The normal fee for ship construction alone, based on the original estimates of cost, was $11,675,000. The chief official excuse for that item was the participation of the firm of Stone and Webster, which knew how to do the thing that was wanted. But it was brought out that, while the American International Corporation was being paid know-how profits, Stone and Webster were being paid sub-know-how profits, as were other corporations affiliated or subsidiary to the American International Corporation. In other words, a group of patriotic financiers contracted to collect $11 million simply for passing contracts along to themselves, dividing them among themselves. The same men then collected a second fee based on costs. This pyramiding of contracts and fees was carried even farther. The sub-know-how fee was also 5% on paper. Profits in hard cash were higher. It was shown that Stone and Webster cleared $250,000 on one subcontract of less than $1 million. H.D. Connick, vice president of the corporation, was another who swore to the patriotic nature of the venture. Quote, "You didn't propose to invest 1 penny of your own money, though," end quote, taunted a senator. Quote, "We were going to invest our reputations," end quote, answered Connick. It developed that the precious reputations, once invested, were handsomely defended with the people's money. One press agent was paid a salary of $20,000 a year. Press agents' salaries and other publicity costs, outlays to convince the public that Hog Island was what it was not, were charged to the government, which also paid an added charge of 5% as profit to the American International Corporation. Throughout the Senate hearing, officials of the Fleet Corporation and other government officials shielded the grafters. Both government officials and officers of the American International Corporation were forced to admit extravagance, waste, and exorbitant costs. These things were defended on the ground of speed, but the only speed visible at Hog Island was the speed with which the contractors made away with the people's money. America had been at war 16 months before the first ship was launched, and no Hog Island ship got into commission in time to be of service against Germany. The corporation's general defense, when investigated by the Department of Justice, was that officials of the Fleet Corporation knew and approved everything it did. It happens that the officials of the Fleet Corporation in private life were associates or employees of the men who were profiting by the job. These officials did not satisfactorily explain why they permitted the contractors to adopt a system of bookkeeping perfectly calculated to conceal thievery, nor how it was that bills for material to the extent of over $10 million in value had been prepaid and no effort made to discover, in the words of the Department of Justice report, quote, whether the prepaid bills were in fact followed by the actual receipt of the material paid for, end quote. On a number of occasions after the fighting was over, Mr. Schwab publicly declared that, quote, at least $2 billion of the $3 billion cost, end quote, of government shipbuilding, quote, ought to be charged off as war cost, end quote. In other words, the $2 billion, or most of it, was stolen or wasted under cover of the war emergency. Albert D. Lasker, who became chairman of the shipping board under President Harding, went even farther. July 16, 1921, Lasker declared that the government's loss on the building, operation, and leasing of ships would total $4 billion. After a peep at Hog Island patriotism, one may perhaps appreciate slightly Mr. Vanderlip's enthusiastic prediction made in an address to businessmen, quote, "A million new springs of wealth will be developed," end quote. Hog Island patriotism is not different from any other Wall Street patriotism, so soon as the latter is subject to scrutiny, nor is the War Administration elsewhere less generous with its profits, less willing to satisfy to the full financial appetites already gorged with money. Everywhere we find captains of industry pleased with large returns, avidly seeking them. Everywhere we find the government seeking to satisfy them, satisfying them. The average price for bituminous coal at the mine for the entire United States in 1915 was $1.13 a ton. Large deliveries were made in 1916 at $1.25 a ton. The American Federation of Labor reported that labor costs had increased but 13 cents a ton in 3 years. Yet in August 1917, the president fixed prices from $2 upward at the mine. Under this arrangement, according to the Federal Trade Commission, margins of profit were much higher than in previous years. Nevertheless, before the end of 1917, the president granted the coal corporations another increase of 45 cents a ton. Under this arrangement, coal profits ran as high as 7,856%. Senate document number 259. Numerous official investigations established the fact that the unprecedented profits of the Big Five packers were due to the special care and protection of Hoover, that it was the policy of the Food Administration that such corporations should profit enormously at the expense of both the farmer and the public. The public was officially informed that packer profits were limited to 5%. But Hoover gave his approval to an additional 4% profit, which was kept secret. On borrowed money borrowed from their own banks, the Packers were allowed to collect an income not only to cover interest, but a profit also. When the Federal Trade Commission recommended to the president that this additional profit be abolished, Hoover opposed the plan, and through his influence, the report of the Federal Trade Commission was withheld for nearly a year after the armistice. The segregation of nearly $1 billion worth of stocks and bonds, industrial plants, and other business holdings owned by Germans might be defended as a war measure, but the sale of such properties privately, as a rule, and at prices far below their real value, is difficult to understand except as a means of bearing gifts to Wall Street. The government put an excess profits tax in the revenue bill at the beginning. This is not an evidence that Wall Street did not make money out of the war, but only official acknowledgement that it did. Private profits from the blood of our young men and the privation of our people were an integral part of the war policy, acknowledged and defined in the war revenue bills. In preparing the schedules, the government estimate of visible war profits to be harvested by American corporations in 1917, collectible net gains over and above estimated gains of peacetimes, was $4 billion. In subjecting these billions to taxation, the administration pretended that it was compelling big business to assume its proportionate share of the war burdens. But while the war taxes weighed heavily upon the middle classes, the tax laws were so framed and their applications so manipulated that our money kings and our captains of industry went scot-free. Their influence caused the striking out of the retroactive tax intended to take a part of the 1916 profits. In 1916, there had been a special tax on the manufacture of munitions. It was removed. Tariff schedules were revised upward, throwing a great weight upon the poor. Evasion was made easy by the administration's policy of keeping tax statements secret and its policy of combining profits taxes and income taxes in a single item. Corporations were permitted to make arbitrary deductions for war taxes to be subsequently paid, a procedure not contemplated by the law. They were even permitted to deduct stock dividends from statements of profit, and by this maneuver, to wipe the item of war taxes completely from their books. The administration even adopted the policy of paying the war taxes of favored corporations, either by taking the taxes into consideration and figuring prices on government contracts, or by engaging to pay such taxes itself, whatever they might come to. The government agreed in writing to pay all increases of taxation appertaining to the Hog Island job. The $900 million odd a year rental paid by the government to the Transportation Trust was not subject to $1 of war tax. The upshot of the administration's war policy toward business was that every dollar of taxes that seemed to be laid upon steel, copper, coal, and the other great industries of Morgan, Schwab, Vanderlip, Ryan, Lovett et al. Was passed along finally to the general public. In his appeal to business interests, July 11, 1917, the president spoke of the contribution of our businessmen to the winning of the war as, quote, a contribution that costs you neither a drop of blood nor a tear, end quote. He might have added, nor $1. For if the great corporations were given greater net profits after all war tax payments than they could have realized had the country remained at peace, it is obvious that they were permitted to escape absolutely any share whatever of the war burden. When it was over, the administration was not above boasting that big business had been protected, aided, and strengthened by the war policies. 1918 reports of Secretary of the Treasury and the Controller of the Currency. The picture is well drawn in La Trobe's Weekly Market Review, May 16, 1918. Quote, the most remarkable situation that has ever existed in the United States since the prosperous days of President McKinley has developed as a result of the war. The leaders of industry and finance are working hand in hand with the government. The steel companies are becoming partners of the government, and the railroads are obtaining favors of which they never dreamed, with guaranteed earnings and very high rates for transportation. The War Finance Corporation is attending to finance requirements. There is every indication that the shipbuilding plans of the government will be expanded and rushed at a great pace under Mr. Charles M. Schwab of Bethlehem Steel, and one of the first moves he made was to cancel the original submarine boat contract and arrange for a new one for 160 ships on terms which admit of much larger profits." End quote. Finally, the administration served as protector and press agent for the super patriots while they got away with the people's money. It was the policy of the president to prevent public investigations of profits, profiteering, and graft by Congress, and when the pressure for investigation was especially strong, to substitute, therefore, secret inquiries by the executive departments. Such inquiries never passed beyond the control of the president. The evidence was never published. Reports could be framed to suit the policy of the president, and publication even of reports was delayed at the will of the president. The president opposed all investigations of the sort begun by either house, declared that nothing helpful was likely to come out of them, charged them with causing delay and confusion, and in the end succeeded in suppressing all of them. Yet had it not been for these abortive hearings, the public might never have heard of the Hog Island Steel, the shoe and clothing grafts, or sugar profiteering. It would have heard less of Packer thievery, still less of the aircraft scandal, and perhaps nothing at all of 100 other things reflecting upon the patriotism and the common honesty not only of business patriots, but of Army and Navy officers and even of members of the President's cabinet. The policy of hush illustrates one of the uses of autocracy in war. The policy could not have been carried out successfully without far-reaching usurpations on the part of the executive. The looting of the Treasury mentioned herein is only a hint of what actually occurred. Unless the government should continue as completely under the control of high finance as during the war, we may expect to be regaled with scandals for years to come. Note: although the Harding administration attempted no general expose of wartime thievery, the veil was lifted slightly, now and then, in response to political expediency. For example, in a letter boasting of the accomplishments of Republican rule, August 29, 1921, President Harding said in part, quote, "Our government expended between $5 and $6 billion for the manufacture of aircraft, artillery, and artillery ammunition. To show for this expenditure, it has been officially testified that less than 200 American-made airplanes or 200 American-made cannon ever went into action on the fighting front of the war, while not more than 1% of the ammunition expended by American artillery was, according to the same testimony, of American manufacture. Approximately $3.5 billion has been poured out under the direction of the Shipping Board, yet I have from the War Department the curious bit of information that only one vessel built by the Shipping Board ever carried any American troops to fight in Europe. This was a cargo boat, the Liberty, which, according to War Department records in October 1917, carried approximately 50 soldiers to Europe. These were the only soldiers, according to the record, that were transported to Europe before the armistice in a vessel built by the Shipping Board. According to the most conservative estimate which has come to me, the Railroad Administration has cost the government between $1.25 and $1.5 billion, and the end is not yet." End quote. End note. As a part of the policy of hush, criminal prosecution of our financial leaders was taboo. The entire system of handling government contracts was in gross violation of the common law and of the statutes. Honest enforcement of the law would probably have required wholesale prosecutions not only of dollar-a-year men, but also of government officials who gave the system their sanction. When the criminal nature of these transactions was mentioned to the Attorney General, he placed his stamp of approval upon them, declaring them, quote, "matters of national policy rather than a legal question," end quote. Report of Chairman Graham of the House Committee on War Department Expenditures, July 7, 1919. Federal police protection of captains of industry was carried so far as to require the postponement of prosecutions pending when war was declared. Newspapers of January 3, 1918, carried a dispatch from Washington reading, in part, quote, Attorney General Gregory today asked the Supreme Court to defer argument on the 7 large antitrust suits pending. This action, Solicitor General Davis explained, was taken because the government wants cooperation from the business interests of the country. The suits postponed are those against the United Shoe Machinery Company, the American Can Company, the International Harvester Company, the U.S. Steel Corporation, the Eastman Kodak Company, the Quaker Oats Company, and the Corn Products Refining Company. End quote. To this dispatch, the Times appended a local news note saying that, upon the information's reaching Wall Street, U.S. Steel Common shot upward, closing the day with a net advance of 5 points, while industrial stocks generally were in increased demand. Meanwhile, to the government press agency, embellishing the fame of the super patriots as model citizens, were frequently added the voices of members of the president's official family, and at times the voice of the president. But this was not enough. Hand in hand with the policy of praise went the policy of repression. Mr. Burleson laid down as a condition for the enjoyment of second-class mailing privileges that, quote, papers must not say that the government is controlled by Wall Street, end quote, October 9, 1917. At the same time, the Attorney General was pleading for more repressive legislation, hinting that it was not sufficiently easy to imprison persons for calling attention to the peculiar relations between big business and the government. It was the president's policy that it should be illegal to impugn the motives of the men among whom the government was distributing our billions. It was the president's policy that it should be illegal to say that ours was a businessman's war, provided you were against the war. At the same time, it was the president's policy that it should be perfectly legal to make exactly the same statement, provided you favored the war. Quote, the business plea to businessmen, end quote, was an approved and respectable part of the patriotic propaganda. It was voiced at times, even by the president himself. Quote, and every man in every business must know by this time that his whole future fortune lies in the balance, end quote. Urbana, January 31st, 1918. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Secret of the War Profits. Although the announcement of President Wilson's war policy toward business was in practice construed as permitting the greatest profits in the history of the country, it was capable of being construed as permitting no profits at all. Had the generosity of the war administration been, in fact, confined strictly to satisfying the 4 considerations mentioned, wages, upkeep, management, and necessary expansions for war purposes, then its war policy toward business might not be open to criticism. But a very large share of the money abstracted from the Treasury was not devoted to any of these specified purposes, but was diverted into an entirely different channel. Not $1 of the $900 million odd net, which the government guaranteed the railroad corporations, was devoted or intended to be devoted either to sustaining the efficiency of the railroad industry, providing a living for those who conducted the railroads, paying wages, or expanding the railroad properties. Salaries and wages were paid out of the operating income and were covered by rate increases to the public. Maintenance and expansion were attended to with a $500 million revolving fund and the funds of the War Finance Corporation, both appropriated by Congress. The $945 million was an entirely different item for an entirely different purpose. It was net profit, the part of this guaranteed net income over and above the sum that would have been available for dividends had America remained at peace, several $100 million, must be set down as riches coined by the shedding of America's young blood upon European battlefields. What is said of the railroad industry applies with equal force to steel, copper, coal, oil, shipping, and every other like enterprise. In each instance, the War Administration provided the money not only for 4 items, salaries, wages, maintenance, and expansion, but for a 5th item, profit. The necessity of satisfying the first 4 items as a condition for the successful conduct of the military operations may be cheerfully conceded, provided the 4th item, expansion, were satisfied by loans exclusively. But what is the secret of the 5th item? Quote, "They are giving their lives. Will you not give your money?" End quote. This famous appeal was shouted at us by the super patriots themselves. But it is obvious that no American who possessed more money at the end of the war than at the beginning can be said to have contributed 1 penny to it. The fact cannot be evaded that our leaders of industry and finance were richer at the end of the war than at the beginning, and that they became so through the operation of a policy unswervingly followed by the War Administration, the policy of paying them prices that permitted them, after every war exigency was met, to add billions of dollars to their permanent fortunes. Why was it the policy of President Wilson that Wall Street should make a lot of money out of the war? Huge profits in wartime have apparently been accepted by a great many persons as a normal, necessary, and innocent phenomenon. But it would seem that if American finance and industry had been mobilized and utilized with a view to its most effective use in war, no dividends whatever would have been allowed, no piling up of great fortunes, no increase in anybody's wealth, least of all the wealth of those who already possessed the most. It is true that the influence of our captains of industry was continually exerted in favor of higher prices and of other special favors to themselves, and that the copper and coal producers particularly were accused of conspiring to limit production as a means to gouging more money out of the government. But evidence of the power of these gentlemen to compel the administration to meet their wishes is lacking. If the War Administration was physically powerful enough to conscript an army for the trenches, surely it was physically powerful enough to conscript industry and finance, including the personal services of managers and directors, and to pay to industry and finance, as to the men in the trenches, the money necessary to make them most efficient for war purposes, and no more. The most plausible excuse for exorbitant profits paid to the large mining and industrial corporations was that, in order to attain the maximum production possible, it was necessary to bring every available plant into operation, high-cost plants as well as low-cost plants, and that prices paid by the government had, therefore, to be based on costs in the highest-cost plants. Thus, the owners of the low-cost plants, who were none other than our richest citizens, came into huge profits as if by accident. But why was this pretty scheme adopted? Would it not have been possible to put into effect, instead, a system placing all plants, whether of high or low cost, on a basis of all efficiency and no profit? If every man conscripted for the trenches had been paid $20 per day net for his services, he would still not have been treated relatively so well as the possessors of America's largest fortunes. The secret of our magnificent generosity to Wall Street during the war, and the secret of the war itself, is to be found not in any special war conditions, but in a governmental policy pursued from the beginning. It had always been the policy of President Wilson to serve the special interests of Wall Street, regardless of the general welfare. No American president ever more frankly confessed himself a servant of business than Wilson. No American president ever more completely met the wishes of big business than Wilson. Although Wilson went to the White House in the role of a radical, solemnly pledged to a great program of reform and attack upon special privilege, he did not carry out that program in any important particular. A part of the program intended to protect the public against the extortions of monopoly he repudiated. Another part he put through in such form that it turned out to be a service to monopoly instead of a check upon it. Although the Baltimore Platform, upon which Woodrow Wilson became President of the United States, pronounced for, quote, the vigorous enforcement of the criminal as well as the civil law against trusts and trust officials, end quote, and, quote, the enactment of such additional legislation as may be necessary to make it impossible for a private monopoly to exist, end quote. And although Wilson endorsed this proposition both before and after election, neither his new antitrust legislation nor his enforcement of the old put an end to any monopoly. On the other hand, President Wilson, after prolonged efforts, procured the passage of laws exempting corporations engaged in foreign commerce from all restrictions provided by the antitrust laws. Although the transportation monopoly was especially singled out for discipline by the Democratic Party and its candidate, and although candidate Wilson pronounced in favor of lower rates, from 1 year after taking office, President Wilson was almost constantly working for and openly urging higher rates. After having been responsible for one rate increase, the president twice urged upon Congress, quote, explicit approval by the Congress of the consideration of the Interstate Commerce Commission of an increase in freight rates, end quote. Words of the message of December 1916. As early as November 1914, the Wall Street Journal acknowledged, quote, so far as he properly could, he, President Wilson, has assisted the railroads, end quote. Although in the program of reform upon which Wilson rode into office, the high Republican tariff was denounced as, quote, the principal cause of the unequal distribution of wealth, end quote, and as, quote, a system of taxation which makes the rich richer and the poor poorer, end quote. And although an immediate revision downward, such as would reduce the cost of living, was promised, under Wilson the revision was accomplished in such a way as to reduce neither the cost of living nor the profits of protected industries. Moreover, guided by Wilson, the Democratic Party enacted an anti-dumping law, which, in effect, built a barbed wire fence around the top of the tariff wall, and under cover of the war emergency, it enacted, to employ the words of Congressman Kitchen, quote, the highest tariff ever written on the books, end quote. Although the Baltimore Platform carried a promise of currency reform guaranteeing, quote, absolute security to the public, end quote, and complete protection from, quote, the misuse of the power that wealth gives to those who possess it, end quote, the Wilson Federal Reserve Act only made more secure the monopolistic control of the country's credit that is so well described in the Pujo Committee report on the money trust. Currency inflation, made easy by the Federal Reserve Scheme, greatly facilitated the wartime looting of the country and became one of the causes of famine prices. The first claim for this law was that it would give us an elastic currency. The Federal Reserve currency proved elastic enough in the stretching, but when the day arrived for deflation, the unstretching was not so easy a process. Although the Baltimore Platform pledged candidate Wilson to conservation, promising, quote, such additional legislation as may be necessary, end quote, to prevent the country's natural resources from, quote, being wasted or absorbed by special or privileged interests, end quote, under Wilson, no bona fide conservation laws were enacted. On the other hand, President Wilson conducted a long fight for the so-called Shields and Water Power Bills and the Oil and Mineral Lands Leasing Bills, designed to open up the last of such resources to a raid of the great exploiting concerns on terms violating every accepted principle of conservation. It is not the purpose here to go far into President Wilson's peacetime record, nor even to enumerate all the pledges of the Baltimore Platform that became scraps of paper in his hands. Passed over is the pledge not to stand for a second term, the pledge not to encroach upon either of the other two branches of government, the Panama Canal tolls reversal, the pledge to suppress gambling in agricultural products, the pledge for an adequate system of rural credits. Only enough of this record is recalled to make it quite clear that the wartime favors to Wall Street embodied no new policy. Wilson's own testimony on this point may be of interest. As early as January 20th, 1914, President Wilson announced to his Congress, quote, "The antagonism between business and government is over," end quote. On signing the Federal Reserve Act, he said, quote, "I myself have always felt, when the Democratic Party was criticized as not knowing how to serve the business interests of the country, that there was no use in replying to that in words. The only satisfactory reply was in action. We have written the first chapter of that reply," end quote. June 25, 1914, in a speech before the Virginia Editorial Association, the president sketched his entire legislative program as one of beneficence to business, carried out under the advice of businessmen. Quote, "When the program is finished," he promised, "there will be a boom in business in this country such as we have never witnessed in the United States. Business can get and will get what it can get in no other way," end quote. On the December 8th following, the president informed his Congress that the above promises had been fulfilled. Quote, "The road at last lies clear before business," said he. "It is the road to ungrudged, unclouded success," end quote. Again, February 29th, 1915, the president was voicing the following happy assurances. Quote, "Nobody is going to be afraid of or suspicious of any business merely because it is big," end quote. Accordingly, in the St. Louis platform appeared a number of strange paragraphs, the like of which had never before been seen in a Democratic platform. One such paragraph reads, quote, "We must now remove, so far as possible, every remaining element of unrest and uncertainty from the path of the businessmen of America, and secure for them a continued period of quiet, assured, and confident prosperity," end quote. Promises of this character notwithstanding, Democratic spellbinders followed their time-worn practice of telling the people that Wall Street was lined up against their candidate. Evidence of this is lacking. Wall Street looked on with singular complacence. The reason was disclosed by the Wall Street Investment and Mining News in its June issue. Quote, "The presidential nominations are most satisfactory from a financial standpoint. No matter what a man's political preference may be, he should be satisfied with the choice as far as business is concerned. Wall Street responded nobly," end quote. In the campaign, indeed, President Wilson repeatedly pointed to his record as an argument that the business vote should fall to him. In his speech of acceptance, for example, quote, "The tariff has been revised, not on the principle of repelling foreign trade, but upon the principle of encouraging it. The laws against trusts have been clarified by definition, with a view to making it plain that they were not directed against big business, and a trade commission has been created with powers of guidance and accommodation, which have relieved businessmen of unfounded fears and set them upon the road of hopeful and confident enterprise. Effective measures have been taken for the recreation of an American merchant marine. So much have we done for business. What other party has understood the task so well or executed it so intelligently and energetically?" End quote. End chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Wilson Imperialism. Just as it is necessary, in seeking the true causes of the European quarrel, to go back a space in the history of the contending countries, so, in order to determine the real motives for our own participation, we must devote some attention to the nature of American governmental policies even before the European War began. Attention has been drawn to governmental service to domestic business. We now turn to foreign business. All foreign business of American citizens has come to be spoken of as foreign trade, especially by persons interested in promoting it, perhaps because the term has an innocent sound. What has Wall Street wanted most of America on behalf of its foreign trade? First, a great merchant marine. Second, a greater navy and army. Third, legislation especially framed to encourage and protect foreign business. Fourth, an executive committed to aggressive support of foreign business. Fifth, a disciplined nation. These are what may well be termed the permanent, as distinct from the immediate advantages accruing from American belligerency. They are the instrumentalities of imperialistic exploitation. Agitation for government subsidies as a means to creating a large merchant marine under the American flag had been carried on for several decades without results. The Japanese peril had been raised annually in an effort to bring about substantial increases in the Army and Navy. In the year 1902, the Navy League was founded by a group of millionaires interested in contracts for armor plate, powder, munitions, and foreign financing. It carried on an unceasing propaganda for a huge Navy and for a government policy of employing the Navy to back up the undertakings of American financiers abroad. In the year of the European outbreak, the National Foreign Trades Council was organized by the heads of large banks and industrial corporations, many of whom were already prominent as founders of, directors of, or contributors to the Navy League. The publicity of such organizations found its way into the news and editorial columns of the newspapers, into the speeches of senators and congressmen, into university classrooms, into the pulpit, into the popular magazines, into the book world. Due to such influence, the Monroe Doctrine was given a more and more aggressive interpretation, inimical to the sovereignty of our Latin American neighbors. The circumstances of the European War rendered these purposes 100 times more desirable, as well as apparently capable of realization in the fullest measure. By the end of 1915, Wall Street had seized a goodly share of the foreign trade of belligerents, particularly of Germany. How was that trade to be retained and extended? New York was in a fair way to supplant London as the world's financial center. How was that position to be secured and made permanent? The billions of war profits, dazzling in themselves, also opened up a dazzling future. Today they were bursting American banks. What should be done with them tomorrow? The answer came from the Navy League, from the Foreign Trade Council, from the American Manufacturers Export Association, and the other organizations formed to take advantage of the situation. The answer was that there are no profits equal to the profits of imperialism, that tomorrow American dollars must be competing abroad with sovereigns and francs, that tomorrow America would be sharing places in the sun with the great imperial powers, provided political America would do its part. In announcing the launching of the American International Corporation, Chairman Vanderlip urged upon his associates the necessity of, quote, arousing the interest and securing the cooperation of the entire country, end quote. It was necessary, explained Vanderlip, quote, to make it, the business of international finance, a national undertaking, and to appeal to the confidence, the enterprise, and the patriotism of the American people, end quote. President Farrell of the U.S. Steel Corporation seconded the motion. The public must be taught, he said, quote, that foreign trade is a vital element in domestic prosperity, end quote. The European War, which brought inconceivable suffering to so many millions of human beings, presented itself to Wall Street as a financial opportunity, infinitely beyond its wildest dreams of former days. Said Mr. Vanderlip to a Chicago audience of bankers, December 16, 1916, quote, never since the beginning of time was there such an opportunity. Never did a people have before them a choice of two roads that led to such different destinations. Never did a nation have flung at it so many gifts of opportunity, a flood tide of wealth, of opportunity, which, added to our resources, puts upon the people of this country a responsibility of trusteeship of the world. We have suddenly, by a world tragedy, been made heir to the greatest estate of opportunity that imagination ever pictured. The last 20 years have seen a five-fold development. I would hesitate to suggest what the next 20 years may see if we rightly manage this heritage." End quote. Quote, "Our future for many years to come," said Vanderlip in the same speech, "will be governed by the soundness of the public mind and governmental actions in the next score of months." End quote. This sort of propaganda raged throughout the year 1916 and reached its climax in the final weeks before America declared war. Following the Paris Economic Conference in June 1916, the press was filled with horrible forebodings lest our rosy destiny might not be realized. The war after the war was presented as a peril hardly less sinister than the German invasion peril paraded before us a year later. Oh, woe! What should be done? Wall Street told us what should be done, not too impetuously at first, but feeling its way. Even the National Security League did not at once tell us that the solution was to declare war on Germany. At the luncheon discussions of the war after the war, held by bankers, manufacturers, and merchants daily throughout the country, exhortations to prepare for our great opportunities overseas, advocacy of compulsory military training, the beauties of a merchant marine under the American flag, demands for sterner measures in Mexico, rhetorical flights upon American destiny, and praise of the Monroe Doctrine were inextricably mixed and equally applauded. Finally, military alliance with the Entente came to be mentioned in the same breath with financial alliance. Evidence that our allies-to-be intended to wage commercial war on us after the war was used more or less openly as an argument to ally ourselves with them in order to get on the bandwagon. The last step was to bellow for the vindication of American honor, hoist the German peril, and call for war. After war was safely declared, the purpose to obtain, through the circumstances of the war, the imperialistic advantages long sought by Wall Street was frequently acknowledged. We find W.S. Keyes, vice president of the National City Bank and one of Vanderlip's right-hand propagandists, assuring friends, the Americas, April 1917, quote, "The entry of the United States into the war and our definite alignment with the Allies will undoubtedly be of influence in obtaining for us preferential treatment in the economic struggle after the war." End quote. We find such men as James A. Farrell, president of the U.S. Steel Corporation, saying, quote, "As we have willingly devoted our lives and our fortunes to the cause of the Allies, it would be a natural corollary to this joint enterprise that there should evolve at the end of the war a definite plan of international cooperation in the financing of foreign enterprises." End quote. Foreign Trades Council Convention, April 1918. Also, same speech, quote, "The gigantic task confronting the United States means not only that the Allies must be protected against defeat, but that our great resources should be fully utilized for the restoration of the decadent industry of shipbuilding." End quote. Our war, quote, "for the right of nations, great and small, to choose their own way of life and obedience," end quote, did not see the end of the plot to choose Mexico's way of life and obedience for her, but only brought that plot nearer to maturity. Now glance at the government's share in this business. From the beginning, President Wilson was a propagandist for foreign trade. In his first inaugural address, we find the words, quote, "Our domestic markets no longer suffice. We need foreign markets," end quote. And in his first message to Congress, quote, "We must build up trade, especially foreign trade," end quote. His public advocacy of government aid and the building of a huge merchant marine dates from the first months of his tenure. His first shipping bill having failed, we find him, the following year, urging a similar program upon Congress, December 7, 1915. Here is the plan and argument in part. Quote, "The task of building up an adequate merchant marine for America, private capital must ultimately undertake, and it seems to me a manifest dictate of wisdom that we should promptly remove every legal obstacle that may stand in the way. But something must be done at once, and it is evident that only the government can undertake such beginnings and assume the initial risks. When the risk has passed, the government may withdraw, but it cannot omit to begin. It should take the first steps and take them at once, with a view to meeting these present necessities of our commerce and availing ourselves at the earliest possible moment of the present unparalleled opportunity of linking the two Americas together in bonds of mutual interest and service, an opportunity which may never return if we miss it now. Proposals will be made to the present Congress for the purchase or construction of ships to be owned and directed by the government, similar to those made to the last Congress." End quote. The President's bill, introduced forthwith, embodied the policy ultimately carried out that the government should pay for the ships and afterwards turn them over to private enterprise, either through lease or sale. The President succeeded finally in putting through his shipping legislation, but only as a part of the preparedness program of 1916. The policy itself was realized only as a part of the war program when, in the words of Farrell, our great resources were in fact, quote, fully utilized for the restoration of the decadent industry of shipbuilding, end quote. In a speech before the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, February 3, 1915, President Wilson said, quote, "The antitrust laws of the United States apparently make it illegal for merchants in the United States to form combinations for the purpose of strengthening themselves and taking advantage of the opportunities of foreign competition. That is a very serious matter. I want to know how these cooperative methods can be adopted for the benefit of everybody who wants to use them, and I say frankly, if I can be shown that, I am for them." End quote. The Webb Bill, exempting combinations engaged in foreign trade from the operation of the antitrust laws, was accordingly introduced, and in every subsequent session of Congress, it was personally urged by the President in messages or public statements. It failed repeatedly due to opposition to it as class legislation for the very rich. The President was finally able to put it through only under cover of the war. Meanwhile, so impatient was the executive in this matter that he put the provisions of the bill into operation by fiat more than a year before it passed Congress. Many other bits of legislation designed to promote foreign trade were enacted at the instigation of President Wilson as we approached war and during the fighting itself. In urging the Water Power Bill, one of the administration's arguments, signed by Secretaries Baker, Lane, and Houston, March 3, 1918, ran thus, quote, "There is also need of legislation in order that time may be given to prepare for the developments that must take place after the close of the war, if the United States is to maintain its proper place in world trade." End quote. Under the guidance of Wilson, the Democratic Party in the 1916 platform pledged itself to the essential principle of imperialism in the following words, quote, "We favor a fixed policy for the continuous development of a navy worthy to support the great naval traditions of the United States and fully equal to the international tasks which the United States hopes and expects to take part in performing. The circumstances of the last 2 years have revealed necessities for international action which no former generation can have foreseen. We hold it to be the duty of the United States to use its power not only to make itself safe at home, but also to make secure its just interests throughout the world. The American government should protect American citizens in their rights not only at home, but abroad. And any country having a government should be held to strict accountability for any wrongs done them, either to person or property." End quote. In spite of this, during the campaign, President Wilson charged his opponents with desiring to get in control of the government in order, quote, "to put the Army and Navy of the United States back of their financial enterprises in Mexico and throughout the world," end quote, October 16, 1916. During his preparedness tour addresses, as has been seen, the President had made it a question of national honor to put the Army and Navy back of the business enterprises of American citizens abroad. said Wilson at Shadow Lawn on the eve of the election, November 4th. Quote, "The United States will never again be what it has been. The United States was once in the enjoyment of what we used to call splendid isolation. Now we have become not the debtors but the creditors of the world, and in what other nations used to play in promoting industries which extended as wide as the world itself, we are playing the leading part. We can determine to a large extent who is to be financed and who is not to be financed. So it does not suffice to look back, as some gentlemen are looking, back over their shoulders, for now we are in the great drift of humanity which is to determine the politics of every country in the world. With this outlook, is it worthwhile to stop to think of party advantage?" End quote. Such quotations help to explain why our international bankers were not in the least alarmed in 1916, when our pacifists and liberals united to re-elect Wilson because, quote, "he kept us out of the war," end quote. Further explanation is found in the course which the president was then actually pursuing, not merely in the diplomatic disputes with belligerent countries and in the matter of preparation for war, but in his dealings with our neighbors near and far. The anti-imperialist can find a complete vindication of his position in the speeches and state papers of Wilson, but the imperialist finds equal comfort for his views in the same quarter. The record of action will determine the real nature of his foreign policy. Imperialism is not imperialism unless it has teeth, the teeth of armed public forces behind the smile of diplomacy. Did Wilson's policy and action differ in any essential from the policy of Imperial England, Imperial Germany, and imperialistic France? It differed on but two occasions, and in each of the two instances the action was later reversed. The second of these two instances, relating to Wall Street loans to belligerent governments, has already been mentioned, Chapter 7. The first had to do with a loan to China. Soon after coming to power, President Wilson refused diplomatic support to the Wall Street end of a proposed consortium loan to the Chinese government, in which financiers of England, France, Germany, Russia, Japan, and the United States had arranged to participate. As a result of Wilson's declaration that the scheme, quote, "touches very nearly the sovereignty of China," end quote, the American bankers withdrew, and Wilson's name was hailed throughout the world as that of a genuine anti-imperialist. But in 1919, under the aegis of Wilson, the American bankers went into a reorganized China consortium, paralleling in every principle and purpose the old one. The president, indeed, had reversed himself as early as 1916 on this particular question. November 16 of that year, a State Department letter pledging diplomatic support to a loan by American bankers and the enterprises behind it was given to the press. It read, quote, "Gentlemen, I have read the contract between yourselves and the Republic of China with reference to a loan of $5 million for a period of 3 years, and I have to say in reply to your oral request for a statement of the policy of this department respecting such loans, that the Department of State is always gratified to see the Republic of China receive financial assistance from citizens of the United States, and that it is the policy of this department, now as in the past, to give all proper support and protection to the legitimate enterprises abroad of American citizens. I am, gentlemen, your obedient servant, Robert Lansing," end quote. That these words were not a mere polite bon voyage to the adventuring American dollars was soon made manifest. The particular loan to which the published statement of the Secretary of State referred was secured by a mortgage upon wine and tobacco taxes. Another loan, floated at about the same time, involved a contract for the construction of a railroad and the improvement of a canal by the Seams-Cary Railway and Canal Company, a subsidiary of the American International Corporation. In other words, it was tied to a government concession promising large profits. In pursuance of its policy of establishing a modernized Monroe Doctrine for the benefit of Japanese capitalists in the Far East, the Japanese government promptly made representations to the Wilson government objecting to the first loan on the ground that it was political in its nature, and to the second on the ground that the enterprise came into conflict with concessions held by Japanese citizens. The French, Russian, and British governments, at the instance of French, Russian, and British financiers, registered similar protests, but the sharpest issue was made by the Japanese. The diplomatic correspondence is still a secret, but the attitude of our government was sufficiently revealed to make it quite certain that Lansing's term, quote, all proper diplomatic support and protection, end quote, meant conventional support and protection, nothing less. The crisis brought Viscount Ishii to America on his special mission. How near the two governments came to an open break over a profiteering contract gouged out of the weak and needy Chinese, the American public may never know. The signed statement of Lansing, published coincidentally with the so-called Lansing-Ishii Agreement, November 7, 1917, suggests that actual hostilities were nearer than anyone not on the inside could have suspected. The agreement dissipated that particular crisis, and the representatives of both governments expressed themselves as delighted. What the real understanding was remained a matter of speculation, for the published version, to anyone familiar with the processes of secret diplomacy, is obviously a blind. The published version appears, on its face, however, to record a victory for Japan, as it registers a recognition by the United States of Japanese special interests in China. It is self-evidently hypocritical, for while professing to guarantee the integrity and sovereignty of China, it violates it and was protested against for this reason by the Chinese government. The Lansing-Ishii Agreement is a conventionally imperialistic document arrived at by conventionally imperialistic paths. The character of the new consortium is the same. These things begin to show how far America has gone afield to exploit weaker countries and to risk future war through competition in such business with the old world predatory powers. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Mexico. For the completed picture of our recent imperialism, it is necessary to look nearer home. In words, we find President Wilson playing two roles here, as elsewhere. Before we injected ourselves into European affairs, President Wilson had promised equality to Latin America. Quote, all the governments of America stand, so far as we are concerned, upon a footing of genuine equality and unquestioned independence. End quote. Message to Congress, December 7, 1915. Yet the following month, January 27, 1916, he was telling us, quote, what America has to fear, if she has anything to fear, are indirect, roundabout, flank movements upon her regnant position in the Western Hemisphere, end quote, and suggested a willingness to fight to maintain such position. But how can a government claiming a regnant position among a group of nations also profess to stand for genuine equality? In his Mobile speech, October 27, 1913, President Wilson revealed a clear understanding of the conventional imperialistic devices through which weak countries nowadays are drawn under the dominion of the strong, and even promised the Latin American countries emancipation from such subjection. Quote, there is one peculiarity about the history of the Latin American states, which I am sure they are keenly aware of. You hear of concessions to foreign capitalists in Latin America. You do not hear of concessions to foreign capitalists in the United States, and states that are obliged, because their territory does not lie within the main field of modern enterprise and action, to grant concessions, are in this condition that foreign interests are apt to dominate their domestic affairs, a condition of affairs always dangerous and apt to become intolerable. What these states are going to see, therefore, is an emancipation from the subordination which has been inevitable to foreign enterprise. They have had harder bargains driven with them in the matter of loans than any other peoples in the world. Interest has been exacted of them that has not been exacted of anybody else, because the risk was said to be greater. And then securities were taken that destroyed that risk, an admirable arrangement for those who were forcing the terms. I rejoice in nothing so much as the prospect that they will now be emancipated from these conditions." End quote. Pledges of this character were repeated periodically through the next 5 years. Yet when, in July 1916, Senator La Follette offered an amendment to the Naval Appropriation Bill providing that none of the ships authorized therein should be used, quote, "in any manner to coerce or compel the collection of any pecuniary claim of any kind, class, or nature, or to enforce any claim of right to any grant or concession for or on behalf of any private citizen, copartnership, or corporation of the United States," end quote. The amendment did not meet with presidential approval, and it was lost. Moreover, in opposing it, Senator Lewis, the Democratic whip, told his colleagues that if they voted for it, they voted, quote, "to impeach the administration of President Wilson," end quote. Where did the senator get that? From Wilson's record in Latin America, particularly in Santo Domingo, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Mexico. Americans know, in a hazy way, that under anti-imperialist Wilson, we undertook a military occupation of Santo Domingo and Haiti, maintained American forces permanently in Nicaragua, and perpetrated 2 notable invasions of Mexico. Have they duly reflected that each of these 4 countries won its independence by means similar to those by which the American Republic won its independence, that they were recognized as sovereign and independent powers by the United States, that war was not declared against any of them, that an act of invasion constitutes an act of war, that in sending armed public forces into these countries, the President not only violated the letter and spirit of international law and the letter and spirit of the Constitution of the United States, but that he made a mockery of every pretense of adherence to the principle of the equality of nations? What was the nature and purpose of President Wilson's Mexican policy? The President himself gave answers irreconcilable one with another. On the same day that he was giving to Congress the most solemn pledge of, quote, "scrupulous regard to the sovereignty and independence of Mexico," end quote, he was wiring our consuls to threaten the Mexicans with intervention. While assuring Mexico and the world that he was concerned solely for the interests of Mexico, he was telling Congress that the fortunes of Americans in that country would be well looked after. Although at one time he repudiated the Big Brother role for America, at other times he urged it as an excuse for his Mexican meddling. Time after time he told his audiences that Mexico had a right to take as long as she liked in settling her affairs. Meanwhile, he was telling Mexico she would better hurry, or he would step in and do the settling. While pledging himself before the American people never to coerce Mexico, he was employing all forms of coercion, including verbal threats which contradicted his pledges. While promising the American people not to overwhelm Mexico with force, he was threatening to overwhelm the strongest and most popular Mexican party with force. When, while professing to oppose Huerta, he placed an embargo on arms, causing greater embarrassment to Huerta's enemies than to Huerta, he defended the action as in accordance with, quote, "the best practice of nations in the matter of neutrality," end quote. But when he raised the same embargo, he characterized it as, quote, "a departure from the accepted practices of neutrality," end quote. To the American people, he pledged himself eventually to fight American concessionaires in Mexico. Eventually, he informed the Mexican government that he was willing to fight for American concessionaires, although over so insignificant a question as taxes. When he sent an army into Mexico after Villa, he promised that it would not be used, quote, "in the interest of American owners of Mexican properties," end quote. Long after the Villa chase was ended, he virtually admitted, through a member of his cabinet, that the troops were still held in Mexico in the interest of American owners of Mexican properties. The varying points of view cannot be separated chronologically. The contradictions are not explainable on any theory of a change of policy. The conclusion is inevitable that President Wilson played the role of anti-imperialist in order to mask a course of imperialistic purpose. True, our chief executive stopped short of a war of conquest upon Mexico. Did he refrain because of any question of principle? What principle could hold him back from war upon Mexico while permitting him to make war upon Haiti and Santo Domingo? It must have been a question of expediency. There were arresting circumstances in the case of Mexico that did not exist in the case of her weaker neighbors, circumstances which any other president, equally with Wilson, would have had to consider. The theory that Mexico owed her safety at any time to the fact that one Woodrow Wilson happened to be President of the United States is unsound. An arresting circumstance of a most decisive nature was nothing more nor less than relative power. The executive was in a position to make war on Haiti and Santo Domingo almost in secret, without even calling the matter to the attention of Congress, without asking for special appropriations for the purpose, without selling Liberty bonds, without conscription, without a vast machine of education and terror to keep the American people under control. But Mexico he could not conquer personally and privately. Does this mean that the efforts of our president to serve Wall Street in Mexico were a failure? Not at all. The aim of imperialism is not conquest primarily, but control. Conquest is resorted to only as a means to the measure of political control essential to the proper protection of property rights. If the desired political control can be procured without the expense and risk of war, so much the better. Especially in countries having capacity for stubborn resistance, imperialism proceeds more or less cautiously, resorting to a series of well-tried tricks and maneuvers. Although Wilson did not see his way towards making an open effort at the conquest of Mexico, his efforts to control were unceasing, and the friction and agitation accompanying such efforts tended to prepare the way to conquer when the time is ripe. Intervention is intervention, even though it does not go beyond the field of diplomacy, and it is successful intervention exactly to the extent to which it succeeds, through threats or otherwise, in imposing the will of the stronger government upon the weaker. The threat to use an army, veiled as it may be in diplomatic language, is hardly less grave an offense than the use of the army itself. Almost from the day Woodrow Wilson took office, the threat of armed force was held over Mexico, with intent to mold Mexico's domestic affairs in accordance with the wishes of Wall Street. The Wilson threats cover every question remotely affecting the financial interests of foreigners. They touch every important item of the revolutionary program and have proven the greatest obstacle to Mexican reform since the time of Huerta. Representations were almost invariably accompanied by some form of coercion. The refusal to recognize Huerta in the beginning was a form of coercion. Wilson's refusal to recognize Huerta was approved by anti-imperialists everywhere. It contributed greatly to his reputation as an enemy of imperialism. By this very fact, it placed him in a position to serve imperialism more effectively than he would have been able to serve it otherwise. But why did Wilson refuse to recognize Huerta? He sought to lead the world to believe it was because, as a Democrat, he could not approve of any government, quote, stained by blood or supported by anything but the consent of the governed, end quote. But what becomes of such pretensions when Wilson himself set up blood-stained governments in Haiti and Santo Domingo and employed our armed forces to protect a blood-stained government set up by the previous administration in Nicaragua? Wilson was, in the beginning, not unalterably opposed to the recognition of Huerta. I take the following Washington dispatch from the New York World, April 11, 1913. Quote, When asked about it this afternoon, President Wilson said the de facto government of Mexico would be recognized as the new provisional government when it had worked out the problem now before it, the establishment of peace, end quote. In a speech November 1913 defending England's recognition of Huerta, Prime Minister Asquith told Parliament, quote, "We were informed by the government of the United States that, as regarded the recognition of Huerta, no definite answer could be given, except that they would wait some time longer before recognizing him," end quote. It was evidently with ultimate recognition in view that Wilson retained, as ambassador to the court of Huerta, Henry Lane Wilson, who had assisted in setting up the Huerta regime, and who, so long as he remained, was Huerta's most conspicuous apologist and support. It was evidently with ultimate recognition in view, also, that for 176 days after his inauguration, Wilson permitted agents of Huerta to purchase arms in the United States and ship them without interference, while at the same time the enemies of Huerta, when caught trying to export arms, were thrown into jail and their shipments confiscated. Wilson did turn definitely against Huerta in August. Why? The mission of John Lind is still shrouded in mystery, and it is impossible to state the full conditions demanded at that time by Wilson. Subsequent events made it quite certain that what Wilson sought was, literally, to, quote, "maintain the dignity and authority of the United States," end quote, as he told Congress when he took Veracruz, particularly to impose the authority of the United States upon Mexico, to procure from Mexico, if possible, an admission of the right of the United States to dictate in Mexican affairs, which would mark the end of Mexican sovereignty. Wilson pretended to Congress that he had to employ the armed forces of the United States to compel Huerta to salute the flag. It was a matter of principle. Huerta had offered to salute the flag if Wilson would at the same time salute the Mexican flag. That did not satisfy Wilson. It looked too much like equality. The regnant position of America must be maintained. At Tampico, some sailors had landed at a dock at which they had been warned not to land, the city being under siege by the Constitutionalist forces. These sailors were arrested, taken partway uptown, brought back, and an apology offered. There had been no violence. For this offense, Huerta was commanded to salute the flag. In April 1919, Japanese soldiers arrested an American officer who was leaving a theater in China, handled him roughly, and threatened him with a bayonet. Nobody asked the Japanese government to salute the American flag. There happened to be no occasion at that time to require Japan to bow to, quote, "the dignity and authority of the United States," end quote. When Wilson occupied Veracruz, he sent a friendly note to Carranza, omitting to mention the dignity and authority of the United States, but hinting that the action was taken to serve the cause of Carranza. Had Carranza not protested against the invasion, he would have fallen into a trap evidently designed to catch him. Tacitly, at least, he would have recognized the dignity and authority of the United States, its authority to invade Mexico at pleasure. It was not Wilson's first effort to trap Carranza. In November 1913, the president dispatched a personal agent, one William Bayard Hale, to Carranza to lay down the conditions under which Carranza would be recognized by Wilson. Secret diplomacy also shrouds the Hale proposals. Their nature may be guessed from a statement issued by Carranza on breaking off the Hale interviews. Quote, "We will accept no transactions, nor the interference of any nation to regulate Mexico's interior conditions," end quote. All that Carranza asked of the United States was equal rights with Huerta in the purchase and export of arms. This right was not accorded him until Wilson had been President of the United States for 11 months. Recognition was withheld for nearly 2 years after the Hale interviews. Once American forces were ensconced in Veracruz, Wilson forgot to renew his demand that Huerta salute the flag. nor did he capture Huerta's shipload of arms, supposed to have been the immediate occasion of the invasion. Wilson is credited with having caused the downfall of Huerta, but when the Veracruz assault occurred, the Constitutionalist armies had already won the series of victories which decided the assassin's end. At least, the fall of Huerta is supposed to have been Wilson's purpose in occupying Veracruz, and incidentally killing some 200 residents thereof. Why, then, did he forthwith renew the arms embargo against the Constitutionalists, who were also fighting to down Huerta? Why, then, did he stay in Veracruz 4 months after Huerta had fled? Is it conceivable that Wilson did not go down to Veracruz either to get the flag saluted, to help the Constitutionalists, or even to hurry the fall of Huerta, but that the occupation was one maneuver in a scheme to dictate who should succeed Huerta and under what conditions? The facts that support this view seem to have been generally overlooked. Wilson accepted the mediation of the ABC governments on the condition that the internal affairs of Mexico and the selection of a new provisional president should come into the discussion. Wilson was as anxious to eliminate Carranza as Huerta, but Carranza declined mediation on such terms and triumphed in spite of the opposition of Wilson. Our forces remained in Veracruz for 4 months after Huerta fled and were withdrawn only after the announcement had been blazoned in Washington that the early triumph of Villa was assured. After the failure of his effort to arrive at the political control of Mexico through the mediation conference, Wilson simply decided to assert the dignity and authority of the United States through the medium of Pancho Villa. A Wilson consular agent became Villa's closest advisor. An American general carried to Villa Wilson's pledge that he would never, under any circumstances, recognize Carranza. The State Department was turned into a Villa press agency. American oil and mining interests looked with favor upon Villa. Villa gave to Wilson pledges of proper protection to Wall Street investments, and Wilson diplomacy assisted Villa and hindered Carranza in almost countless ways. When Villa succeeded in capturing Mexico City, Wilson demanded that the city and the routes to it from Veracruz be neutralized, which would have made it impossible ever to oust Villa. When the Hemp Kings gained the ascendancy temporarily over the Carranza garrison in Yucatan, Wilson prohibited Carranza from blockading the port of Progreso as a means to recovering the state and dispatched a warship to make sure that there should be no blockade. Even after Villa had been decisively beaten, Wilson continued to maintain an arms embargo against Carranza, rendering operations of the latter more difficult and opening the way for the Columbus raid. Even after the Columbus raid, Wilson maintained his arms embargo, rendering it impossible for Carranza effectively to police the border, at the same time justifying his punitive expedition by the conditions for which the embargo was responsible. During his entire administration, down to Carranza's downfall, Wilson employed his authority to embargo arms as a powerful means of coercion to persuade the latter to come to the Wall Street Wilson view as to the, quote, dignity and authority of the United States, end quote. When the Mexican-American Joint Commission met to arrange for the withdrawal of American troops, the Mexican delegates came prepared to enter into any reciprocal arrangements suggested and to concur in any plan intended to prevent future raids. They discovered to their surprise that the American delegates did not come to talk about protecting the border against raids, but to talk about oil taxes, mining decrees, and, in the words of Chairman Lane, other, quote, rights that are vested, end quote. Although Villa was not caught, the American forces had killed several hundred Mexicans, and in April, General Scott, representing the government of the United States, had signed a memorandum to the effect that the dispersion of the Villa bands had been completed and that, therefore, no reason remained why the troops should not be withdrawn. Nevertheless, for 9 long months after the Scott statement, the American army was held on Mexican soil, while Woodrow Wilson, through Franklin K. Lane and others, was attempting to browbeat Carranza into yielding to American capital in Mexico the guarantees desired by the Rockefellers and Guggenheims, the Dodges, and the Dohenis. Wilson finally recognized Carranza only after being urged to do so by Argentina, Brazil, and Chile, and after repeated maneuvers to oust him in favor of reactionary elements had failed. Wilson finally withdrew the American army from Mexico in February 1917, only to prepare it for action against Germany. The result of the Wilson policy is that the aims which Wilson set out to realize have been partially realized and stand in a fair way to be realized in full. While all the Wilson maneuvers and aggressions did not succeed, due to the astuteness and patience of Carranza, in procuring from the latter an express recognition of the, quote, dignity and authority of the United States, end quote, an acceptance of the principle of inequality, a concession of the authority of the government of the United States to dictate in the affairs of Mexico, they tended to defeat every purpose that Wilson ever professed to serve: Mexican reform, pacification of the country, security for American lives, except the one purpose of protecting vested interests. It is obvious that sweeping reforms cannot be applied to the portion of any given industry controlled by natives without at the same time applying them to the portion of the industry controlled by foreigners. It is easily understood how a government, say in the United States, which essayed to lay war taxes upon corporations owned entirely by Americans, while remitting the taxes upon similar corporations having foreign stockholders, could not last. Americans can figure out for themselves how long an American president would last who negotiated, say, over Japanese rights in California, while a Japanese army was encamped on American soil. Although in the end the Carranza regime was a failure, although Carranza in the end succumbed to the forces against him, the greatest force against him was the big stick of anti-imperialist Wilson. Wilson made it impossible for Carranza to deliver the goods to the Mexican people. Wilson helped to make the Obregon Revolution not only possible but necessary. But towards Obregon, Wilson pursued the same policy and principle as towards Carranza. As the condition for the recognition of Obregon, he accepted the terms of Albert B. Fall, which were also the terms of the great financial and industrial interests. When Obregon rejected these terms, Wilson turned the new Mexican president over to the tender mercies of his Republican successors. The Wilson policy, in action, was a consistent policy of intervention, the aim being to control Mexico politically for the benefit of American capital, a policy looking toward war should it become impossible to impose the desired control by less expensive means, meanwhile to prepare the way for easy conquest when the time is ripe. This is precisely the Wall Street policy. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Virgin Islands, Haiti, Santo Domingo, and Nicaragua. Quote, "There is not a foot of territory belonging to any nation which this nation covets or desires." End quote. Woodrow Wilson, January 29, 1916. Although the American public apparently swallowed the misleading reports of the press as to our acquisition of the Virgin Islands, the Danish public was not so gullible, and the Danish government was forced to reveal a little of its true inwardness. The Danish foreign minister had to admit that he favored the sale only because, quote, retention of the islands might possibly involve Denmark in international complications, end quote. Edward Brandis, the finance minister, informed the lower house, August 10, 1916, that the Danish government, quote, had no alternative but to accede to the desire of the United States, end quote. Brandes revealed the fact that Denmark had rejected an offer to purchase in 1913, as it, quote, had no desire to lower the Danish flag without cogent reasons, end quote. What can this mean except that little Denmark simply bowed to a threat of force by the great American democracy? The one thing that we learned from our own government was that, in consideration of the yielding of Denmark, the United States would, quote, not object to the Danish government extending its political and economic interests to the whole of Greenland, end quote. Who gave us the right to say what should become of Greenland? Finally, the Danish foreign minister disclosed the fact that he had suggested leaving the question of the transfer to a referendum of the population of the islands in accordance with the principle of self-determination, but that, quote, the United States refused to sanction it, end quote. More than 100 years ago, after desperate fighting, now against France and now against England, the inhabitants of Haiti, like those of the American colonies, won their independence from European domination. Until the regime of Woodrow Wilson, the sovereign Republic of the United States recognized the smaller Republic of Haiti as equally sovereign. Here are the salient facts of the Haitian conquest as gleaned from the meager news dispatches of that period. 1. That American forces invaded Haiti July 27, 1915, following a revolution in which President Guillaume Sam was killed by a mob. 2. That previously to the revolution, the American State Department had been pressing upon Sam a convention signing away the sovereignty of Haiti, that Sam was on the point of yielding, that the revolution grew out of patriotic opposition to the treaty, that therefore our own government caused the very revolution which occasioned the intervention. 3. That July 30th, it was announced from Washington that, quote, the armed forces of the United States would remain on Haitian soil pending negotiations of an arrangement whereby the United States would assume control over Haiti's financial affairs, end quote. A confession that intervention was not to restore order, but to cram the convention down the throat of Haiti, regardless of order or disorder. 4. That Admiral Caperton at once began to impose a military dictatorship over Haiti. August 4th, he dispersed the government army, compelling its commander to resign. He dissolved the Committee of Public Safety named by the opposition leader, Bobo, and attacked Bobo's forces, both in the capital and at Cape Haitian. August 6th, he seized the government gunboat, the Pacific, and disarmed the forces in charge of it. 5. That August 24th, the Haitian National Assembly was called together in the National Palace, surrounded by American bayonets, presented with a draft of a convention prepared by the American State Department, and was ordered to ratify the convention without discussion and within 24 hours. That the National Assembly was overwhelmingly opposed to the convention, and permission to discuss it was given, and the time extended only after the members had threatened to resign in a body. 6. That the Wilson government did not await the ratification of the convention, either by the Haitian National Assembly or by the United States Senate, but began at once putting its provisions into effect. August 27th, Caperton began seizing custom houses, collecting the customs and disarming all Haitians. September 4th, because of general opposition to the American invasion, Caperton proclaimed martial law in the entire territory occupied by his forces. Before the end of September, 2,000 American Marines were operating against Haitian nationalists, thereafter termed bandits. 7. That resistance to the American dictatorship, which began with the landing of American Marines, did not cease with the enforced ratification of the convention, that the armed forces of the United States engaged in a prolonged war of conquest in which thousands of patriotic Haitians and a few Americans lost their lives. The Haitian National Assembly signed the convention under duress, September 16, 1915. Its text was secret. January 11, 1916, the President sent it secretly to the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate. The committee ordered it printed in confidence for the use of the Senate only. Between January 11th and February 28th, the committee conducted secret hearings. Not a line of the hearings was ever printed, even for the confidential use of senators. Finally, February 28th, meeting in executive session, the Senate ratified the convention, after which the bare instrument was printed. The brief convention itself reveals a few things. Article 2 puts the financial affairs of the Republic in the hands of the United States through a general receiver and a financial advisor named by the President. Article 10 puts the police power in the hands of the United States through a constabulary, urban and rural, organized and officered by Americans named by the President. Article 13 puts, quote, the development of the natural resources, end quote, in the hands of the United States through Americans named by the President. Finance, police powers, public works, what remained of the sovereign Republic of Haiti. Even the foreign affairs were taken over by Americans, and in due course the Republic of Haiti declared war upon Germany under the direction of the United States. The independence of Santo Domingo was first impaired by an American receivership of customs forced upon it by Theodore Roosevelt. Soon after Wilson became president, a senatorial investigation revealed a scandalous situation in which American politicians, in league with American bankers and concessionaires, were preying upon Santo Domingo finances by virtue of political control exerted under the terms of the Customs Convention. But the Sullivan scandal brought no change of policy. Instead, anti-imperialist Wilson was soon pressing for greater control than had been attempted either by imperialist Roosevelt or imperialist Taft. The War of Conquest began in May 1916, following an ultimatum from President Wilson to President Jimenez, giving the latter 72 hours in which to resign. Jimenez claims to have yielded only on the understanding that his resignation would prevent intervention. However that may be, 6 days afterwards, 500 Marines took possession of the capital, and a fortnight later, Puerto Plata was occupied after 2 hours fighting. We struck at the enemies of Jimenez as well as at Jimenez. In June, Admiral Caperton issued a proclamation stating that there was no intention of infringing on the sovereignty of Santo Domingo or subjugating its territory. At the same time, he was seizing every vestige of the civil power wherever his forces went. There were many battles and some massacres. By November, 1,800 Marines were reported engaged in the pacification of Santo Domingo. On the 29th day of that month, Captain Knapp, on behalf of Wilson, issued a proclamation establishing martial law throughout the Republic. All natives were prohibited from bearing or possessing arms, and a censorship of the press was instituted, prohibiting any criticism whatsoever of the government of the conquerors. The proclamation of martial law assured the natives that, quote, there is no intention on the part of the United States to destroy the independence of the Republic, end quote, and that the only purpose of the occupation was, quote, to assist the country to establish internal order and to enable it to comply with the provisions of its convention and to fulfill its obligations as a member of the family of nations, end quote. Meanwhile, at Washington had been drawn up a convention modeled after that applied to Haiti, placing Santo Domingo under a civil dictatorship under the President of the United States. By January 1917, an American captain of Marines was discovered to be holding the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Sovereign Republic of Santo Domingo, ordering native diplomatic and consular officials abroad to hand in their resignations. February 11, 1919, Washington dispatches informed us that Rear Admiral Snowden had been, quote, detailed for duty as military governor of Santo Domingo and the additional duty as representative of the United States in Haiti, end quote. In May 1921, Snowden was superseded by Admiral Robinson, the military dictatorship continuing. Note: the withdrawal from Santo Domingo promised by the Harding administration in 1921 did not mean the removal of American control from Santo Domingo affairs, financial or political, but only a partial withdrawal of American forces similar to our withdrawal from Nicaragua after we had completed the pacification of that little country. End note. Nicaragua completes the picture because it gives the why of all such extraordinary happenings in the sworn testimony of the persons who furnished the why. Among all of President Wilson's voluble speeches, there appears not a single word of explanation of our adventures in Nicaragua, or, for that matter, in Haiti or Santo Domingo. The fact that a portion of our naval force was enacting the role of an alien army of occupation in a Central American republic was briefly mentioned at long intervals in the press. At such times, a phrase or two, such as, quote, protecting American lives and property, or a legation guard, end quote, was all the explanation deemed necessary. During Wilson's 8 years in the presidential chair, no serious criticism of our occupation of Nicaragua was seen in any of our leading newspapers or magazines, nor did the national lawmaking body make any demand upon the executive for an accounting of his acts. Of the so-called Canal Convention, Senator Borah remarked, quote, if the American people had known all the circumstances of its making, it would never have been made, end quote. That was about all. Evidently, the press as a whole and the leaders of both great political parties approved of the Wilson policy in Nicaragua. When Wilson's successor continued it, no protest was heard. The policy had, in fact, been initiated by Wilson's predecessor in office. For authentic details, we may turn to the hearings on the Nicaraguan Convention, conducted by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee early in 1916. These hearings were printed in confidence for the use of the committee only, one copy going to each member under an injunction of secrecy. The writer has had access to one of these committee copies. An examination of this secret government document shows the hearings to have been in the nature of a frame-up. That is to say, neither Nicaraguans nor Americans who opposed the convention were given an opportunity to testify. Only one witness was heard who was not either interested in putting the convention through or in some way connected with the interested parties. In spite of the suppression of illuminating details inevitable from such an arrangement, the document discloses the following essential facts. 1. That the permanent occupation of Nicaragua was undertaken by the Taft administration for the purpose of sustaining in power a president opposed by an overwhelming majority of the voters of the country. 2. That said president, Adolfo Diaz, was raised to power neither by the votes of Nicaraguans nor the arms of Nicaraguans, but by the armed forces of the United States under the direction of the President of the United States. 3. That, as a means to raising Adolfo Diaz to the presidency and maintaining him there, we conducted a series of unlawful military campaigns, killed scores of Nicaraguans, overturned 3 successive governments, seized public and private property, and prosecuted an actual war of conquest until in complete possession of the country. 4. That Adolfo Diaz, on becoming president, found that he could do nothing of his own volition, but was required to take orders like a butler. 5. That American domination of Nicaragua did not bring a single American benefit to the Nicaraguan people, that what liberties Nicaraguan citizens had were permanently taken away, that a free press, free speech, and free suffrage are unknown, that the government of Nicaragua under the American Protectorate is a pure autocracy administered by aliens, which is forced to hold the Nicaraguan people under a reign of terror in order to perpetuate itself in power. 6. That the sole purpose of the American war on that little republic was to compel Nicaragua to submit to a general looting of her rich resources by American financiers. 7. That Woodrow Wilson carried out in every essential the purpose of the conquest begun under Taft, that the looting of Nicaragua under American guns was given a color of legality only under the Wilson regime by the ratification of the Nicaraguan Convention on the recommendation of Wilson. 8. That the feature of this convention relating to the purchase of a canal concession and the lease of naval bases was an afterthought, conceived and put through primarily as a blind to hide the purely financial features of the protectorate. 9. That the actual arbiter of Nicaraguan destinies under the protectorate is none other than the local representative of the syndicate of New York bankers for whose benefit the conquest was undertaken and the convention put through. Our Nicaraguan adventure began in 1909. The first step was an effort to remove President Zelaya from power through a revolution financed by Adolfo Diaz. Before the launching of this revolution, Diaz was a bookkeeper on a salary of about $1,000 a year in the employ of an American mining company owned in Pittsburgh. Diaz loaned the revolution $600,000 gold, the origin of which he was never able to explain. The hand of Washington began to be seen only when the anti-Zelaya movement, as a privately financed undertaking, was on the point of failure. December 1, 1909, Secretary of State Knox, in a singularly intemperate note, broke off relations with Zelaya and declared in favor of the revolution. His pretext was the execution of two American filibusters, Roy Cannon and Leonard Gross, who had been caught trying to dynamite a vessel loaded with Zelaya's troops. As these men had enlisted in the forces opposed to Zelaya, they had, of course, forfeited whatever rights they may have had to the good offices of their home government. The action of Knox caused the resignation and flight of Zelaya. As his successor, the Nicaraguan Congress elected Dr. Jose Madriz, by all accounts a person of high character. Whatever domestic reasons there existed for a revolution disappeared with the passing of Zelaya, and the revolution would have been quickly dissipated had it not been saved by American intervention. Madriz's forces took possession of the entire country with the exception of Bluefields and bottled up the remnant of the insurgents in that seaport. But our Marines were landed, and the Madriz commander was prohibited from entering the city. Filibusters were imported from the United States. The revolution was reorganized and revictualled, and in time was able to take the offensive. Protected by our Navy and due wholly to our assistance, the Diaz movement finally came into possession of the Nicaraguan capital. Immediately there came from New York one Thomas C. Dawson, who was named by the banking syndicate and appointed by the Secretary of State. Dawson had previously acted in the same capacity for our bankers in Santo Domingo and later performed a similar service for them in Honduras. A meeting with the revolutionary chiefs was held on board an American warship and a bargain entered into known as the Dawson Pact. Diaz was named vice president, and Estrada, the military head of the revolution, was named president. In pursuance of the Dawson Pact, a farcical election was staged under the direction of American Marines, the purpose being to frame a new constitution that would facilitate the bankers' program. But the scandal became so great that the packed Congress refused to carry out its full share of the scheme, whereupon Estrada dissolved it and ruled as a dictator, taking his orders, however, from the American minister. Estrada was soon given the command to leave, and he left. So Adolfo Diaz, late bookkeeper for an American corporation, became president of the sovereign state of Nicaragua. Naturally, the people of Nicaragua were hardly pleased by the turn of affairs, and it was to be expected that we who had placed Adolfo Diaz in power should be called upon to defend him. The Taft administration poured some 2,350 Marines and bluejackets into the country, and a general war of pacification was prosecuted. The Battle of Coyotepe and the Battle of Leon, both in October 1912, ended the organized resistance on the part of Nicaraguan patriots. All this was done without a shadow of legality. It was murder in the first degree, for which the then President of the United States ought to have been impeached and indicted. Had Woodrow Wilson, on becoming president, entertained any real regard for any of the democratic principles by which he professed to be guided in the European war, or even for his own oath of office, he would at once have recalled our forces from Nicaragua and denounced and repudiated the purposes for which they were sent there. Instead, he kept our Marines in that sister republic and proceeded to carry out the purposes for which they were sent there by Taft. The Canal Convention, ratified by the Senate February 18, 1916, cedes to the United States the following things. 1. Exclusive proprietary rights to construct, operate, and maintain, forever free from all taxation and public charges, an interoceanic canal across Nicaragua. 2. Lease of the Corn Islands on the Atlantic side, 99 years, with option of renewal for the purpose of a naval base. 3. Lease of territory on the Gulf of Fonseca, Pacific side, 99 years, with option of renewal for the purpose of a naval base. In consideration whereof, Nicaragua purports to receive $3 million. Actually, the money gets no nearer Nicaragua than a bank in New York. The convention provides that it cannot be drawn out without authority from the American Secretary of State. In the working out of the scheme, the money remains in the hands of a New York banking syndicate, which never renders any adequate return for it, either to the United States, which paid it out, or to Nicaragua, which is supposed to receive the benefit of it. On its face, the Canal Convention looks like a simple purchase and lease. In the unpublished features lies its secret. The canal purchase and the leases of territory were not urged by the Naval Board, but by our patriotic bankers. Their real motive may be judged by the things that Nicaragua lost besides her canal route and the territory set aside for naval bases. When Knox deposed Zelaya, Nicaragua was solvent. The bona fide foreign debt was only about $2,500,000. The railroads were owned by the government. The customs were collected and dispersed by native officials. The government administered its own funds. The laws were framed and put through by citizens of that republic. But when the conquest was completed, Nicaragua was permanently in the hands of a receiver with a debt in the neighborhood of $15 million. The railroads were in the possession of American bankers. The same bankers collected and dispersed the customs, owned the national bank, and administered the public finances. Legislation for the government of Nicaragua's citizens was framed in Wall Street, enacted at the direction of agents of Wall Street, and administered by Americans under control of an American banking syndicate. The Canal Convention, ratified at the instance of President Wilson, established Nicaragua as a private financial preserve of a group of American bankers, and that was its primary purpose. It may be supposed that our financiers got possession of the Nicaraguan railroads, the banks, the customs, etc., by loaning to Nicaragua large sums of money, which the latter was unable to pay, that the intervention was undertaken to enforce payment of such debts. Nothing as innocent as that. Previously to the Diaz-Estrada plot, according to their own testimony, the bankers did not have a penny invested in Nicaragua. Their entire interest was based upon the speculative opportunity furnished by the defenseless condition of the little republic. Wall Street went in for revolution, intervention, and political control in Nicaragua as a business proposition purely, prompted by the same motives which later caused it to go in for intervention in Europe. The scheme had been tried in Santo Domingo, and it worked. It had been tried in Honduras, and it worked. Later, it was to be tried in Haiti. The ambition is ultimately to put the same system in operation in Mexico. Very well. As soon as Adolfo Diaz was well on his way to the palace, we find our bankers acquiring bogus claims upon Nicaragua and at the same time drafting in their offices a convention legalizing such claims to be presented at Washington for solemn approval and ratification. The first big claim acquired was known as the Emory Claim. For 20 years, the George D. Emory Company had exploited a concession which had netted it $186,000 a year. Zelaya finally revoked the concession on the ground of gross violation of its terms. Emory then put in a claim based not upon the investment, but upon the profits expected during a period of years to come. The claim was so preposterous that any honest court would have denied it forthwith. The bankers bought the Emory claim cheap, for less than $100,000, it was said. The bankers then tagged the claim with a valuation of $500,000, and at that price it was saddled upon Nicaragua, with the consent of both the Taft and the Wilson administrations. As originally written in 1911, the Nicaraguan Convention, known as the Knox-Castrillo Convention, purported to provide a loan of $15 million to Nicaragua, but an examination of the document discloses the fact that Nicaragua was not to receive the money, that the bankers were to expend it. We discover indeed that the bankers were never to pay out any such sums as $15 million, that such sums as they paid out were to be paid chiefly to themselves, first to liquidate the Emory and other claims, and second to, quote, develop the country, end quote, to establish a bank which they themselves should own, and to improve the national railway which they themselves should control, operate, and later own. The bankers were also to receive a concession to build a new railroad upon their own terms at the expense of Nicaragua, the property to be controlled, operated, and owned by themselves. Finally, the $15 million was to be paid out, but by Nicaragua. The bankers were to collect the customs and disperse therefrom the sums needed to meet their claims and improvements, after which they were to pay out of this national revenue $15 million and interest to themselves, to liquidate a loan that they had never made except on paper. But by the election of 1910, Congress went Democratic. The Knox-Castrillo Convention was defeated by the Democrats, and there was some denunciation of it as dollar diplomacy. Nevertheless, its worst features went into operation under a protectorate formally entered into by the Wilson administration. Mr. Taft's Honorable Secretary of State and the banking syndicate did not indeed permit their scheme to be greatly hampered by the Senate. Following the example of Roosevelt in the case of Santo Domingo, they proceeded to put the terms of their convention into operation without indulging in the motions of legality. For the paper loan of $15 million, however, was substituted a temporary loan of $1,500,000, which again was not to be paid to Nicaragua, but expended by the bankers, who agreed to reorganize the national bank, 51% of the stock to be owned by the bankers, 49% by the Nicaraguan government. In consideration of this loan, the bankers were given a mortgage on the government's share of the bank, a mortgage on the government's railway, a lease for the operation of the government's railway, a lien upon the customs, authority to negotiate a settlement of the Ethelberga debt, a contract for the reform of the currency, and various other little things of solid financial value. But first of all, the bankers were placed in possession of the custom houses, where they remained, protected in their private business by the public armed forces of the United States, collecting the customs, paying out the customs receipts to run their Nicaraguan enterprises, paying out the customs money to liquidate principal and interest on the loans that Nicaragua never received. The settlement of the Ethelberga debt is worth a word. The bona fide foreign debt of Nicaragua was only $2,500,000. $2.25 million of this sum had been taken up in a refunding scheme negotiated in England just before the expulsion of Zelaya, known as the Ethelberga Syndicate Funds. Had this scheme gone through, it would have made the foreign debt amount to $6,472,689. But Nicaragua had never received any money on this deal. Moreover, there were irregularities which placed the Ethelberger bonds in the fraudulent class. At least this was the contention of the bankers, who offered to submit the matter to the British courts. The Ethelberga syndicate did not wish to fight, and a settlement was arranged, not between the syndicate and the bankers acting for Nicaragua, but between the syndicate and the bankers acting for themselves. In other words, the bankers acquired control of the Ethelberga business cheap. The charge was made by Senator Smith of Michigan that they acquired the bonds for 25 cents on the dollar. These bonds were grafted upon the public debt of Nicaragua at par, $6,250,000, with the approval of both Taft and Wilson. The bankers proceeded to pay principal and interest to themselves out of the customs receipts of the Republic. Another item of interest is our reform of the Nicaraguan currency. The bankers drew upon their $1,500,000 loan to buy up for themselves, as private businessmen, the national paper at the existing market value between 15 to 1 and 20 to 1. Then, as, quote, fiscal agents of the Nicaraguan government, end quote, they put into effect an arbitrary exchange rate of 12.5 to 1, unloaded at this figure, and so turned over a cool profit of from 25 to 75% on every reformed Nicaraguan peso. While the reforming was going on, the bankers loaned Nicaragua an additional $500,000 for 60 days to facilitate the job. On this $500,000, they collected a profit of $60,000 above interest, based upon the difference in the value of the Nicaraguan peso at the time that they loaned themselves the money and the time they repaid it. In due course, the bankers exercised their option to purchase a majority of the stock of the National Railway. Although it had been a paying investment, and although Zelaya had refused $4 million for it, the bankers acquired control of the Nicaraguan National Railway for $1 million. Again, Nicaragua did not receive a cent. The syndicate simply made a paper payment to one of its New York banks, announcing that the money would be held against the debts it was rolling up against Nicaragua. The press informed us from time to time that the chief purpose of the intervention and the financial deals connected with it, including the canal purchase, was a part of a big brotherly scheme to, quote, assist Nicaragua to get on its feet financially, end quote. It is apparent instead that the deliberate purpose from the start was to bankrupt Nicaragua for the benefit of our international bankers. Had President Wilson actually cared to, quote, put Nicaragua on its feet, end quote, and wanted the canal route besides, he would have recommended that Nicaragua be paid in cash what the canal route was worth, with the stipulation that Wall Street get its blood money and be kicked out of the country. But business presidents do not do that sort of thing. Instead, in October 1916, Wilson permitted the bankers to take over the internal revenues, completing their control of Nicaragua's income and finances. Finally, the terms of the canal purchase and naval base leases were found to conflict with rights which Nicaragua's immediate neighbors shared with her on the Gulf of Fonseca, and the convention was ratified over the protests of Costa Rica, Salvador, and Honduras. Immediately afterwards, Costa Rica and Salvador brought suit against Nicaragua in the Central American Court of Justice, which had been set up in 1907 at the instance of the United States government to obviate future wars among Central American republics. The decision was against Nicaragua and required the latter to repudiate the convention. This Wilson would not permit Nicaragua to do. Thus, our own government was the first to flout the judgments of an international peace court which it had assisted to set up and whose decisions, inferentially at least, it had bound itself to respect. In such circumstances lies the secret of the necessity of keeping an army of occupation permanently on the soil of a sister republic. On page 511 of the Secret Senate Committee hearings appears the following colloquy. Quote, Senator Smith of Michigan, could the present government down there be maintained at all without the aid or presence of American Marines? Mr. Cole, I think the present government would last until the last coach of Marines left Managua Station, and I think President Diaz would be on that last coach, end quote. This brief statement of Walter Bundy Cole, personal representative in Nicaragua of our bankers, explains the acceptance of the bankers' regime by the people of Nicaragua. Also, it partially explains the bankers' sure and perfect mastership over the native government. Should the dummy in the palace become restive, he is quickly brought to terms by a simple threat to withdraw the protecting fence of foreign bayonets and leave him to the vengeance of his countrymen. Another form of discipline applied by the bankers is to withhold salaries until their commands are fully complied with. The president of the sovereign Republic of Nicaragua was at times found humbly begging his wages of American financiers. When the sale of the National Railway was being put through, the members of the hand-picked National Assembly were afraid to approve the deal, so violent was public opposition to it. It is recorded that one means of pressure brought to bear upon them by Bundy Cole was to withhold their salaries until the contracts were duly ratified. And such incidents has revealed the importance of the bankers' possession of the custom houses. Once there, their grip is forever fixed upon the throat of Nicaragua. They set their own terms upon all future transactions. They keep the books. Nicaragua can never become solvent. Nicaragua can never choose another master. Nicaragua is in the position of a Mexican peon in the days of Diaz. The purpose of the convention, acknowledged in the contracts, is to furnish security to the bankers. That security is extended in the shape of young men in the uniform of Marines carrying rifles paid for in taxes by the American people. We protect not only the bankers, their custom houses, their banks, their railroads, but also their dummy president who sits in the palace. So we grind the faces of the Nicaraguan people. For this, the American people pay, in cash alone, more than the bankers receive, although cash is the least of what we pay. The story of Nicaragua is Pan-Americanism as Pan-Americanism is. This is the Monroe Doctrine, not as it is written, but as it is applied. This is, quote, protecting American lives and property, end quote. This is, quote, encouraging American trade, end quote. This is Wilson imperialism in action. It is American imperialism as approved by the controlling element in both the Democratic and Republican parties. It is not different in any respect from the imperialism of England, France, Germany, Japan, or Italy at their worst. There is no reason to debate the question as to whether Wilson called America into the European War in the hope of putting an end to imperialism. It is enough to point out that Wilson himself was a conventional imperialist before the European War began. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Strictly business. The changing phases of the Wilson diplomacy and of the Wilson domestic policy as it bore upon the conflict overseas unerringly followed the changing interests of Wall Street. When the war trade could be expanded only if the war traders would undertake loans to the Entente governments, Wilson reversed himself on the propriety of such loans. When, due to the piling up of their loans, the integrity of Entente credit became of overshadowing importance to our international bankers, Wilson reversed himself on the law of the submarine, the law of the armed merchantman, and the question of equal treatment as an attribute to neutrality, swinging America into a position of hostility toward the Central Powers and benevolence toward their enemies. Looking ahead to a possible war on behalf of the dominant Wall Street interest, Wilson reversed himself on the question of preparedness and put through the Great Preparedness Program of 1916. Casting about for a casus belli with Germany, Wilson made of his preparedness tour a popular educational course in the identification of the national honor with the private business of certain exporters and shippers. Said Robert N. Page, North Carolina congressman, in explaining his opposition to the president on the question of warning Americans against traveling as passengers upon armed belligerent ships, February 1916. Quote, Jesus Christ never uttered a more profound truth than when he declared, "Where your treasure is, there will be your heart also." The loan of $500 million to England by American capitalists, to say nothing of the profits of munitions manufacturers, has destroyed the semblance even of neutrality in the United States and will probably lead us into war. I will not stultify my conscience, nor stain my hands with the blood of my countrymen." End quote. Wall Street's heart was with the Entente, and Wilson's heart was with Wall Street. A day came when it was evident that the Entente could never score a decisive victory without the full assistance of America as a belligerent. The tightening of the submarine blockade furnished the pretext. So, guided by Wilson, America rushed into the war in a blaze of super-patriotism and profit-taking. Coming down to the end of hostilities, both in reference to Reconstruction at home and in arranging the conditions of peace with our allies, it was our government's policy that Wall Street should retain every profit and advantage that it had already gained, as well as reap every available future benefit. As soon as the armistice was signed, Secretary Baker and other department heads announced that the government's surplus supplies would be disposed of in such a way as, quote, "not to break the market," end quote, meaning that the government would cooperate with the profit makers to keep up the cost of living. 6 months after the fighting was ended, it was discovered that government and packers were acting together to hoard vast quantities of food in order to protect the interests of the latter. The same policy was followed in steel, copper, and other industries. After the armistice was signed, the government generously continued taking all the copper output at the guaranteed figure, 26 cents a pound, until it had accumulated a surplus of 140 million pounds. When copper had dropped to 15 cents, it was announced that the government would dispose of its surplus, quote, "in cooperation with the producers," end quote, at the existing market price. The government sold its surplus back to the copper producers at from 50 to 75% of the rate they had received for it. The latter then immediately boosted the figure again above 20 cents a pound. The armistice found the job of giving new railroads for old, with the people's money far from finished, and resigning as Director General, McAdoo recommended an extension of government control as a part of the program of rehabilitation. Hines, a private railroad executive who succeeded McAdoo, seconded the scheme, while Wilson urged it upon Congress in his railroad bill, which was heavily weighted with new appropriations from the public treasury. When the president's railroad bill failed, the stock exchange registered a severe setback in railroad securities. The president lost his temper and in a public statement, March 4, 1919, denounced the, quote, "group of men in the Senate," end quote, who had, quote, "chosen to imperil the financial interests of the railway system of the country," end quote. Pending further legislation, the coffers of the War Finance Corporation were opened to the roads. Note: in a report submitted May 9, 1921, James C. Davis, Director General of the Railroad Administration under President Harding, estimated that the net loss to the government in operating the railroads during federal control would come to $1,200,000,000. In other words, not only do we yield enormous increases in freight and passenger rates, but we pay $1 1/5 billion of cold cash out of the Treasury besides. By the political and journalistic henchmen of the railroads, this vast loss is attributed to the failure of federal control. But if there was really a failure of federal control, this in turn is attributable to the failure of the railroad executives themselves to function honestly as public servants. For in general, these gentlemen retained throughout the period of federal control the same positions of trust and of power which they had held when the railroads were running without a government guarantee. From 1918 on, the railway brotherhoods or experts connected with them made repeated charges tending to bear out this view. End note. One reason acknowledged for the extension of government control was to give time for the enactment of, quote, "some new element of policy," end quote, which the president urged was, quote, "necessary for the protection of their security holders," end quote. Message to Congress, December 2, 1918. The, quote, "new element of policy," end quote, ultimately enacted and approved by Wilson, was a definite guarantee of profits, the last word in government gifts to business, a benefaction to private persons unparalleled in the history of the world, an act of generosity to special privilege so bounteous that the mere suggestion of it would not have been tolerated in former days. Note: when the Republican Party came into power, it was as anxious to serve big business as any collection of politicians had ever been in the history of the world. It did not find the sailing easy, as the Wilson administration had so satisfied the greed of capital that little more could be done without choking to death the goose that laid the golden egg. Railroad freight rates were higher than the traffic would bear, and the great railroads found it expedient in certain instances to effect voluntary reductions. Although the Republican Party was willing enough to boost the protective tariff even higher, warning voices were heard from the seats of the mighty themselves that there was danger of the tariffs becoming a boomerang to the injury even of the protected interests. The new administration was able to do little more than stand pat on the business policies of the old. One of the potent causes of the Depression of 1921 was the margin that had prevailed during the years 1917 to 20 between the earnings of the working population and the prices of the necessaries of life. The public was unable to buy back the goods that it had produced and needed, and the business classes were slow to let go of those goods except on the basis of the profiteering war prices. End note. Government benevolence was again shown in the generous payments made for the cancellation of war contracts and the losses cheerfully pocketed on the sale of war stocks. After the Kaiser was gone and the German people were under our heel, the government loans to our allies did not cease. Taxes could have been reduced by stopping these huge loans. It was urged that our allies had to be sustained. Did the obligation to sustain the imperialistic governments of England, France, and Italy with money taxed from the American public have anything to do with the fact that the money was used in financial and commercial operations in which our international bankers were interested, and that every dollar of it represented a profit to these gentlemen? We even waived immediate payment of the huge sums due as interest on these loans, making it easier for our allies to continue their traffic with our financing and exporting firms. Millions of innocent persons had been led to believe that the merchant marine, built at such infamous cost with the people's money, was to belong to the people. But we soon find the shipping board offering the ships for sale, and on scandalous terms. Immediately after the armistice, the shipping interests had formed an association whose avowed purpose was to see that the government ships should be handed over to private enterprise. The failure of the shipping board during the Wilson regime to sell more vessels than it did sell was apparently due to an agreement of the shipping companies to hold out for lower prices than the government dared, for the time being, to accept. Meanwhile, many of the most extravagant hopes of the shipping interests were realized in the Jones Merchant Marine Act, enacted by a Republican Congress with the approval of a Democratic president. Not only did we proceed to part with the government ships, but the funds of the War Finance Corporation were opened to the hastily formed export trusts. The acknowledged purpose was to stimulate exports, and this was done regardless of the needs of the people at home. The government's tom-tom chase of the small profiteer was staged in such a way as only to protect and benefit the large. While feigning a campaign to reduce the cost of living, the administration was doing everything possible to assist in getting the products of the country out of the country and away from the people. The sugar shortage and the oil shortage of 1920, the shortage of many other commodities, and the continued rise in the prices of common necessities were in part due to this policy. Had the administration deliberately conspired with Wall Street to keep up the cost of living for the benefit of a few at the expense of the many, it could not have chosen a better course. Notwithstanding the defeat of the Versailles Treaty, the 66th Congress, at the instigation of Wilson, both Republicans and Democrats concurring, enacted the most remarkable collection of special privilege laws in American history. Our illegal war in Russia was pleasing not only to Paris and London bankers, but to New York bankers as well. The price of the Tsar's bonds rose and fell on the stock exchange, depending on the news of the military reverses or successes of the Bolsheviki. American financiers held some 50 million rubles of the Tsar's bonds. When it appeared that we would be unable to overthrow the Soviet government, even with the sacrifice of American lives, money from the public treasury was used to pay the interest on these bonds, as well as to liquidate the accounts of the defunct Kerensky government and to promote the Kolchak Revolution. More than $50 million were paid out for such purposes. Hearings of House Committee on Expenditures in the State Department, 1919. At Paris, two American financiers were closer in the confidence of the president and had more to do in shaping the treaties than the Senate or any part or member of it. Senator Knox disclosed the fact, March 3, 1920, that on file in the office of a firm of New York lawyers was the complete data of the peace conference, access to which the president had steadfastly refused the treaty-advising, treaty-ratifying body. Mr. Lamont, a partner of Morgan and at the same time a peace conference official, was permitted to send an advance copy of the peace conditions to his Wall Street associates. While acting for the American people at Paris, Lamont participated in the organization of the China Consortium and the International Committee of Bankers on Mexico. So, along with the peace arrangements, we find the beginnings of the, quote, definite plan of international cooperation in the financing of foreign enterprises, end quote, advocated by President Farrell of the U.S. Steel Corporation a year before. President Wilson procured from our allies an express recognition of the Monroe Doctrine, which means that we were promised a freer hand in the Western Hemisphere in, quote, the protection of American lives and property, end quote. As a part of the Monroe Doctrine plan, it was reported that arrangements were underway for the United States to take over the British and French loans to Latin American republics. A characteristic Latin American interpretation of this action was voiced by a Brazilian journalist, Medeiros de Albuquerque, as follows, quote, Brazil is considered by the United States only as a possible future colony. The United States wants to obtain, as part of the payment of the debt of France and England, a bond for Brazil's debts to those powers. On the day this is realized, Brazil will be sold to the United States, which, on the first occasion, will do to us as she has done to Central American nations. The United States is incontestably the Prussia of tomorrow, end quote. New York Times, May 13, 1919. The statement was frequently made, sometimes self-righteously, sometimes complainingly, that, quote, America gets nothing out of the peace, end quote. But in a speech in the Senate, September 3, 1919, Senator Hitchcock, the administration's spokesman in the treaty debates, urged ratification on the ground of the, quote, enormous benefits and advantages which the United States derives from this treaty, wrung from Germany at the cannon's mouth, end quote. The Democratic minority of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, in submitting its report, said, quote, to adopt an amendment or to reject the treaty means that the United States will sacrifice all the concessions secured from Germany by a dictated peace. While these concessions are not as large as those which other nations associated with us secure in reparations, they are nevertheless of tremendous importance and could only be secured under a dictated peace, end quote. The report then goes into detail, the American advantages from the treaty being arranged under 12 heads. Upon the 12th point, which sets forth the financial and commercial advantages to be derived from our membership on the Reparations Commission, President Wilson himself enlarged somewhat in his speech at St. Louis, September the 5th. Quote, some of you gentlemen know we used to have trade with Germany. All of that trade is going to be in the hands and under the control of the Reparations Commission. I humbly begged leave to appoint a member to look after our interests, and I was rebuked for it. I am looking after the industrial interests of the United States. I would like to see the other men who are. They are forgetting the industrial interests of the United States and they are doing things that will cut us off and our trade off from the normal channels because the Reparations Commission can determine where Germany buys, what Germany buys, how much Germany buys. It is going to stand at the center of the financial operations of the world. Under the League plan, the financial leadership will be ours, the industrial supremacy will be ours, the commercial advantage will be ours, end quote. Although in the beginning, the autocrat of our war policies had said, quote, "We look for no profit, we look for no advantage, we will accept no advantage out of this war," end quote, May 12, 1917. Yet here we have a direct confession that he was moved by the same solicitude for business after the war as during the war, before the war, and when getting into war, that at Paris he was a patron saint of the privileged class, just as were Lloyd George and Clemenceau. The theories of a war of defense, a war for international law, a war for democracy, a war for permanent peace, all break down before examination. The theory of a war for business alone harmonizes with the facts. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The enemy at home. In serving business and acknowledging himself as servant of business, President Wilson never, of course, acknowledged serving big business at the expense of small business or of the general public, but invariably held that his service to business was service to the nation. Said Wilson on one occasion, quote, "Nothing can be for the interest of capital that is not for the interest of labor, and nothing can be in the interest of labor that is not in the interest of capital," end quote. Indianapolis, October 12, 1916. This brilliant pronouncement, if true, would perhaps justify any course that any politician might wish to follow at any time. It is almost equal to saying that what is good for any given group of us is good for all the rest of us. The proposition that the interests of business, meaning very big business, are identical with the interests of the nation did not, of course, originate with Woodrow Wilson. It is upon this assumption that an important share of past governmental policies has been based. Our time-honored protective tariff is indefensible under any other theory. Also our various currency systems, also a major share of the activities of our departments of state and of commerce. All agitation for government subsidy or other aid to a privately owned merchant marine has been based upon this theory. The doctrine of the protection of private enterprises abroad with the public armed forces necessarily rests upon the assumption that such enterprises are in some way bound up in the general welfare. If the position can be maintained that what is for the interest of big business is for the interest of the country, then the Wilson policies in peace and in war are possibly vindicated. But can it be maintained? The question is doubly important and timely because this is the position now taken by the dominant element in both the Democratic and Republican parties. It is, in the main, the position of Wilson's successor in office. The leaders of both the big political parties heartily approve of the general policy which Wilson pursued toward American business in getting into war, in the conduct of war, in negotiating peace, and in Reconstruction. The administration which succeeded Wilson's did not abate a single American business benefit which Wilson arranged for at Paris or elsewhere, no matter how questionable the means, and it did not wish to do so. It has to be said that any business president would have been willing to follow about the course that Wilson followed between 1915 and 1921. And if, as has been suggested, American history might have been different had Wilson's opponent been elected in 1916, it would have been due altogether to the circumstances mentioned. Mentioned in Chapter 7, end note. Wilson as a statesman was singular only in his unusual ability to mislead the public as to his motives and intentions. Very well, our captains of industry have long tried to convince their workmen that, nothing can be for the interest of capital that is not for the interest of labor, end quote, while our professional labor leaders have long tried to convince our captains of industry that, quote, nothing can be in the interest of labor that is not in the interest of capital, end quote. Unhappily, employers have seldom succeeded in persuading employees that low wages are good for employees, while employees have seldom succeeded in convincing employers that high wages are good for employers. True, it is in the interest of workmen that they shall have employment, but it is not in the interest of workmen that the employers shall take any more of the product than is economically necessary to maintain operations, although it is in the interest of the latter to do so. Likewise, it is in the interest of the farmer that there shall be a market for his product, but it is not in the interest of the farmer that he should be forced to sell to a monopoly which skims the cream of the profit, nor that he should pay exorbitant rent for his land, or usurious interest on borrowed money, or excessive prices for supplies. Yet it is in the interest of some other social group that the farmer should be exploited in each of these various ways. It is in the interest of the public that there shall be railroads, but it is not in the interest of the public that charges should be assessed to cover dividends on watered stock, or that rates should be higher than economically necessary to provide the desired service. Note: in defense of government benevolence to the Transportation Trust, great stress has been laid upon the large number of small security holders, but unless a major share of the latter's income is from railroad profits, his interest is rather that of the public than that of the trust. He loses more by high rates than he gains. As the history of railroad financing is one long story of the robbery of the small investor by the big insider, the railroad king's pretense of consideration for the small security holder cannot be accepted as genuine. End note. It is in the interest of the public that food supplies should be well distributed and easy to obtain, but it is not in the interest of the public that the supply and distribution of food should rest in the hands of a monopoly which exacts prices in excess of those economically necessary. It is in the interest of the public that manufactured goods should be obtainable, but it is not in the interest of the public that manufacturers should be protected by a tariff wall, enabling them to charge higher prices at home than those for which they can profitably sell abroad. The proposition that, quote, nothing can be for the interest of capital that is not for the interest of labor, end quote, or that what is good for any given group of us is good for all the rest of us, might possibly be true if taken in some far-fetched spiritual sense, but in no practical sense is it true. Dollars constitute the only accepted measure of interest in this material world, and the dollar interests of individuals and groups everywhere conflict. Buyer and seller, employer and employee, farmer and middleman, carrier and consumer, packer and public may have interests in common, but they have opposing interests also. It is the function of democratic government to serve only the common interests of the majority. The prosperity of the majority alone represents the prosperity of the country. Officially, the country's prosperity is measured by corporation profits, the prices of commodities, banking statistics, and trade statistics. Such figures do not measure the prosperity of the majority. It has long since been proven that the profits of a corporation tell nothing of the standard of living of its employees, that industries protected by the tariff and yielding the greatest profits frequently pay the lowest wages. High prices usually mean that somebody is making a lot of money. They do not mean that everybody is making a lot of money. High food prices do not always mean even that the farmer is making a lot of money, but often the opposite. On the other hand, large profits in any quarter signify a one-sided transaction in which somebody suffers, usually a numerically large group. Wherever one party to a transaction becomes inordinately rich, it means that some other party to the transaction is getting the worst of the deal. An economic structure or governmental policy that makes millionaires of a few of us necessarily sacrifices the interests of most of us. Prosperity of any numerically small group represents not national prosperity, but national exploitation. In general, what is for the interest of big business is against the interest of the country. Is it possible that the interest of big business in the war furnishes an exception to the rule? We have seen how, while the war was being fought, Wall Street gathered in enormous profits, while the lot of the majority was unrelieved sacrifice. We have seen how the American commerce, which Wilson essayed to protect in approaching war, while a source of gain to Wall Street, was an injury to the public. We have seen how the president's Reconstruction policy, while immediately protecting the Wall Street pocketbook, did so at the expense of the masses. The last possible justification for our war and our war policies, therefore, would have to lie in the proposition that what has herein been termed the permanent advantages accruing to Wall Street from American belligerency will ultimately enhance the well-being of the nation as a whole. That, as Mr. Vanderlip, Mr. Farrell, and Mr. Wilson maintained, the interest of Wall Street and the public in foreign trade, in a large merchant marine under the American flag, in foreign enterprise and government protection thereof, is identical. That, in a word, imperialism is a wise, democratic, and nationally profitable policy. After the lessons that have been spread before the world in the past half-dozen years, it seems almost an insult to the intelligence of the reader to set aside any space, however brief, for an examination of this question. Yet, as these lines are written, big business and the government are cooperating in a strenuous and intensive propaganda to convince the public that the answer should be affirmative. Begin with a question of simple trade. The primary interest of the majority in foreign trade is in imports and arises from a desire, first, for goods not produced in this country, and second, for goods produced here but obtainable only at prices higher than the cost of purchasing and importing similar goods from other countries. But the interest of the big business minority in the first class of imports is secondary, while it is not interested at all in the second class, but only desires its complete strangulation by means of protective tariffs and anti-dumping laws. The primary interest of the big business minority in foreign trade is in exports, but the interest of the majority in exports is limited to exporting sufficient goods to balance the desired imports. Nothing pleases Wall Street more than, quote, a balance of trade in our favor, end quote, meaning an excess of exports over imports. But the majority has no interest whatever in a, quote, balance of trade in our favor, end quote. On the other hand, every dollar of such a balance represents an economic loss to the country as a whole. Where is the benefit in always giving a greater value than is received? There is a benefit to the minority, collected chiefly at the expense of the majority. Why is the minority so pleased by a large, quote, balance of trade in our favor, end quote? One important reason is that it tends to limit the home supply of goods and so facilitates the boosting of home prices. The profit on foreign sales themselves is small in comparison with the enhanced profit on domestic sales, which a large volume of export makes possible. In his report to the mayor of New York on the food situation in the spring of 1917, Health Commissioner Emerson declared that, quote, the first cause of the rise in food prices is the increase in the exportation of staple articles, end quote. The war trade was employed as a lever to boost domestic prices, with the result that, even before America became a belligerent, the American public was paying a larger cash tax to the war monster than some of the belligerent countries themselves. Mr. Hoover himself told the Senate Committee on Agriculture that, quote, in the last 5 months, $250 million has been extracted from the American consumer in excess of normal profits of manufacturers and distributors, end quote, and that the average prices to consumers of our own food in the fighting countries of Europe, quote, are lower than those prevailing in the United States. In England, the price of bread is even 25% lower than the price we pay, end quote. June 18, 1917. In the year preceding our declaration of war, according to Department of Labor reports, average food prices advanced 32%. The operation is the same, whether in war or peace, in any period of inflated exports. After the armistice had been signed, the cost of living did not fall, as had been predicted and promised, but continued to increase. Exports continued to increase. In a statement on the economic situation, September 9, 1919, in which it urged speeding up in the factories and a reduced standard of living in the home, the Federal Reserve Board admitted, quote, "Looking at the matter from the point of view of the ordinary American consumer, however, the effect of such a favorable balance of trade is far from favorable to him. The immediate present effect of it is to curtail the supplies available for the American consumer and thereby to become a factor of considerable importance in our price level. Buying in competition with export demand undoubtedly has been a major cause of rising prices in the post-war period of the United States," end quote. Which means that the government policy of promoting our foreign trade simply tends to establish high living costs on a permanent basis. Of course, the foreign trade propagandists put forward a series of propositions intended to convince the majority that it shares in the benefits. Otherwise, the minority would be unable to put through its program. The wage worker is informed that a large volume of exports means that home industry will travel along at full blast, and so jobs will be available for all. This stock argument, lifted bodily from the propaganda of the protective tariff, may appear good and sufficient to anyone who holds, with the minority, that the interest of labor is adequately served so long as the working population is permitted to exist and work at any price. So also might industry travel along at full blast if the goods representing the, quote, "balance of trade in our favor," end quote, were offered for sale at home, and the workers of the country were paid enough more for their labor to enable them to purchase these goods for themselves. The interests of labor would really be served by such an arrangement, but of course that would mean restricted profits to our captains of industry. The real incentive of business patriots would disappear. They would sabotage their beloved country by shutting down their plants, and panic would stalk through the land. The bland assertion that labor is bound to benefit by a large export trade may, or may not, convince the employee working at a fixed salary, which he is unable to raise, who only knows that the rising living cost is a terrible reality. There is a suggestion, of course, that wages will be raised. Who will raise wages? Did any important fraction of the employing class ever consent to wage increases except in case of necessity, due to strikes, threats of strikes, or scarcity of labor arising from some unusual condition? The wage increases in 1915 and 1916 were not due to war trade prosperity or the benevolence of employers or even to higher living costs. They were due to a restricted labor market arising from the stoppage of immigration, which made it possible for workmen to demand and get more money for their labor. After America entered the war, the draft was a prime factor in wage increases, but neither in 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, nor 1920 did wage increases equal, on the average, increases in living costs. In February 1920, the Department of Labor informed us that food prices had increased 105% in 7 years. This estimate, based upon figures furnished by retail dealers on certain staple commodities, told only a part of the story. As in April 1917, the Department of Labor had informed us that the effect of the European war upon America had been to, quote, "force up prices faster than wages," end quote. So again in May 1920, another government agency, the Federal Reserve Board, admitted, quote, "wages have apparently fallen behind the advance in prices and cost of living," end quote. Do our foreign trade propagandists mean to assert that the employing class will voluntarily share the proceeds with the workers? How can any workman be foolish enough to expect anything of the kind, especially when he hears the voices of millionaires warning the country that wages must be kept down and strikes prevented as a part of the foreign trade program itself. Indeed, that the producing classes in general must work harder and consume less, quote, if we are to meet the competition of other countries, end quote. Again, the farmer is told in glowing terms of the expanded market for his products and is told he can command higher prices. But how can he command higher prices as long as he remains subject to extortion by the middlemen's trusts? Said Mr. Hoover in a statement to the Associated Press, May 10, 1917, quote, I am assured that the American farmer did not realize $1.30 per bushel for the 1916 wheat harvest. Yet the price of wheat in New York today is $3.25 per bushel, and flour is $14 per barrel, with all its attendant hardships and dislocation of social and industrial life. End quote. Of what value to the farmer is a government-subsidized merchant marine so long as grain exchange gamblers, packer monopolies, and other rings of middlemen determine the price he shall receive, without reference to the selling price abroad or the conditions of ocean carriage? What evidence, indeed, is there that ships flying the American flag operated for the private profit of a few men in Wall Street, backed by a government peculiarly devoted to the interests of big business, will charge lower rates than ships flying any other flag, or that a large number of ships under the American flag will tend to break either the private shipping monopoly, the transportation monopoly on land, or the middlemen's monopolies. On the other hand, one of the first moves of the Shipping Board under the Jones Merchant Marine Act was taken with a deliberate purpose of producing the opposite effect. Early in August 1920, it was disclosed that the Shipping Board was holding conferences with foreign shipping interests in an effort to reach an understanding and, through the operation of a world monopoly, to establish as a permanent evil the scandalous carriage charges reached during the war. As to the small businessman, he is assured that the proceeds of the export trade will find their way into all the channels of the country's business, and so, in some manner, he is certain to share in the benefits. But what becomes of this argument when our rich fellow citizens are going in for the export trade, frankly with a view to reinvesting the proceeds not in America, but in foreign countries? For another important reason why Wall Street is pleased with a, quote, balance of trade in our favor, end quote, is that it makes practicable the export of capital. During the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1919, the balance of trade in our favor was $4,129,200,000. The nation gave away a $4 billion greater value of goods than it received in return. Wall Street invests its foreign trade profits in Mexico, Cuba, Central America, China, and other countries, not only in anticipation of greater profits from the exported money, but also in order to enable the money remaining behind to collect greater profits here. Hand in hand with the export of goods goes the export of capital. As the export of goods tends to increase the price of home goods, so the export of capital tends to increase the price of home capital, and in the last analysis of home goods also. So the majority pays and pays. Financiers and captains of industry are enabled to demand a higher return on the investment. They refuse, for example, to reinvest in their own railroads any part of the profits until the investment is made more attractive. So the public is forced to pay higher rates for poorer service. The small businessman, whose enterprises require frequent borrowing, must pay more for borrowed money. The farmer does the same. Domestic enterprise, instead of being expanded, is restricted. The capital that was promised to give jobs to American workmen is found in foreign countries employing foreigners. The development of constructive projects, recognized as essential to material progress at home, is pushed aside for the exploitation of China. The undeveloped Western states, which have been begging for more capital for decades, are told to wait a while longer. All this begins from an artificially stimulated export trade and an artificially restricted import trade. Another result of an artificially stimulated export trade is the impoverishment of the natural resources of the country. An Associated Press dispatch from Washington, dated March 20th, 1919, reads, quote, "Original supplies of pine in the South will be exhausted in 10 years, and at least 3,000 mills will go out of existence within 5 years, according to Henry S. Graves, Chief of the United States Forest Service. Our country is progressively destroying its forests," declared Colonel Graves. "The consequences are very far-reaching. The exhaustion of the forest is followed by the closing of industries, the steady increase of wastelands, the abandonment of farms that depended for their market on the lumber communities, and the impoverishment of many regions. No section of the country can afford to have a large part of its land an unproductive waste, with a loss of taxation value of industries and of population that would be supported if these lands were productive. No section can afford to be dependent for its supply of wood products on another section from 1,000 to 3,000 miles away." End quote. More or less the same story is told of oil, coal, and other natural resources. Viscount Cawdry, the British oil king, in a letter to the Westminster Gazette in 1917, remarked, quote, "According to American scientific estimates, there is only oil in sight in that great continent for another 29 years. The situation is causing serious disquietude to the government of the United States." End quote. Yet at the very time that Cawdry was uttering these words, the American government was using the money and authority of the American people to stimulate the export of such resources and so hasten their exhaustion. If the government policy of serving the minority's foreign business by building ships for it, loaning it money to stimulate exports, subsidizing trade routes, negotiating monopolistic rate agreements with foreign shippers, raising tariff walls, enacting anti-dumping laws, Webb laws, Edge laws, Jones laws, promoting the establishment of foreign banks, trade spying, and other peaceful activities, all at the expense of the public, is of questionable value. What can be said of that policy when it is carried so far as to jeopardize the peace of the nation and the lives of its young men? For government assistance in the expansion of our merchant marine has its corollary in the building of a great navy to protect our ships, quote, "in their peaceful pursuits upon the high seas," end quote. Government encouragement of our foreign investments has its corollary in the protection of such investments against confiscation by the country in which the investment is made, as well as against the machinations of other powerful governments committed to the protection of the investments of their nationals. No part of the foreign trade program is innocent. Business groups strong enough to command peaceful government service are also strong enough to command public diplomacy and public arms. Public officials who are won to the advocacy of reaching out for, quote, "our proper place in world trade," end quote, are also won to the advocacy of compelling countries like Mexico to, quote, "observe their international obligations," end quote, as well as compelling countries like Japan to respect the Morganized Monroe Doctrine. In other words, our right to coerce Mexico as we see fit and for our interests. The United States is not in danger of invasion and has not been for generations. It is not in danger of war except as it chooses to perpetrate aggressions upon the weak or except as it arouses the animosity of other business governments by its aggressive pursuit of imperialistic spoils. As government service to Wall Street's foreign business carried America into the war against Germany, so a continuation of that policy is certain to carry it into future wars. There is no course to imperialistic greatness except through seas of blood, and the American people have no interest whatever in imperialistic greatness or in any part of the program of imperialism. During the decades when America was without a merchant marine or foreign investments, the American people were as prosperous as the people of the countries boasting the largest merchant marines and the most valuable foreign investments. Foreign ships have always been glad to carry American cargoes and to charge no more for the service than American ships. Foreign trade within certain limits is desirable, and there is no objection to American ships as such. The point is that subsidized trade in ships are not worth the price, and that the trade of the vessel that requires a warship to protect it is a national calamity. Had there not been a handful of ships flying the American flag between 1915 and 1917, it would have been more difficult to find a pretext for involving America in the World War on the side of the Entente governments. So long as the imperialistic madness lasts, America would be safer and more prosperous without merchant ships than with them. Note: of the American ships for whose protection we quarreled with Germany, many, as those of the International Mercantile Marine, belonged to British-controlled corporations. An overwhelming number of the others became legally American only after the European War began. Previously, a majority of them had flown the British flag and had been built in England. Their owners changed them from British registry as a means to procuring the protection of the American government. The British government permitted these vessels to be changed to the American flag in order to furnish the American government a convenient excuse for getting into a quarrel with Germany. End note. As to foreign investments, every adventuring dollar that calls back to the United States government to protect it is a traitor dollar. It would be a saner economic policy for the nation to buy out the foreign investments of its citizens, paying them dollar for dollar, and paying them expected profits besides to the end of time, than to continue in the policy of aiding, encouraging, and protecting such investments. One stroke of government service to the minority leads on to another and bolder stroke. At each stroke, the minority collects another profit, while the majority pays the protective tariff, inflated export of goods, the export of capital, the building and operation of a merchant marine, Army and Navy contracts, war. The foreign trade propaganda, like our war for democracy, is a national swindle whose success can be explained only by the almost complete control of the minority of all the great opinion-forming agencies of the country, and especially of the press. Had this control been any less complete, the simple fact that the rich favored the war would have been sufficient in the beginning to make the public quite certain that it was not for democracy. For our millionaire class was created by the desecration of democracy, and can be perpetuated only by its continued desecration. The Congressional Library at Washington and the archives of the Department of Justice, the records of courts and official bodies everywhere, are packed with sworn testimony proving that the accumulation of America's great private fortunes was accomplished by the corruption of government, national, state, and local, and the habitual commission of crimes of almost every known character. That these fortunes are today maintained and expanded by similar practices, that the lives of our rich super-patriots and the corporations which they represent are a standing offense against every democratic principle, even that many of these gentlemen were in the past personally involved in operations peculiarly unpatriotic. There is nothing either about the recent war or any previous one to indicate that Wall Street has ever had any more concern for the national welfare in wartime than in peacetime. Our richest fellow citizens have made money out of the blood of their countrymen in all our wars. Big business supported the recent war because the war was in support of big business, and only for that reason. The great financiers and their banks gave the same support to the Liberty loans as they were in the habit of giving to a bond issue of a railroad owned by themselves. It meant the same kind of satisfaction to them. The proceeds were intended to go into their pockets. During the war, it was treason to denounce the great profit makers. That was logical, for the war was for their sake. It would have been quite impossible for President Wilson to have begun a war really intended to, quote, make the world safe for democracy, end quote, without facing the united opposition of Wall Street. The real enemy of America is not autocracy abroad. It is not kings or kaisers or tsars. The real enemy of America is our rich fellow citizen who is willing to plunge our country into war for his own selfish purposes, his political servant, without whose voluntary cooperation public war for private profit would be impossible, his intellectual henchman of the press, the pulpit, and the college, whose function is to identify the national honor with the business ambitions of a small but powerful minority. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Proof of the pudding. Quote, "But what good came of it at last?" quoth little Peterkin. "Why, that I cannot tell," said he, "but 'twas a famous victory." End quote. Disillusionment must be final when one faces the results. 100,000 young Americans died on European battlefields and in army camps. Nearly as many more are permanently insane from the shocks and horrors of war. 500,000 are mutilated for life. Note, quote, "In all, more than 71,000 of our soldiers and sailors have been discharged as mentally disabled, and more than 38,000 as tubercular." End quote. American Legion Weekly, January 1921. In a letter to Senator Ashurst during the same month, Surgeon General Cummings estimated that the sick and insane men whose afflictions can be charged to service in the war were increasing at the rate of 1,000 per month. According to a report of the National Disabled Soldiers League, at the beginning of 1921, the number of disabled soldiers was 641,900. End note. The direct money cost disbursed by the government alone was in excess of $30 billion, and this was only a beginning. What have we to show for the price we pay except our soaring living costs, our 21,000 new millionaires, our mutilated Constitution, our European entanglements, our permanently enlarged military and naval establishment, and a complete set of war laws ready to clap down upon the country the moment it is decided that the thing shall be done again? What one fine promise did the noble democracies fulfill? What one pernicious institution did they banish from the earth? What one thing did they do for democracy? Has America more or fewer friends abroad than it had in 1914 or 1916? Are we more united, as we were informed that we would be? Is there less mutual fear and suspicion among us? Are our personal liberties more or less secure than they were? Is it easier for the masses to earn a living than before? Are the social poles nearer together or wider apart? What one domestic evil has been corrected at home? A year after the German autocracy fell, our diplomats and our armed forces were meddling in a dozen foreign countries, breaking strikes here, denying the right of free assembly there, suppressing newspapers, acting as spies and informers for counter-revolutionists, overturning popular governments, seeking to return to power the very minions of autocracy whom we had proclaimed it our mission to overthrow. At times, as at Archangel, driving citizens into the trenches to fight against their own people, everywhere making war upon every high principle for which we professed to fight. At home, the terror had been defended only as a war measure, but month after month passed, and no part of the repressive legislation had been repealed. The prisons remained crowded with objectors. The Postmaster General continued to exercise his extraordinary powers. Although countless assurances had been given that Americans would get back their constitutional liberties, it became more and more evident that those who had set up the terror intended to make it permanent. The machinery created to make war on pro-Germanism was kept intact to make war on Bolshevism. As the German peril was played out, a new peril had to be invented. Bolshevism was any criticism of existing political or financial leadership, any dissatisfaction with existing tyranny, any effort of workmen towards higher wages, any movement among the masses for better conditions, any disposition towards reform, and especially any demand for a fulfillment of the war pledges. Bolshevism was painted as an even more horrible menace than Kaiserism, and in order to strike fear to the hearts of the people, Russian Bolshevism was lied about as recklessly as we had lied about Kaiserism. So, unlawful arrests and imprisonments and unlawful raids did not come to an end. espionage in the schools, colleges, and elsewhere did not cease. We had our federal, state, and local inquisitions into all forms of radicalism and a flock of sedition laws for peace times. The Federal Secret Service was permanently enlarged. At the request of President Wilson, a peacetime passport law was enacted, and in conjunction with our allies, we established an international espionage system for the persecution of Bolshevists of every kind. The Attorney General, while maneuvering for a presidential nomination, proceeded periodically to discover and frustrate a series of bomb plots just in time to, quote, save the country from the horrors of Bolshevism, end quote, and to use the people's money to publish abroad his Don Quixote exploits, although he never succeeded in constructing a single plausible case or bringing a single political bomb thrower to justice. Never before in our history had the federal government been so openly and militantly an ally of the employing class in industrial disputes. Never had it been so easy to procure the aid of the military to break a strike. The democracy which we enjoyed before the war was of purest ray serene in comparison with the thing that faced us afterwards. The American people were given Tsarism and solemnly told it was Americanism. To the official peacetime terror was added an unofficial terror, and the two worked in harmony. The same public leaders who had been most vociferous in the war for democracy now led the marching hosts in the war on Bolshevism. Patriotic organizations of every kind were kept intact to assist in the new war, and others were created for that purpose. The social, commercial, or religious organization that did not issue its diatribe against Bolshevism was not in good form. Men holding the highest positions of public life habitually gave voice to sentiments which could be interpreted only as an incitement to riot against anyone dissenting from the blind, reactionary, brutal, and dangerous state of mind which the powerful were seeking to impose upon the nation under the name of patriotism. As a direct consequence, in the year of its military triumph, America saw more civil strife, more domestic violence, more lawlessness, more intolerance of private opinion, more assaults upon common democracy than in any other year within half a century. Quote, 100% Americans, end quote, went on a nationwide anti-Bolshevik shadow hunt, conjuring up an enemy where there was none, breaking up peaceful meetings, burning red literature, destroying property, sacking newspaper offices, maltreating defenseless and inoffensive persons. They ran no risk, for the federal, state, and local authorities gave them license and protection. The cowardice brewed in the fear propaganda of 1917 and 1918 was utilized in 1919 in the most dastardly series of attacks on civil liberties known in American history. The excuse was that somebody wanted to overthrow the government by force. Since somebody wanted to overthrow the government by force, nobody must criticize the government or advocate change. Anybody who criticized the government must be put down by force. The government must put down the Constitution by force. Any organization of ex-servicemen calling itself the American Legion assumed to set up a super-government in many communities to censor public discussion, to break strikes, to abolish American liberties in the name of Americanism, and to exert a nationwide influence in favor of black reaction. The only wonder is that these things did not of themselves produce a series of bomb plots having a more tangible basis than the imagination of the Attorney General. When before was the American Republic so steeped in sin that it dared not look itself in the face? While many sincere though thoughtless persons were drawn into this scheme of violence, there is no question whence the impulse for it emanated, nor what its motive. Its basic motive, undoubtedly, was to impose permanent restrictions upon expression and so conceal the war swindles, to hold the public mind in subjection and prepare it again to accept military service on behalf of Wall Street's foreign ambitions in the name of patriotism and the national honor. The conservative reaction of 1919, like the democratic brainstorm of 1917, was artificially stimulated by the same interests and for similar ends. But in spite of the peacetime terror, the war swindle became more and more discernible to the naked eye. Abroad, it was impossible entirely to conceal the dangerous friction among our various allies, or the source of that friction, the hungry desire of righteous governments to administer new territories, quote, for the benefit of the inhabitants, end quote. It was impossible to keep from us some knowledge of their sanctimonious atrocities, particularly the butcheries of England and India, Egypt, and Ireland, of Japan and Korea, as well as of our protégés, Romania, Poland, Greece, and Finland, either within or without their own borders. It was also impossible to suppress the fresh evidence brought to light from time to time by the Bolsheviki and others of Allied plotting for vast territorial grabs in a general European war, years before Serbian officers murdered an Austrian prince. It was impossible to hide from us the fact that Britons were beginning to mention America as the next world peril, according us the same position in the British scheme of things that Germany had held during the past generation, that Russia held for nearly a century, that France held before Russia, that Spain held before France. It was impossible to hide the fact that, even greater than the discrepancy between the 14 points and the various peace treaties, was the discrepancy between the best promises written into these documents and the performances that we proceeded to stage. Weak nations were liberated only to be used as pawns in the same old game. Mandatories were conquered with blood and iron, only to be fenced off for economic exploitation. Offensive and defensive alliances continued to be made. Diplomacy was never more secret nor sinister. Aggression was the order of the day. The new governments which we set up turned out to be, in notable instances, less restrained in autocracy and in egoistic madness than the great empires of which they had formerly been a part. The folly of championing with a sword the irredentism of any nation became increasingly evident. All of us proceeded to prepare to make use in the next war of all weapons, however frightful, developed by Germans as well as by our allies and ourselves. Never did the British imperialistic machine work at such high pressure, and the same may be said of the imperialistic machines of France, Japan, and even of ourselves. In a 12-month, we had sowed more seeds of new wars than Germany had sowed in all her history. The League of Nations was laughed to scorn by the Supreme Council, which dwindled to 2 premiers who happened to hold the strings of the greatest military establishments in Europe. The old international law was made a mockery, and in its place was set up the authority of 2 politicians. The democratic and glorious France, which we had idealized during the fighting, was revealed as being in the grip of the most aggressive militarism of modern times. Not the least damning are the words of the utter Democrat himself in his efforts to explain to the Senate and the country the settlement which he brought back from the European mire. Although the purpose of these explanations was to assure the nation that the Versailles Treaty realized the President's peace pledges and to reassure it of the validity of the entire body of the war propaganda, and although in the effort to carry out this purpose, the President's explanations became a mass of misstatements as to what was contained in the treaty, yet within these explanations themselves appear a series of admissions and contradictions which are themselves a confession of the monumental imposture. While assuring his audiences that a settlement provided for general disarmament and would end war, he was urging upon Congress a bill to create a standing army of 576,000 men, a standing army only 300,000 smaller than that of Germany at the beginning of the war. While assuring his audiences that, quote, when the treaty is accepted, men in khaki will not have to cross the seas again, end quote, he was awaiting a politically favorable moment in which to ask Congress to approve an American mandatory in Turkey, which would require a new army to be sent immediately to Europe. While solemnly declaring America incapable of violating the political independence of any other nation, he was announcing that American troops would remain indefinitely in Russia. While informing the public that, quote, the essential object of the treaty is to establish the independence of and protect the weak peoples of the world, end quote, he was threatening Mexico with, quote, a radical change of policy, end quote, which could have meant nothing less than another invasion of that country. While informing us that, quote, only the free peoples of the world can join the League of Nations, end quote, he was confessing that a certain charter member, France, was under the control of its general staff at the conference, that, quote, they were dominated by the military machine that they had created nominally for their own defense, but really, whether they willed it or not, for the provocation of war, end quote. While protesting that the members of his league were drawn together by a common passion for the political independence and the territorial integrity of weak nations, he was admitting that at least one of the most important of the number had to be permitted to transgress the political independence and territorial integrity of a defenseless neighbor as a bribe to induce it to enter his league. In one speech, we find him proclaiming that, quote, there can be cited no instance where these governments, the governments of England, France, Japan, etc., have been dishonorable, end quote. Yet within the week, we find him describing their aggressions upon China and characterizing them as, quote, a very serious impairment of the territorial integrity, end quote, and, quote, a very serious interference with the political independence of that great political kingdom, end quote. In one speech, we find him asserting that the representatives of France and England had promised him to return to China the exceptional rights which they had extorted from that country, giving pledges similar to the alleged pledge of Japan to return Shantung. 3 days later, we find him saying that no such promise had been made. In one breath, we find him acknowledging that his treaty would subject Germany to a punitive indemnity. In the next breath, we find him denying it. On one day, we find him suggesting that the German commercial classes wanted war for commercial reasons. On the following day, we find him asserting that the German commercial classes wanted to avoid war for commercial reasons. To one audience, he portrayed our proposed after-war union with our allies as a moral union. To another audience, he portrayed it as eminently a financial union. On one day, he averred that he consented to participate upon the Reparations Commission only to assist our dear allies. On another day, he acknowledged that his purpose was to serve what he termed, quote, the industrial interests of the United States, end quote. At times, he proclaimed in the most positive terms that his peace pledges had been completely realized at Paris. At other times, he confessed that they had not been realized and offered excuses of various kinds, while asserting that, quote, the League of Nations makes every agreement of every kind invalid, end quote. He was confessing that one of its primary objects was to validate and enforce a peace based upon the multifarious agreements written into the secret treaties. In admitting that in making peace he was guided by the secret treaties, he defended the action on the ground that the war was fought partly to vindicate the sacredness of treaties, pretending that his obligation to observe these secret robber bargains was greater than his obligation to insist upon the conditions of a permanent and democratic and just peace, which he had promised his own people and the world, and which the makers of the secret treaties had solemnly agreed to abide by. Although, in his Memorial Day address at Paris, 1919, he asserted, quote, private councils of statesmen cannot now and cannot hereafter determine the destinies of nations, end quote. And although at Oakland, California, September 18, 1919, he declared, quote, from this time forth, all the world is going to know what all the agreements between nations are. It is going to know not their general character merely, but their exact language and contents, end quote. Yet in the intervening period, he refused the Senate information upon which his Paris decisions were based, mentioned the intimacies of the peace conference and the indiscretion of talking about them, even to the treaty-ratifying body, declared it a mistake, quote, to redebate here with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee the fundamental questions that we debated at Paris, end quote, refused data on the ground that it was agreed at Paris that they should be confidential, acknowledged possession of, quote, international secrets, end quote, which he declined to share even with the Senate, confessed to the view that his Paris secrets should never become public property, conference with Senate Foreign Relations Committee at White House, August 19, 1919, brought out more and more clearly the facts that the treaty itself was but a skeleton of secret understandings known only to 5 old men who whispered together at Paris, that he was attempting to bind America to courses of action which would be revealed to the country only after they had become accomplished facts, that he had entered into far-reaching engagements with foreign governments to use the money and the blood of the American people in secret enterprises over which neither the American people nor their representatives in Congress would ever exercise choice or dominion, that his projected League of Nations was not intended to be under the control of peoples or of national legislatures, but that it was to be an instrument of executives, as secret, irresponsible, and autocratic as the peace conference itself. He asserted that he knew nothing of the secret treaties until after he arrived at Paris, although they had been published in Europe and in America, debated in the parliaments of our allies, and acknowledged by allied statesmen. He asserted that he did not know until we went to war that, quote, Germany was not the only country that maintained a secret service, end quote, although he himself maintained a secret service of precisely the same sort as Germany's. He asserted that Japan had promised to return the sovereignty of Shantung without qualification, although Japanese statesmen had already announced that there would be qualifications. Quote, Japan has kept her engagements, end quote, he declared, although he could not be ignorant of the history of the strangling of Korea, and declaring the unwisdom of defining the Monroe Doctrine in the Covenant of the League, quote, because I do not know how soon we may wish to extend it, end quote. He confessed himself capable of the trickery which extending the Monroe Doctrine would involve, and conceding that, quote, America was not directly attacked, end quote. He acknowledged as fraudulent the proposition upon which he had asked Congress to declare war, quote, that the recent course of the Imperial German government is nothing less than war against the government and people of the United States, end quote. In admitting that, quote, America was not immediately in danger, end quote, he branded as a hoax the entire scare propaganda for which he himself had struck the keynote, and confessing that, quote, this was a commercial and industrial war, not a political war, end quote. He discarded, in a word, the theory of a German world peril upon which his own high professions of a war against autocracy were based, in suggesting that he waited on the American people a long time before he asked Congress to declare war. He pleaded guilty to practicing deception upon the American people during the critical weeks of February and March 1917, and reiterating what he told us at the beginning of the war, that the German people did not choose war and did not want war. He condemned the punishment for wrong done theory, upon which his settlement was based and which elsewhere he sought to justify. In urging ratification on financial and commercial grounds, he confessed to charlatanry in all his pretenses of an unselfish war. Quote, Mr. Walsh, do you think that any considerable number of people, when they read my declarations, thought that these settlements were to be made at some particular place automatically, immediately? End quote. President Wilson to Frank P. Walsh, Paris, June 11, 1919, as reported to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee by Messrs. Walsh and Dunn. What is this but an admission that the promises upon which 100,000 American youths gave up their lives were never intended to be carried out? So, Wilson's own explanations of his settlement, as given to the Senate and in his treaty tour, become the final word against Wilson himself, against Wilson's war propaganda, against Wilson's treaties, against Wilson's war. The wisest and best men honestly fail to reach their highest aims, honestly make mistakes, honestly change their minds, honestly reverse themselves. But the inconsistencies of Woodrow Wilson cannot be explained on any theory that includes an assumption of honesty. Apologists for the individual may still argue that Wilson was forced to reverse himself, forced to break his promises, forced against his will to ask for a declaration of war, forced to consent to an imperialistic peace, forced by, quote, the invisible government, end quote. Were there no other answer, it would be enough to point to the fact that Wilson always had the alternative of resigning his office. The theory, indeed, reveals a woeful misunderstanding of the operations of the so-called invisible government. The great force of the latter is exerted before election, not afterwards. Had Wilson idealism been anything but verbal, he would not have been nominated and elected. The great myth of the World War was Wilson idealism. Our noble president was simply a 100% American politician. The secret of Wilson is hypocrisy. By the close of 1919, it had become more or less respectable to confess disillusionment as to Wilson, and especially as to Wilson's peace. We may have become disillusioned regarding Wilson, but how about ourselves? Why were we so long in finding out that Wilson and perfection are not synonymous terms? Note, quote, what matters the error or the incapacity of a single man compared with the incapacity and the error of the entire nation which glorified him, end quote. I borrow these words from Martin Louis Guzman, who applied them not to Woodrow Wilson and the American people, but to Porfirio Diaz in Mexico in a little book, The Complaint of Mexico, end note. What happened from 1917 on would have been impossible had not the leaders of the people generally been of much the same character as Wilson and willing to serve the same ends by similar means. Had the convictions of the majority of senators and representatives gone any deeper than regard for their own immediate political fortunes, they would not have yielded the day on so many important points, upon which, in the beginning, they were opposed to the president. Although the president was more willing to plunge the country into war, readier to go against the peace spirit of the country, and bolder in duplicity and contempt for the laws of the land, the members of the national lawmaking body did, in the end, with a few honorable exceptions, swallow the Wilson program, tolerate the Wilson usurpations, and connive at the Wilson duplicities. Every Wilson war lie was echoed with becoming sanctity by Wilson's leading political opponents. Senatorial opposition to the Wilson settlement, insofar as it saved the country from financial, political, and military deals to which the president attempted to commit us, and insofar as it operated to explode the myth of allied and presidential perfection, was a real service. The service, however, was an incident of party politics, for it was almost universally conceded that, had the president's head not been turned by adulation, had he continued to employ ordinary political sagacity, once the Republican Party had won the election of 1918, instead of piling up slights and insults, had he permitted it to go through the motions of participating in the drafting of the treaties, had he been willing to share the honor, his work would have been promptly ratified without the dotting of an I or the crossing of a T. Notwithstanding the iniquity, one cannot refrain from a passing regret that the Senate did not at once ratify the Wilson treaties, thus yielding the final item of his war program, just as it had yielded every other item of importance from the beginning. For there will always remain some simple persons to contend that senatorial perversity was the one thing that prevented the whole of the beautiful edifice of world peace and democracy promised by Wilson from being realized then and there. Such persons really have little to complain of. Smarting under 1,000 indignities, and with an eye upon the 1920 election, the Republicans blocked ratification, pledged themselves to withdraw from European entanglements, promised immediate peace, won the election on such pledges, only to project the country again into the European mess as deeply as they dared. The League of Nations under that name must forever remain anathema, but under other forms we join in the imperialistic schemes for which the League was set up. The Armenian Mandate and the French-British-American Special Alliance are shelved. From that much, the Republican Party saved us, for the time being at least. Otherwise, it did not right a single wrong, or, in any important particular, attempt to change the course of the country. The Wilson policy towards reparations, mandatories, territorial disputes, the China Consortium, Shantung, Russia, alien property, railroads, shipping, dye tariffs, the Army and Navy, passports, foreign trade, anti-dumping, Haiti, Nicaragua, Cuba, Mexico, oil, federal espionage, our European debtors. We take up where Wilson left off and carry forward from there. Note, under the name of a, quote, conference for the limitation of armaments, end quote, we stage at Washington a parley of governments reminiscent of the conferences of the powers of Europe, so frequently held in the years before the outbreak of the World War. While China's finish is being duly arranged, we are positively assured that, as a result of the conference, armaments will be reduced all around. At the same time, the still small voice of a cabinet member is informing us, quote, plans now initiated for preparation for national defense contemplate a more complete state of preparedness than at any previous period in the peacetime history of our country, end quote. Annual Report of the Secretary of War, December 1921, end note. Even in his speeches, Wilson's successor can do little else than feebly echo Wilson. The result of, quote, the great and solemn referendum, end quote, was that the public, while believing it was repudiating the Wilson policies, was only putting them into other hands quite as willing to carry them out. The election of 1920 was a fraud of the same character as that of 1916, though of lesser magnitude. By the middle of 1920, it was no longer Bolshevism to criticize the Wilson peace. It was still Bolshevism to question the validity of the Wilson War. So the saviors of our country and the Republican group in the Senate continued to glorify the Wilson War while condemning the Wilson peace, and many of the rest of us, sheep-like, followed their example. But had the major premises of the war propaganda been valid, the perfection of Wilson and the purity of our allies, the settlement could not have been other than a pure and perfect one. It is impossible now to offer any criticism of the Wilson settlement or of Wilson or of any of the post-war conditions without tearing down some essential part of the theory upon which the war was put through. But the invalidity of that theory was as demonstrable before the war as afterwards. There was no occasion for the experiment that we made. No one who joined in the "stand behind the president" cry or participated in the purity versus depravity nonsense has a right to cast a stone at Wilson. He got what he bargained for. The liberal patriots who raised their hands in holy horror at the peacetime terror got what they bargained for. The now that we're in patriots got what they bargained for. The labor patriots of the American Federation of Labor got what they bargained for. The anti-union drive of the Garys and the government, like the lawless war on Bolshevism, was an almost certain aftermath of a war for the enrichment of the Garys, although that war would hardly have been possible without the voluntary cooperation of the Gomperses. Certain liberal editors have sought to excuse our war lies on the ground that they were necessary for victory. But had America's cause been just, there would have been no need to bolster it up with lies. Even had this argument been valid once, it would long ago have lost its force. Nevertheless, the movement to keep alive the memory of our dead in Europe also became a movement to keep alive the war lies and forever hide the war swindles. Let us face the truth. The truth is that there was not a particle of democracy about our war, either in the way it was achieved, in the way it was conducted, in the distribution of its burdens, in the fighting organization itself, in its real motives, in the manner of making peace, or in its fruits, either at home or abroad. That we quarreled with Germany, went to war, and negotiated peace, purely in the interest and at the direction of high finance, and at all stages to the prejudice of the general welfare, that no American died for his country in Europe in 1917, 1918, or 1919, since there was no occasion for any American to die for his country, either in Europe or elsewhere. A great truth is that we have lied. We have indulged in an orgy of lying. We have not been honest even with our own allies. No American could honestly ask for freedom for Ireland on any ground of principle and put the soft pedal on Haiti. No one could consistently criticize the Shantung Award and keep still about Nicaragua. America has nothing to be afraid of except its own conscience, and has not had for a long time. The truth is that we have given the world a spectacle of white-livered hysteria that will require years of self-respecting conduct to live down. For the mere money cost of our war, every person who works for a living in America, every breadwinner, every propertyless family could have been provided with a modern and comfortable home, free of liability. Instead, we have what are called Liberty bonds. We were informed that they were a good investment, but that was not enough. They were forced upon us. We paid our good money for them. We were then taxed to pay for them again. Our government then proceeded to confiscate a large share of their value by printing paper money in greatly increased quantities. At the end of the war, we could sell our bonds for something less than half the goods the same money would have bought before. But whether we sell our bonds or whether we keep them, we shall continue paying for them over and over again, in taxes and in swollen prices. By the simple trick of inflation, the government confiscates a part of the wages of every workman, and by its financial operations turns the money over to the multimillionaire owners of our essential industries. Instead of gaining, we have everywhere lost. Our Liberty bonds turn out to be a gold brick from every point of view. The case against the war is also the case against existing leaders of the people in every walk of life, against big business patriotism, against Wall Street democracy, against the press as it is, against a trust in the president form of government, against a social system that could permit the great American swindle of 1916 to 1919. There remains a single chance for America to derive a benefit from the war just past. It is to perceive the lesson and act upon it. It is for common folks to recognize the real character of past events, and so take measures to prevent a recurrence with probably more costly results. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Reconstruction. The program that would preserve the peace of America, promote its prosperity, and serve democracy at home and abroad would have to include an honest application of principles by which President Wilson professed to be guided in sending American armies to European battlefields. For international application, the cardinal principles are self-determination and equality of sovereignty. Before there could be any question of fighting to compel the observance of these fundamentals by others, we would first have to observe them ourselves, as well as to heal, as far as may be, the scars that we have cut in trampling upon them in the past. In other words, we would have to purge ourselves with a course of repudiation, withdrawal, and reparation. 1. Repudiation. Formal repudiation of every American and other policy in foreign affairs that conflicts with the principles of self-determination and equality of sovereignty. Repudiation of the policy of employing diplomatic coercion or armed intervention on behalf of business investments in any country, whether under the name of, quote, protecting American lives and property, end quote, preserving order, or any other guise. Repudiation of dollar diplomacy in any form. Repudiation of the Platt Amendment, asserting a right to intervention in Cuba. Repeal of the legislation empowering the president to proclaim an arms embargo as a means to assisting or hindering one side or another in an internal dispute in Latin America or countries elsewhere. Repudiation of the Lansing-Ishii Agreement, recognizing special interests of Japan and China for considerations kept secret. Repudiation of the imperialistic peace treaties and all special alliances with imperialistic governments. Renunciation of the Nicaraguan Canal Convention, the Haitian and Santo Domingan Conventions, and every other international agreement procured under duress from our neighbors. Renunciation of the Monroe Doctrine, our time-honored excuse for a denial of full sovereignty to Latin American states. In practice, we have not fully enforced observance of the Monroe Doctrine upon others, much less have we observed it ourselves. We permitted England to take and keep Belize, quote, with the existing colonies or dependencies of any European power. We have not interfered and shall not interfere, end quote. But in 1898, we stripped Spain of all her colonies in this part of the world, and in 1916 we coerced Denmark into selling us the Virgin Islands. Quote, our policy with regard to Europe is not to interfere in the internal concerns of any of its powers, end quote. Yet we projected America into the middle of European affairs in 1917. In abandoning the Monroe Doctrine, we would abandon a policy that long ago outlived whatever usefulness it ever had as a protector of the weak or as a means for our own defense, which long ago became a scrap of paper in our hands and whose only present use is as a cloak for aggression. 2. Withdrawal. Immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all American military and naval forces from all countries not a part of the United States. Withdrawal from Nicaragua, Haiti, Santo Domingo, and Cuba. Immediate withdrawal from all protectorates, official and unofficial. Withdrawal of American collectors from all foreign custom houses. Withdrawal of all support of Latin American dictators whom we have set up or who owe their tenure to our favor. Abandonment of all measures inimical to popular movements in neighboring countries requiring revolution for their success. Withdrawal of all military forces from Europe and Asia. Immediate and complete independence to Filipinos, Puerto Ricans, and Virgin Islanders. 3. Reparation. Full reparation to all countries, such as Nicaragua and Honduras, whom we have assisted into bankruptcy by compelling them to acknowledge exorbitant claims of our bankers having no just foundation. Restoration of Guantanamo to Cuba and the Corn Islands and other territory taken from Nicaragua. Restoration of full sovereignty to Cuba, Nicaragua, Haiti, Santo Domingo, and Honduras. Adequate reparation to Haiti, Santo Domingo, and Nicaragua for injuries done to their citizens in our wars of conquest. Restoration of all indemnities to our late enemies, including merchant ships appropriated in American harbors and property confiscated on land. Satisfactory reparation and apologies to all neutral nations against whom we committed injuries in violation of international law during the late war. Having freed the subject peoples under our heel, having washed our hands of the blood of our weaker brethren, having righted every international wrong that we have committed, so far as that is possible, having taken the fear from the hearts of our nearest neighbors, we may consider ourselves competent then, and only then, to offer proposals to other nations looking toward the maintenance of the peace of the world and the safety of democracy. Governments which really cared nothing for democracy or international justice or peace might not take kindly to our proposals. They would know that they were sincere. All governments care for peace of a sort. All wish to avoid great wars if they can have their way without them. But no government devoted to the interests of a minority which fattens upon the profits of aggression wishes to see established the basis of permanent world peace. They do not wish to be deprived of the right to make public war for private profit. But every government not devoted to imperialism or under the thumb of an imperialistic government or in immediate terror of reprisals for imperialistic governments would be interested in our proposals and willing to join a genuine peace league. They would have everything to gain and nothing to lose. Such a league would have a larger charter membership than the spurious league which President Wilson brought back from Versailles. At the same time, it would not at once be a league of all nations, for the, quote, noble democracies, end quote, our late comrades at arms, would be conspicuous by their absence, unless our magnificent example should lead to the downfall of imperialism everywhere. It is impossible to exaggerate the probable effect throughout the world of such an example. The downfall of Russian imperialism caused all imperialistic governments to tremble in their shoes. Either the restoration of Russian imperialism or the partition of that country among imperialistic governments was everywhere deemed essential to the safety of imperialistic civilization. Yet the lesson of America's renunciation would be infinitely clearer and more inspiring. Russian imperialism crumbled under the stress of war, under circumstances in which the issue was clouded at a time when the new regime was subject to misinterpretation, hostile prejudice, and attack from which we in America would be comparatively free. We have talked much, and we have not delivered the goods. The world will never again credit our high pretensions until they are proven by deeds. It is easy to believe that one magnificent act of renunciation would nerve a suffering world to deliver the death blow to the cause of its travail. And if it did not, what then? Would it mean danger or disaster for ourselves? Would we stand in peril of our noble allies, the only remaining governments in the world, either interested in aggression or in a position to perpetrate aggressions? These governments will have their hands overfull for years, and probably as long as they last, in enforcing the conditions of settlement upon their late enemies, in carrying out other schemes nearer home, and in keeping their own people in subjection at the same time. The withdrawal of our support would vastly limit their capabilities for aggression. If, with our support, a supreme effort to subjugate Russia was impracticable, as Entente statesmen admitted, Russia, impoverished by war, weakened by revolution and counter-revolution, disorganized, blockaded, geographically within easy reach, her ports in their possession and their armies upon her soil, how much more impracticable would it be for these governments to attempt to send any force across the Atlantic in an effort to dictate in our affairs? Our imperialistic allies will continue to perpetrate aggressions in Europe, Asia, and Africa in proportion to the practicability of the undertakings. They are the world peril. They and their system, a far greater peril to the world than the Kaiser ever succeeded in becoming, only because they are stronger than he and his Junkers ever were or had a chance to be. So long as these governments last, the world cannot be made safe for democracy, especially that part of the world practically within their reach. Yet I do not advocate that we attack this peril as we attacked the Kaiser. The struggle against autocracy and imperialism is essentially an internal one. The autocracy, militarism, and imperialism of a given country can best be dealt with by the democratic forces within that country. Imperialistic governments may, on occasion, overthrow imperialistic governments, as in the present era, but the sum of the world's imperialism is not decreased thereby. Autocracy, militarism, and imperialism thrive on external hostilities. So long as the democratic forces within imperialistic countries are not strong enough to deal with their own governments, the death blow to imperialism cannot be delivered, and a part of the world will remain in danger. I would not advocate an effort of America against this peril, even to the extent of attempting to save the next intended victims of European and Asiatic imperialism in Europe, Asia, or Africa. But in the Western Hemisphere, something of the kind might wisely be done. In the past, the independent states of the Western Hemisphere have owed their comparative immunity from European aggression more to distance and their own strength than to the protection of the Monroe Doctrine. They had been under European rule, and with their own strength had cast it off. The Monroe Doctrine pronounced against their reconquest, which was under consideration by the Holy Alliance. Nevertheless, the credit for saving them from new wars at that time cannot be claimed for the Monroe Doctrine. For the withdrawal of England from the Holy Alliance, which happened before the Monroe Doctrine appeared, was sufficient to cause the abandonment of the scheme as impracticable. No one can say that, if the Monroe Doctrine had not been promulgated, the whole of the Americas outside of the United States would have come into the possession of European powers. Nor can it be said that, had they come into the possession of European powers, such possession would now constitute a peril to the independence, the territorial integrity, or the institutions of the United States. Is Canada a peril to this country? Although in our national pride we have greatly exaggerated the effect of the Monroe Doctrine upon the relations between Europe and the Western Hemisphere, it has not been wholly without influence. What would be the effect of its formal renunciation? Would our late allies, one or more of them, rush in and seize Mexico and other Latin American states? Mexico is the issue upon which the policy of imperialism may next be tested in the Western Hemisphere. British gentlemen, like American millionaires, have properties, claims, and ambitions which they are anxious shall be made good by the strong arm of the United States government. Let us suppose that America should refuse to use either its arms or its diplomacy on behalf of British interests, should unreservedly recognize the sovereignty of Mexico, as it is repeatedly promised to do, should concede the full right of Mexico to tax or otherwise control foreign property within her borders in accordance with her own ideas of the public welfare, would Britain then proceed to enforce her rights in Mexico with British arms? I grant that England or any other imperialistic government is capable, morally, of entering upon a war of conquest upon Mexico. Every imperialistic government everywhere stands ready to perpetrate a war of conquest anywhere the moment that it appears practicable to do so. But would it be practicable for England to invade Mexico? Certainly not nearly as practicable for England as for the United States. That is a reason why England is quite willing for America to attend to her interests there. Why not wait and see if England would consider it practicable to enter upon a war of conquest upon Mexico before entering upon such an enterprise on her behalf ourselves? The Mexicans would rather have us do that, feeling they would be safer without the protection of the Monroe Doctrine than with it. Latin Americans generally would be most happy to have us withdraw from them the protection of our Monroe Doctrine, and only because they have reason to consider it more of a menace than a protection. They know the history of American aggression and understand its significance better than do the American people themselves. Should the United States formally renounce the Monroe Doctrine and recognize in its stead what has sometimes been called the Carranza Doctrine, which places foreigners on the same level with citizens, denying to the former the right to call upon their home governments to intervene on behalf of their business enterprises, the action would be hailed with rejoicing throughout Latin America. The fear and hatred felt generally for Americans would disappear with the removal of its cause, and it is certain that the Carranza Doctrine would be adopted generally by Latin American countries, in which case it is probable that the Eastern Hemisphere would be forced, by circumstances already mentioned, to accept the dictum of the Western Hemisphere and refrain from pressing any imperialistic claims in this part of the world. But supposing that it should not, the people of the United States would then have to determine how far they would go in standing with their near neighbors against European aggression. There would be several courses open to us. First, we could give military assistance of a strictly defensive character, such as the original Monroe Doctrine contemplated, and such as was contemplated for all threatened states in Wilson's original scheme for a genuine League of Nations. If we must have a war over Mexico of some kind, why not fight to save Mexico from being grabbed by others instead of grabbing Mexico ourselves? Second, if we did not think it wise to fight, we could stand aside, selling our neighbors the arms with which to protect themselves, our right as a neutral nation, leaving the issue to be determined between them and their enemies. A third possible course would be to use our good offices and a small portion of our great wealth, if need be, to settle any immediate claims of a pressing nature that might seem to threaten the peace of the Western Hemisphere. We paid out more money for our part in the European War than the combined investments of all Europeans in all the independent states of Latin America. One of our reasons for doing this, we said, was to save small states from the peril of aggression. We did not save small states from such peril. A far wiser policy, and a far less expensive one, at least so far as the Western Hemisphere is concerned, would have been to guarantee, with the Treasury of the United States, the foreign debt of all our neighbors who happened to be in financial trouble, to adjust all European claims, and to put every state on its feet financially, even if we never received a penny of our money back. An objection to this will be that some of these countries are in the hands of corrupt and inefficient governments, which would continue to contract European obligations and would soon be found again in financial difficulties. An answer is that once an adjustment were made, coupled with the declaration that henceforth no debts were to be collected by governmental intervention, future risks would not be taken with the expectation of making them good by such means. Another answer is that our present policy is largely responsible for the insolvency of Latin American governments, their inefficiency and corruption. In order to be in a position always to assert American supremacy for the sake of selfish interests, we have created the fiction that Latin Americans are unfit to look after their own affairs and are incapable of self-government. At the same time, we ourselves have forced Latin American states into bankruptcy. We have set up dictators who betrayed their own people. We have furnished Latin America with a foreign peril that everywhere plays into the hands of autocracy. We supported the counter-revolutions that have kept Mexico in turmoil. Our own citizens and our own government are responsible for the very danger to life and property that we are asked to end by intervention. It is probable that Mexico, if left to herself, would ultimately pay all just claims of foreigners, but the demands of foreign capitalists intent on getting away with Mexico's natural resources without adequate return to the country ought not to be met. The great oil corporations would have the American people war upon the Mexican people in order to save the oil deposits from what they term confiscation by the Mexican government. What an unterrified Mexican government would do with the remaining oil resources, it is impossible to say. We will suppose that it would confiscate them. Then let it confiscate them. The interests of the American people are not the interests of the oil corporations in this matter. They are, rather, the interests of the Mexican people. Perhaps some American would really suffer, but the Americans who are interested in the exploitation of Mexican oil are, for the most part, millionaires with great holdings elsewhere. Were they dispossessed in Mexico without a dollar of compensation, they would not forego any luxury, nor would their families starve. There may be foreign rights in Mexico, but how about the rights of Mexicans? Public undertakings on a large scale, serviceable to the Mexican nation, must wait until there are funds to prosecute them. Mexico has both the legal and the moral right to tax such funds from the rich holdings in her natural resources. The vested interests of a minority, whether native or foreign, cannot stand against the needs of the great majority. America needs a new patriotism, a patriotism that is able to see our neighbor's viewpoint as well as our own, that is willing to accord genuine equality of rights regardless of relative might, that dares to look our own faults in the face in order that they may be rectified. But we cannot make democracy safe abroad, not even from ourselves, until we have first made democracy safe at home. It is not within the scope of this book to offer any detailed suggestions for making democracy safe at home. When the eyes of the American masses are opened to the real motives of their war and the fruits of their peace, they will then begin to see what they must do. Circumstances will have to determine how rapidly progress may be made, as well as what means may be most effectively employed to make it. It may be suggested, however, that those Americans whose professions of love for their Constitution are genuine cannot do less than to press for its restoration and the righting, so far as possible, of the domestic wrongs that have been accomplished by its profanation. They will at least insist that every imprisoned victim of any war law be set free, also all victims of army courts-martial. They will cast about for a means of defending their Constitution against the President and the Supreme Court, since in our foreign policy we remain subject to a stand behind the President, trust in the President system, to a scheme of things that holds us at the mercy of the secret whims, blunders, treacheries, and machinations of one man. They will seek to take from the President the power which, for that matter, the framers of the Constitution never intended that he should have, to make war practically at will. They will try to accomplish at home the thing that Woodrow Wilson declared to be a war aim of the United States, quote, the destruction of every arbitrary power anywhere that can separately, secretly, and of its single choice disturb the peace of the world, end quote. Again, all Americans whose professions of love for democracy are sincere will at least clamor for the immediate and absolute abolition of secret diplomacy and of conscription, for the obliteration of existing class distinctions in the armed forces, for the abolition of the present barbarous system of military justice, reformed though it be. They will perhaps press for a prohibition of the use of the armed forces outside the territory or territorial waters, except after referendum. Certainly they will demand that the entire cost of the war be collected from the interests that profited by it and furnished the motive for it. They will even seek to make an end of government service to the big business minority, whether in foreign or domestic affairs. The majority will have to gain actual control of the public business in every department thereof, but to hope to gain such control and keep it will be futile as long as a minority retains possession of the means of information and uses it to deceive the others for its own selfish and secret purposes. A simple observance of the Constitution would preclude the imprisonment of persons for expressing their views upon public affairs, but real freedom of speech and of the press cannot be restored without fundamental economic changes. So long as a handful of men in Wall Street control the credit and industrial processes of the country, they will continue to control the press, the government, and by deception, the people. They will not only compel the public to work for them in peace, but to fight for them in war. Democracy is not a reality in America. America is a financial oligarchy in which the president is the willing, though pretendedly reluctant, servant of the great financial powers. The events of the past half-dozen years have demonstrated not only the moral bankruptcy of the political and intellectual leaders that capitalism has given the world, but the inability of capitalism to save the world from periodic disaster. Imperialism is simply a phase of capitalism. Big business government must go, but big business government will not go until big business goes. Only the institution of a new social order based upon economic equality will save the world from more and more wars for business. End of chapter 37. End of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner.